Chapter 731. As soon as he said that, Wang Mang's primordial spirit charged towards Zhu Long without any scruples. Because Zhu Long's primordial spirit was too weak, he was clearly at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm. But his primordial spirit's realm was very low. He was only at the first heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. To Wang Mang, this was simply bullying noobs. One had to know that even if Wang Mang did not use the devouring power technique, his primordial spirit's realm was also equal to his own realm. Moreover, after he used the devouring power technique, Wang Mang's primordial spirit's realm directly soared by a small realm. In this way, it was simply a crushing defeat. It was simply too easy for his primordial spirit of the fourth heaven of the Saint Emperor realm to kill a first heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. It could be said that Zhu Long's primordial spirit was like a helpless little lamb in front of Wang Mang. Seeing Wang Mang's primordial spirit pouncing over, Zhu Long became even more flustered. He was not stupid and immediately determined that Wang Mang's primordial spirit was stronger than his. If he really wanted to fight with Wang Mang, he was simply courting death. But if he did not fight with Wang Mang, wouldn't he be admitting defeat? In addition, what should he do about his physical body? Just as Zhu Long was in a dilemma, Wang Mang's primordial spirit had already pounced over. What made Zhu Long even more terrified was that Wang Mang was actually biting and devouring his primordial spirit. Under the intense pain, Zhu Long's primordial spirit let out a series of shrill screams. At the same time, Zhu Long's primordial spirit also began to struggle frantically, trying to break free from Wang Mang's primordial spirit. Unfortunately, Wang Mang continued to bite him and refused to let go. Moreover, he was constantly biting and devouring his primordial spirit. Even if I die, I'm going to drag you down with me. At this moment, Zhu Long's primordial spirit roared, clearly having made some crazy decision. Wang Mang's expression immediately changed. He knew that something was wrong and quickly flew out of Zhu Long's body. But just as Wang Mang escaped from Torch Dragon's body, he saw Torch Dragon's essence, soul, leave its body and fly towards the unknown chaos verse. Not only that, Zhu Long's extremely resentful voice sounded. Wang Mang, Ben Huang, just you wait. Ben Huang will fight you to the death. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was stunned at first, but he immediately reacted. Zhu Long was obviously trying to scare him. This guy had never thought of self-destructing. He was just trying to escape. However, seeing that the Torch Dragon's essence soul had already fled far away, Wang Mang hesitated and gave up the chase. Now, Torch Dragon had already been defeated by him. He did not think that Zhu Long had the strength to threaten him. Moreover, as time passed, the gap between him and Torch Dragon would only grow wider and wider. At this point, Wang Mang's primordial spirit returned to his body. In the next moment, Wang Mang transformed into a huge body that was 10,000 meters long and flew towards Torch Dragon's body. However, at this moment, something happened that made Wang Mang furious. A red shadow flashed past. The red shadow soon landed on Torch Dragon's body. When Wang Mang got a clear look at this fellow's figure, he became even more furious. It was a giant blood-red mosquito that was currently piercing Torch Dragon's body with its mouth part. Moreover, as it sucked, Torch Dragon's body turned into a mummy in the blink of an eye. Wang Mang immediately rushed up in exasperation and roared, "Bastard! How dare you steal my spoils of war?" At this moment, Mosquito Taoist, who had just finished sucking Torch Dragon's body and was enjoying himself, was shocked, especially when he sensed Wang Mang's terrifying aura sweeping towards him. Mosquito Taoist was so scared that he immediately flapped his wings and flew away. Not only that, Mosquito Taoist hurriedly explained in a panic, "Fellow cultivator, stop it right now. Torch Dragon is also my enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Fellow cultivator, listen to me. Obviously, Mosquito Taoist did not recognize Wang Mang's identity. Otherwise, he would not have dared to appear in front of Wang Mang. Wang Mang ignored Mosquito Taoist's explanation as he fled. His eyes were full of killing intent. How dare this bastard snatch food from the tiger's mouth in front of him? Back then, this dog had even shamelessly attacked him. Not to mention that this bastard snatched his spoils of war. Even if this bastard did not snatch his spoils of war, Wang Mang would not hesitate to kill this guy if he encountered him. However, what made Wang Mang's face turn ugly was that this guy's speed was simply too fast. Even if Wang Mang used all his strength, he still could not catch up with Mosquito Taoist. Similarly, when he saw Wang Mang chasing after him with a furious face, Mosquito Taoist could not help feeling complacent. So, what if you are powerful? You can't catch up with me. Of course, Mosquito Taoist did not want to make too many enemies. Moreover, he was very unfamiliar with Wang Mang. Therefore, Mosquito Taoist pretended to sigh helplessly. Fellow cultivator, why bother? Even a sage might not be able to catch up with me, let alone you. What's more, why can't we sit down and talk about it? You just ate Torch Dragon's body. Fellow cultivator, you don't know? It's mainly because I have a grudge against Torch Dragon. When I saw you beat his primordial spirit, I couldn't help but come to help you. After hearing Mosquito Taoist's words, Wang Mang was even angrier. His face turned livid with anger. However, Wang Mang also got some information from Mosquito Taoist's tone. Mosquito Taoist definitely did not recognize him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's eyes flickered. He said coldly, "Well, how should I deal with you for taking my spoils?" Mosquito Taoist said with a bright smile, "Fellow cultivator, don't worry. I'll just owe you. Next time, I'll kill a quasi-sage and compensate you. How about that?" Hearing Mosquito Taoist's words, Wang Mang stopped and did not continue to chase, because Wang Mang knew that he could not catch up with Mosquito Taoist even if he chased after him. No wonder this guy could survive in the journey to the west for so long. Mosquito Taoist and Torch Dragon were both born in the Blood River. Nether River Patriarch was also known as the Nether River Patriarch as long as the Blood Sea did not dry up. Since Mosquito Taoist was also born in the Blood Sea, there was no reason that he did not have some incredible skills. If he did not, he would not have survived after offending so many people. At the same time, Mosquito Taoist was relieved that Wang Mang stopped chasing after him. Soon after, he also stopped and looked at Wang Mang with a face full of smiles, lightly chuckling. "Fellow cultivator, how should I address you? I'm Mosquito Taoist." Hearing this, Wang Mang snorted and ignored Mosquito Taoist. The next moment, Wang Mang cut open the space and returned to the Dragon Emperor Palace. At the same time, outside the Dragon Emperor Palace, more than a dozen rank 5 experts of the Dragon Tribe had gathered. That was because they had sensed the battle between Torch Dragon and Torch Dragon. That was why they had gathered here, wanting to know the result of the battle. However, when they saw Wang Mang walking out of the space, all the members of the Dragon clan who were nearby were stunned. Did their ancestor, the Dragon Emperor, lose? While all the members of the Dragon Tribe were confused, Wang Mang stood with his hands behind his back and announced coldly, "From now on, all the members of the Dragon Tribe will follow my orders. From now on, all the members of the Dragon Tribe will respect me." Chapter 732. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the members of the Dragon Tribe, who were originally puzzled, were in an uproar. For a moment, the members of the Dragon Tribe in the vicinity of the huge Dragon Palace were in an uproar. Among these members of the Dragon Tribe, There were some smart ones who had obviously guessed the result of the battle. However, they still could not accept that their ancestor, the torch dragon, had lost to this masked man, especially this mysterious masked man. After defeating their old ancestor, the old ancestor was defeated. Now, he wanted all of the dragon tribe to listen to his orders. For a moment, some of the experts of the dragon tribe were dissatisfied and questioned angrily, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you can make the dragon tribe respect you? That's right. Where is our ancestor? Tell us, what did you do to our ancestor? Even if I kill myself in the dragon palace, you can't make me submit to you." That's right. Since ancient times, the dragon tribe has been one of the 3 divine tribes. No one can make us submit. Ridiculous. Do you think that after killing our ancestor, we will listen to you and respect you? For a moment, many of the dragon tribe were completely enraged, especially when they thought that Wang Mang had killed the torch dragon and was now forcing the dragon tribe to submit to him. As such, the members of the great dragon clan were simply unable to tolerate this sort of thing and directly began to curse Wang Mang. Of course, not all of the members of the dragon tribe jumped out to refute Wang Mang. Those who jumped out to oppose Wang Mang were only 1/3 of the members of the dragon tribe. Therefore, Wang Mang had long been used to the current situation. He looked at the nearly 100 members of the dragon tribe indifferently and said indifferently, "You all don't want to submit to me, do you?" Hearing this, one of the members of the dragon tribe sneered. "Who do you think you are to make the dragon tribe bow to you? The dragon tribe can be beheaded and bleed, but we will never bow to you." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded and said, "You have a backbone. Then I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as his voice trailed off, Wang Mang pulled the peak Primordial Unity Golden Immortal into his hand. No matter how hard this peak Primordial Unity Golden Immortal struggled, it was all in vain. This was because the gap between the 2 of them was too great. It was so great that the other party didn't even have the ability to resist. "What do you want? Even if you kill me, the dragon clan will never lower our heads." Hearing that, Wang Mang smiled indifferently. Then he opened his mouth slightly and inhaled. Then he forcefully suppressed this member of the dragon race and sucked it into his mouth. After doing all this, Wang Mang looked at the remaining 100 or so dragons who were resisting him. Then Wang Mang opened his mouth slightly again, and a terrifying suction force appeared. Thereafter, these dragons started to panic as they were sucked into Wang Mang's mouth uncontrollably. In just one breath, Wang Mang had eaten over 100 dragons. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured an immortal, venerable expert. Obtained 2 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured an immortal emperor expert. Obtained 500,000 energy values. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured an immortal venerable expert. Obtained 2,100,000 energy values." After the system's voice disappeared, the entire place was silent as well. All the Dragon Clan experts swallowed their saliva and looked at Wang Mang in horror. For a moment, all the Dragon Clan experts present didn't dare to breathe loudly. No one dared to make a ruckus anymore. There was no other reason. Wang Mang was much more powerful than they had imagined. He could easily devour a stage 4 expert just by inhaling a breath. How the hell were they going to resist? Resist my ass. No wonder their old ancestor had been defeated. Thinking of this, many Dragon Clan experts' eyes were filled with despair. However, they couldn't do anything. Wang Mang was so powerful. If they dared to disobey Wang Mang, they would end up like their Dragon Clan compatriots. This was also the reason why no Dragon Clan expert dared to make a sound. They had been deterred by Wang Mang's means. Seeing that no one dared to make a sound, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at everyone present and said indifferently, "In the future, I will be the leader of the Dragon Clan. Is there anyone else who doesn't agree?" Seeing the Dragon Clan lowering their heads and admitting defeat, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. From now on, I will be the leader of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King of the West Sea will be in charge of any major matters of the Dragon Clan when I am not around." After hearing this, the Dragon Clan's golden immortals and sages-to-be were stunned. Then, they looked at one of the sages-to-be with envy. This sages-to-be was none other than the Dragon King of the West Sea's father. He was a senior member of the Dragon Clan. Although he wasn't one of the 10 supreme elders of the Dragon Clan, he was still one of the elders of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, when he saw that Wang Mang valued his son so much, the Dragon King of the West Sea's father didn't waste any time and cupped his hands happily. "I, Ao Fei, will definitely follow your lead in the future." Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction and was about to speak. The system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the mission." "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained 4 billion energy points." "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the Immortal King treasure chest." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was taken aback, feeling somewhat surprised. After all, he didn't completely kill Torch Dragon. Torch Dragon's essence soul had successfully escaped. Of course, since the system had completed the mission, Wang Mang was naturally happy to accept it. However, at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding. Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Choose to turn a blind eye to junior brother Sun Wukong in the face of the impending havoc in the Heavenly Palace. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 1 billion energy points. Immortal level blind box X1. Mission 2. Faced with the impending havoc in the Heavenly Palace, without destroying the journey to the west, provide appropriate help to junior brother Sun Wukong. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 5 billion energy points. Immortal King level blind box X1. Mission 3. Faced with the impending havoc in the Heavenly Palace, without destroying the journey to the west, provide full assistance to junior brother Sun Wukong and offend the 2 Western sages. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 10 billion energy points. Immortal King level blind box X1. Immortal King level treasure chest X1. Chapter 733. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned. Monkey was going to wreak havoc in the Heavenly Palace? To be honest, Wang Mang did not notice that the time of the journey to the west had passed so quickly. Moreover, Wang Mang was curious. Sun Wukong had no reason to wreak havoc in the Heavenly Palace. What method did the Buddhists use to make Sun Wukong wreak havoc in the Heavenly Palace? Thinking of this, Wang Mang began to ponder. 3 missions. The first mission could be eliminated. The reward was too little. The second and third missions were where Wang Mang was conflicted. It was obviously not worth it to help Sun Wukong and offend the 2 sages of the West. Moreover, if he offended the 2 sages of the West with the 2 sages of the West's shamelessness, they would definitely not hesitate to bully the weak and attack him directly. Thinking of this, Wang Mang had already made a decision. Then Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, I choose the second mission." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Congratulations, Host, you have successfully chosen the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to obtain the reward. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang looked at Ao Fei and said indifferently, I have something to do. Other than the Dragon King of the West Sea, you can also help to keep an eye on the Dragon Clan's matters. After speaking, Wang Mang flew into the sky under the nervous gazes of all the Dragon Clan powerhouses. After seeing that Wang Mang had completely left, the group of Dragon Clan powerhouses looked at each other. But still, no one dared to say anything bad about Wang Mang behind his back, because there were already some people in the Dragon Clan who had begun to side with Wang Mang. Ao Fei was one of Wang Mang's hardcore supporters, and the members of the Dragon Clan who were closer to Ao Fei. At the same time, at this moment, Wang Mang had already arrived at Mount Huagua, but when he arrived at Mount Huagua, Wang Mang was stunned. This was because the flower fruit mountain was filled with flowers. However, all the monkeys on Flower Fruit Mountain were depressed and listless. Similarly, Wang Mang also saw Sun Wukong at the peak of Huagua Mountain under the setting sun. At this moment, Sun Wukong was very quiet. He sat on the edge of the cliff and looked at the sunset. The next moment, Wang Mang appeared beside Goku. He frowned and asked, "What's going on?" This was because Wang Mang could feel an indescribable sense of decadence and despair from Goku. At the same time, Sun Wukong, who was in a daze, suddenly froze. Then, Goku suddenly turned around and saw Wang Mang. After seeing Wang Mang, Sun Wukong was stunned for a while. "Senior brother, long time no see." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded indifferently and said softly, "Why don't I see Xia?" Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Xia was taken away by the people of the heavenly court. "Senior brother, what do you think I should do?" Hearing this, Wang Mang's face was filled with astonishment. At that moment, Wang Mang finally came to a realization. Why did Sun Wukong want to make a scene in the sky? If it was for Xia, in that case, Wang Mang could understand. "No, I can't go on like this. I have to save her. I have to save her." At this point, Sun Wukong's eyes were red. His breathing became more and more rapid. He suddenly stood up. A terrifying, murderous aura was emitted from his body. The next moment, Sun Wukong rushed into the sky and returned to the water curtain cave. After a while, Wang Mang saw Sun Wukong in armor and rushing into the sky with a murderous look on his face. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang didn't even know what to say to dissuade them, because Wang Mang knew that Sun Wukong's trip meant that the journey to the west was about to begin. When he thought of this, Wang Mang's figure moved, and he quietly followed. Let's talk about the background. Sun Wukong, who had rushed to the heavenly court, arrived at the southern heavenly gate and immediately started fighting. "Get lost. Those who stop me will die." At this moment, Sun Wukong, who was ferocious, was filled with killing intent. His strength had directly reached the level of a primordial unity golden immortal. Another thing worth mentioning was these heavenly soldiers and generals guarding the southern heavenly gate. It could be said that they were no match for Sun Wukong, because these heavenly soldiers and generals were too weak. They were so weak that even Wang Mang began to doubt life, because no matter what, it was impossible for all the heavenly soldiers and generals guarding the southern heavenly gate to be Earth immortals, right? However, the heavenly soldiers and generals guarding the southern heavenly gate this time were all Earth immortals. Even the Earth immortals and heaven immortals were pitifully few. Therefore, Sun Wukong easily entered the southern heavenly gate and flew directly to the Lingxiao Palace. However, after Sun Wukong entered the southern heavenly gate, he discovered in despair that the heavenly officials in the heavenly court were too powerful. The aura of a peak primordial unity golden immortal. the aura of a zenith heaven golden immortal. It was as if there were as many primordial unity golden immortals as there were dogs in the heavenly court, and zenith heaven golden immortals were everywhere. Therefore, even the arrogant Sun Wukong was completely stunned after entering the southern heavenly gate, because the aura of the heavenly officials here was too powerful. In addition, Sun Wukong vaguely saw the indifferent and mocking eyes of these immortal officials. At this moment, an old man with the demeanor of an immortal suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong. After seeing this zenith heaven golden immortal, Sun Wukong's body stiffened, and he did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, Tai Bai Jinxing said with an indifferent expression, "Are you the stone monkey, Sun Wukong?" Hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded stiffly and said, "Senior, I am Sun Wukong." After sizing up Sun Wukong a few times, Tai Bai Jinxing stroked his white beard and said with a playful tone, "Monkey, you want to find Zixia, right?" Hearing this, Sun Wukong's body trembled, and he quickly nodded excitedly. "Senior, where is Zixia? Senior, please tell me." Hearing this, Tai Bai Jinxing chuckled and said, "Okay, how about this? This old man will give you a chance. Starting from here, kowtow every 2 steps and kowtow every 3 steps. Kneel all the way to the Lingxiao Palace. This old man will tell you where Zixia is." After hearing Tai Bai Jinxing's words, Sun Wukong was completely stunned. For a moment, Sun Wukong's face flushed red, and his body trembled violently. Obviously, Sun Wukong was in an unprecedented struggle. At the same time, Wang Meng, who was hiding in the dark, could not help but frown, because this was not the journey to the West that he understood at all. These scenes were not in the TV series in his previous life. This also made Wang Meng could not help but secretly mutter to himself. It seemed that the current journey to the West world could not be predicted by the TV series in his previous life. However, in the next moment, something that made Wang Meng extremely shocked happened. At this moment, Tai Bai Jinxing, who had his hands behind his back, looked at Sun Wukong with a mocking expression and said coldly, "Monkey, if you don't want to, then scram. This old man will not force you." Hearing this, Sun Wukong suddenly raised his head and looked at Tai Bai Jinxing with his blood-red eyes. He said in a hoarse voice, "I am willing." After that, there was a thump. Sun Wukong trembled all over and knelt on the ground. Then he began to kowtow every 2 steps and kowtow every 3 steps. He kowtowed all the way to the Lingxiao Palace. Throughout the whole process, Sun Wukong lowered his head in silence. However, Wang Meng, who was hiding in the dark, saw it. Sun Wukong, who had his head lowered all the time, his bloodshot eyes were already filled with sparkling tears. Chapter 734. Seeing this scene, Wang Meng was even a little shocked. That was because in his memory, Sun Wukong had never cried. Back on Earth, the great sage of hell gave Wang Meng the strongest feeling. However, Wang Meng did not expect that one day Monkey would submit to Zixia and even bend his pride, especially when he saw Sun Wukong kowtowing every 3 steps and kowtowing every 2 steps. On the white stone road of the heavenly courts, he dragged out a trail of blood. Wang Meng even felt an inexplicable sadness. Perhaps this was the importance of strength. Without strength, one could only be humiliated by others. After taking a deep breath, Wang Meng forcefully resisted the urge to attack, because before he figured out Zixia's appearance, if Wang Meng interfered, the situation would only become more and more chaotic, especially now that the journey to the West was no longer the journey to the west of the original space-time. Wang Meng was also afraid that his interference would cause the journey to the West to become even more chaotic. Another thing worth mentioning was The heavenly courts was really big. Sun Wukong kowtowed for a full 3 days. Along the way, Sun Kongwu kowtowed until his head was covered in blood, but he finally arrived at the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. The solemn and dignified Lingxiao Treasure Hall was already filled with immortals and Buddhas. Even Wang Mang, who had seen many immortals and gods in the Lingxiao Hall of the Heavenly Courts, could not help but frown. That was because there were too many immortals and gods here. Buddha, Tathagata, future Maitreya Buddha, Buddha, Dipankara of the past, 3 pure ones and 6 imperial ones, 5 emperors of the 4 directions, Zenyuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple, great Taoist Master Xiandu. These immortals and gods that filled the sky were all gathered in the Lingxiao Hall. Moreover, the Lingxiao Treasure Hall was obviously holding a banquet to entertain the immortals and gods. They gathered together, drinking and chatting merrily, singing and dancing, and the dancers posed coquettishly. At this moment, as Sun Wukong kowtowed, they arrived outside the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. The immortals and gods looked at Sun Wukong. When they saw Sun Wukong kowtowing, waves of mocking laughter sounded. This monkey is such a sentimental person. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are still there. He is still a stone marquis after all. This unruly monkey is actually willing to kneel and enter the Lingxiao Hall for a woman. What son of fortune? He's just a mischievous monkey. I wonder why the Buddhist sect values him so much. Many influential immortals and deities began to discuss the matter with laughter. They obviously didn't take Sun Wukong seriously, as if they were looking at a clown. In fact, this was indeed the case. No matter how powerful Sun Wukong was, he was just a monkey. More importantly, everyone present here was a prominent figure with a certain level of prestige. Most of them were perfected golden immortals or even quasi-saints. Even the weakest among them was a peak primordial immortal. Therefore, Sun Wukong was indeed a dispensable small character in the Lingxiao Hall, but in the face of the mockery of the immortals, gods, and Buddhas that filled the sky, Sun Wukong was trembling all over. He raised his head with bloodshot eyes and asked, "Sirs, can you tell me where Zi Xiao is now?" Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to Sun Kongwu's inquiry. The immortals were still drinking and chatting merrily. It was as if they didn't hear Sun Wukong's words at all. This was blatant disregard. In the face of the immortals' disregard, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were scarlet, but he kept his head lowered and waited. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, day after day. He didn't know how long he had been kneeling. At this moment, the Jade Emperor said indifferently, "Who is kneeling below the stage?" Hearing this, Sun Wukong's body trembled. He suddenly raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Jade Emperor, I am Sun Wukong from the Mountain Curtain Cave of Huagua Mountain from Ao Lai country of the Nanjian continent. I came to the Heavenly Court to ask the Jade Emperor about Zi Xiao's whereabouts." Hearing this, the Jade Emperor nodded indifferently. "You monkey, why didn't you stay in Huagua Mountain? Why did you enter the Nantian Gate? Do you know your crime?" Sun Wukong immediately lowered his arrogant head. His eyes were red as he said in a low voice, "I know my crime," but before Sun Wukong could finish, the Jade Emperor waved his hand and said, "In that case, I will send you to the 18th level of hell. To respect the heavens, guards, take away this monkey's shoulder blade and send him to the 18th level of hell to suffer." As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal general of the Tai Golden Immortal walked up to the Lingxiao Palace and immediately detained Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong was stunned. After a long silence, he raised his head in despair and asked, "I am willing to be punished. May I ask where is Zi Xia, Jade Emperor?" Hearing this, the Jade Emperor said coldly, How dare you? You vile beast! Are you even qualified to bargain with me? Quickly send him to the 18th level of hell and make him suffer for eternity. After hearing the Jade Emperor's words, Sun Wukong was completely desperate. At this moment, the fat Buddha with a benevolent face suddenly said, "Jade Emperor, why do you have to make such a big fuss? Although this monkey is naughty and mischievous, his temperament is not bad. Amitabha, I hope the Jade Emperor can be merciful. I am willing to help him change his temperament." After hearing this, Sun Wukong looked at the Buddha with a face full of excitement. It was as if he saw the only hope in despair. After that, the Buddha suddenly stood up and walked to Sun Wukong. "Why do you have to be so silly? Just like the Buddhists, everything is void." But at this moment, Sun Wukong did not listen at all. He looked at the Buddha with a face full of anticipation and asked, "Buddha, can you tell me where Xia is?" The Buddha put his palms together and said kindly, "Monkey, if you want to join the Buddhists, everything is void. You can't touch the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the human world. Monkey, Xia is just your tribulation. Why are you so obsessed with the tribulation?" Unfortunately, no matter what the Buddha said, Sun Wukong was still begging bitterly, "Buddha, I want to know where Xia is. Help me. If you can help me find her, I am willing to do anything you ask of me." Seeing this, Wang Mang could not help but frown. To be honest, at this moment, Sun Wukong, he had completely lost his mind. He had given up his dignity and pride. He had given up the earth, immortal for a woman. At this moment, the Buddha suddenly said, "How about this? I'll give you a chance, if you can get out of my palm. How about I tell you where Xia is?" After hearing the Buddha's words, Sun Wukong was stunned. He stared blankly at the Buddha. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless despair, because he had not even reached the golden immortal realm. How could he defeat Tathagata Buddha? At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly slowly raised his head. He glanced at the faces of the gods and Buddhas in the sky. When he saw those playful gazes, he was stunned. He seemed to have understood everything. Sun Wukong suddenly laughed crazily. "I understand now. You have no intention of telling me at all. All of you have been lying to me. You have been playing me like a monkey." Chapter 735. When they heard Sun Wukong's crazy laughter, the immortals present were stunned at first, then they all laughed out loud. "Look, this monkey head is really a monkey spirit. Aha! This monkey's reaction is quite fast. Tathagata is really too much." Xia was captured by the Buddhists. Now he's trying to be a good person, and he's even coaxing this monkey. Aha! The Buddhists care about their reputation. Their Buddha is particular about the 4 elements being empty and being merciful. Humph! Being merciful. In my opinion, it's simply hypocritical. For a moment, among the immortals in the Lingshao Hall, several great emperors among the 6 royals couldn't help but sneer in disdain. Obviously, ordinary immortals of the heavenly court might not dare to say it, but they didn't have such scruples. After all, they were quasi-sage existences, and only the 2 sages of the West were stronger than them. Even the present Buddha, future Buddha, and past Buddha were no deterrent to them at all. Therefore, not to mention mocking the Buddhists, even scolding the Buddhists had become a common occurrence. At the same time, Wang Mang, who was hiding in the dark, finally knew the general reason for the matter. From the discussion of these guys, Xia was captured by the Buddhists. Now, they were pushing the blame to the heavenly court. It could be said that they wanted Sun Wukong to join the Buddhists willingly. These Buddhas of the Buddhist sects had truly resorted to all sorts of methods. After hearing everyone's discussion, Tathagata's face was a little stiff. Similarly, the Maitreya Buddha and the past Buddha didn't look too good either. After all, Their secret dealings had been exposed back then, and they were a little embarrassed. But facing the heavenly court, even the Buddhists, they were helpless. The heavenly court wasn't afraid of the Buddhists. They had the three pure ones and even the Tao ancestor behind them. In contrast, although the Buddhists were arrogant, they were still inferior to the heavenly court. Similarly, after hearing the discussions of the immortals, Sun Wukong, who was already desperate and crazy, looked at Tathagata with scarlet eyes and said with a ferocious expression, "You hypocritical Buddhists, you lied to me that Zixia was captured by the heavenly court, but in the end, you were the ones who took her away. You've been treating me like a monkey all this time. You want me, old son, to join your Buddhist sect? Dream on." Hearing this, Tathagata Buddha's face instantly turned cold. After that, Tathagata gave up all pretenses. He looked at Sun Wukong with a cold face and said coldly, "Very good. You evil creature, you are really stubborn. However, it's not up to you to decide whether to join the Buddhist sect or not. You evil creature, barging into the heavenly court, how stubborn. Today, I will suppress you and send you to the 18th level of hell to suffer 10,000 punishments. Until you achieve enlightenment and are willing to convert to Buddhism, you vile spawn." After hearing the Tathagata Buddha's words, Sun Wukong, who had already collapsed, roared in despair with a murderous look on his face. "Ahaha, you've gone too far. Old son, will kill you. Hand over Zixia. Otherwise, old son, will fight to the death with you Buddhists." As soon as he finished speaking, the furious Sun Wukong raised his Jingu Bang and soared into the sky. In the next moment, Sun Wukong took the lead and smashed the Jingu Bang on Tathagata's head. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang secretly shook his head, knowing that Sun Wukong had completely lost his mind. Especially when Sun Wukong learned that Zixia had been taken away by the Buddhists, he was even more furious. If Sun Wukong was still rational in the past, then Sun Wukong was already crazy. Unfortunately, no matter how crazy Sun Wukong was, he still couldn't do anything to Tathagata. In the next moment, Sun Wukong, who had raised his Jingu Bang, was about to hit Tathagata. However, Tathagata Buddha's body emitted a terrifying golden light 3 times. Bang! After a loud bang, Sun Wukong was sent flying by the terrifying golden light. Obviously, Tathagata Buddha didn't even make a move. Sun Wukong was sent flying by the protective Buddhist light. This was because the gap between the two was too big. It was like how a 4th stage immortal venerable could hurt a peak sage emperor powerhouse. Even a peak sage emperor powerhouse wanted to kill a 4th stage immortal venerable. This was not much more difficult than crushing an ant. To put it bluntly, Sun Wukong's strength was still too weak. It was impossible for Sun Wukong to kill Tathagata Buddha. The experts present looked as if they were looking at a monkey. They chuckled and began to discuss among themselves. "Let's not talk about anything else, but this monkey has guts. Ha, that's right. Not everyone dares to attack Duobao. This monkey is still too naive. All living beings are chess pieces. How can a chess piece turn the tables?" Amidst the laughter and discussion, Tathagata Buddha said with a cold gaze, "You evil creature, I'll suppress you right now." After saying that, Tathagata Buddha slowly stretched out his hand. Obviously, he was ready to suppress Sun Wukong. At the same time, in the sky, a giant hand that blotted out the sky also condensed. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang knew that he had to make a move. If he continued to lurk, Sun Wukong would really be suppressed. Although the Buddhists wouldn't kill Sun Wukong. But then he wouldn't have a reason to make a move. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said indifferently, "Wait." As soon as his voice fell, Wang Mang moved and took a step forward. At the same time, Wang Mang pointed at the giant palm in the sky that made Sun Wukong panic and despair. In the next moment, the giant finger condensed by Wang Mang's vast Dharma power instantly bombarded the giant palm. Rumble! The finger and the palm suddenly collided. Furthermore, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Similarly, the giant palm and the giant finger dissipated after the collision. But the immortals and Buddhas present were all stunned, because none of them expected someone would actually make a move for Sun Wukong. What shocked the Lingshao Hall and the immortals and Buddhas present even more was the strength of the person who made a move had also reached the peak of sage to be. For a moment, the 3 pure ones and 6 royals present, as well as the immortals and Buddhas in the sky, were all shocked. In the next moment, all eyes were gathered on Wang Mang. When they saw Wang Mang, who was wearing a platinum and black robe, the immortals and gods present were even more confused, because they were too unfamiliar with Wang Mang's aura. Therefore, all the mighty figures were curious. Who exactly was Wang Mang? For a moment, the eyes of countless experts were gathered on Wang Mang. It could be said that as soon as Wang Mang appeared and made a move, he instantly became the focus of attention. Similarly, Buddha, who had previously attacked Sun Wukong, was also looking at Wang Mang with a solemn face. Then Buddha's face turned back to the benevolent look again, and he was puzzled. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? Why are you interfering in the affairs of the Buddhists? Chapter 736. In the face of Tathagata's hypocritical question, Wang Mang was even more speechless. This Buddhist sect is really hypocritical. How dare you bully my junior brother like this? How dare you ask me why I meddled in the affairs of the Buddhist sect? Of course, Wang Mang did not scold him. His current strength was not enough for him to do so. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Wang Mang said coldly, "Tathagata, you captured my junior sister and bullied my junior brother. How dare you ask me why I meddled in the affairs of the Buddhist sect?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, Tathagata was even more dumbfounded. Tathagata was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Similarly, all the gods and Buddhas present were also dumbfounded. Sun Wukong is this guy's junior brother? Zixia is this guy's junior sister. Good heavens! Who the hell is this big shot? This is too King terrifying. His disciple has reached the peak of the quasi-sage level. All of a sudden, the gods and immortals present were even more curious about Wang Mang's identity. At the same time, they were also very curious about Wang Mang's master. After all, Wang Mang was too powerful. The peak of the quasi-sage level. His King master should be at least a sage, right? Otherwise, how could he have taught such a heaven-defying disciple? Just as everyone was shocked and curious, Sun Wukong could not help but shout in a hoarse voice, "Senior brother!" As soon as he said that, Sun Wukong, who was in an extremely sorry state, came to Wang Mang's side with red eyes. In the next moment, Sun Wukong could not help but burst into tears. He looked at Wang Mang with red eyes and begged in a hoarse voice, "Senior brother, help me save Zixia." Hearing that, Wang Mang looked at Sun Wukong, whose head was dripping with blood and whose eyes were red with tears, and sighed inexplicably. After a moment of silence, Wang Mang nodded slightly, looked at Tathagata, and said coldly, "Since the journey to the west is destined, I will not interfere. But Zixia has nothing to do with the journey to the west. Release my junior sister. Otherwise, you Buddhists can forget about the journey to the west." Hearing Wang Mang's words, the immortals present were all shocked. One had to know that the journey to the west was a grand event that the Buddhists had been planning for a long time. If anyone dared to stop the journey to the west, the Buddhists would be furious. First of all, the 2 Western Buddhists would not let this matter rest. Therefore, Wang Mang's words could be said to be a direct threat to the Buddhist sect. For a moment, Tathagata, Maitreya, and Dipankara stared coldly at Wang Mang. After a long while, Tathagata said with a gloomy expression, "Fellow Taoist, are you really going to interfere in the affairs of my Buddhist sect?" Hearing this, Wang Mang sneered. "I've said it very clearly. Hand over my junior sister, Xia. Otherwise, Buddhism can forget about traveling to the West. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Hearing this, Dipankara sneered and said, "You're really boasting shamelessly. Do you think you can stop the Buddhist sect's journey to the West just because you've reached the peak of the sage-to-be? How dare you threaten the Buddhists? You're really arrogant." Hearing this, Wang Mang was indifferent. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, "I've said it very clearly. It's up to you to choose. Since I dare to threaten you, I naturally have the means to not be afraid of the two Western Buddhists." Wang Mang's extremely confident and calm demeanor once again shocked the immortals. At the same time, there were also a few peak sage-to-be experts who recognized Wang Mang. Zenyuanzi was one of them, because Zenyuanzi recognized the person in front of him who dared to threaten the Buddhists. He was the little demon who had begged him to be his disciple in the Five Villages temple. To tell the truth, after confirming Wang Mang's identity, Zenyuanzi had mixed feelings, because he did not expect that the ant who had only reached the level of an earth immortal in the past. Now, he had grown up and become an existence who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Did Zenyuanzi regret it? Of course, Zenyuanzi regretted it. Damn it! If he had known that he would be so heaven-defying, back then, he would have taken him in no matter what. A peak sage-to-be disciple. If word got out, he would be so proud. Moreover, the disciple he brought out would definitely be filial. Look at the current Wang Mang. For the sake of his fellow disciples, he even dared to threaten the Buddhists. Even Zenyuanzi did not dare to do something, but Wang Mang did it all. Therefore, Zenyuanzi's intestines were green with regret. Similarly, there were 3 people who recognized Wang Mang. These 3 people were the Jade Emperor, the North Pole Emperor, and Taibai Jinxing. After all, the 3 of them had personally come into contact with Wang Mang. However, they never would have thought that Wang Mang had escaped at some unknown time and left the heavenly court for a long time. Moreover, when he reappeared, he was even more stunning and shocked the immortals, especially the Jade Emperor. He was extremely conflicted. He was almost a figurehead in the heavenly court. Now that he saw Wang Mang reach the peak of the sage-to-be, he was even more conflicted than Zenyuanzi. Sigh, if I had known that this child's talent was heaven-defying, I would have recruited him no matter what. Unfortunately, he has already grown up and reached the peak of the sage-to-be realm. It could be said that the Jade Emperor still remembered it. Back then, he had banished Wang Mang to serve under Emperor Ziwei. But Hao Tian also knew that he was not the only one who had misjudged. The North Pole Emperor was the same, because he knew very well that Wang Mang was once not valued in the heavenly court. Thinking of this, Hao Tian's heart more or less balanced. At the same time, he began to observe the situation. If it was possible, of course, he wanted to extend an olive branch to Wang Mang again. It was fine, even if he had a small conflict with Wang Mang, as long as he could recruit a peak sage-to-be expert. He would even have no problem becoming Wang Mang's sworn brother. At this moment, Tathagata's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Fellow Taoist, if you really want to go against the Buddhists, don't blame us for suppressing you. After hearing Tathagata's words, Hao Tian knew that the 3 Buddhists wanted to kill him. Thinking of this, Hao Tian immediately tried to persuade them. Fellow Taoists of the Buddhists, why are you so angry and fighting? Besides, in my opinion, This fellow Taoist is right. You Buddhists are flourishing. Why would you kidnap a little girl? At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi pondered for a moment and slowly said, Fellow Taoists of the Buddhists, Emperor Haotian is right. No one is stopping you Buddhists from flourishing, but you're a little despicable to kidnap a little girl. Obviously, even Zhen Yuanzi, who used to look down on Wang Mang, wanted to ease the relationship with Wang Mang now. After all, Wang Mang was just an ant in the past. No one would care if they offended an ant. However, it was different when it came to experts of the same realm. It was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. At the same time, in the face of Tathagata's blatant threat, Wang Mang was so angry that he laughed. He waved at Tathagata and mocked. Tathagata, I'd like to see how much stronger you are compared to Torch Dragon. Even Torch Dragon was forced to abandon his physical body and escape with his essence spirit. Bring it on. Let's see if I can suppress you. Chapter 737. After hearing Wang Mang's words, all the immortals present gasped and looked at Wang Mang in shock. Obviously, they did not expect Wang Mang's strength to be so terrifying that Torch Dragon had to abandon his body and escape. It was impossible to lie about such a thing. After all, they were all in the journey to the west, so they only needed to check. Because of this, they were even more shocked. Torch Dragon's strength was needless to say. His strength was at the peak of the Sage-to-Be realm. All the immortals and gods present knew this. After all, Torch Dragon was an expert of the older generation, a figure of the same era as the ancestral dragon. It could be said that many of the experts present were not even as experienced as Torch Dragon. Not only that, many of the peak Sage-to-Be experts present, they did not dare to say that they could kill Torch Dragon to such an extent. Therefore, the immortals present looked at Wang Mang with even more solemn eyes. Similarly, Tathagata, Randang, and Maitreya, who were originally talking tough, also looked at Wang Mang in shock. If Wang Mang could even suppress the Torch Dragon, then they might not be able to defeat him in a one-on-one battle. However, they were 3 peak Sage-to-Be experts after all, so they were naturally not afraid of Wang Mang. Therefore, Tathagata sneered and said, So what? Do you think we Buddhists are afraid of you? Hearing this, Wang Mang did not talk nonsense. He waved his hand indifferently and said, Don't talk nonsense. Since you want to fight, do it as soon as possible. If you can't kill me, I'll keep my word. Your journey to the west won't be smooth. After hearing Wang Mang's firm words, Tathagata, Randang, and Maitreya fell into a dilemma, because they knew how difficult it was to kill a peak Sage-to-Be expert. If Wang Mang could not defeat him and wanted to escape, they could not stop him at all. It was too difficult to surround and kill someone in the same realm, let alone someone like Wang Mang, who could even defeat the Torch Dragon. At this time, Tathagata also sent a voice transmission to Maitreya and Randang. Do you think we should kill him? If you can't kill this guy, I'm afraid this kid will definitely try to stop us on our journey to the west. Upon hearing that, Randang sent a voice transmission. You are the present Buddha. You can make the decision. However, Torch Dragon is very powerful. At that moment, Maitreya also sent a voice transmission. That's right. We can kill him in one go. If we can't, there will be endless trouble. After hearing their opinions, Taoist Duobao cursed in his heart. Was there any difference between that and not saying anything? Didn't he know that if he couldn't kill Wang Mang, there would be endless trouble in the future? After all, Wang Mang had already threatened the Buddhists. After pondering for a moment, Tathagata suppressed his anger and put his palms together with a sullen expression. Amitabha, what does fellow Taoist want? Seeing that the Tathagata had actually admitted defeat, he thought to himself. Wang Mang was a little surprised. After thinking about it, Wang Mang had a guess in his heart. Obviously, Tathagata was worried that he would not be able to kill him. Then, he would really hinder the rise of Buddhism in the journey to the West. After figuring out the problem, Wang Mang clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "I said that I won't stop your Buddhist sect from prospering. However, Zixia is my junior sister. Hand her over, and I won't interfere." Hearing that, Tathagata frowned and said unwillingly, "Fellow Taoist, aren't you making things too difficult for me? If there was no Zixia, how could this monkey be willing to join my Buddhist sect?" Wang Mang's expression was indifferent as he sneered, "This has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me. I said, let go of my junior sister. If your Buddhist sect is still unwilling to let her go, then let's wait and see." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Sun Wukong looked at Tathagata nervously. Sun Wukong also knew only his senior brother was strong enough to negotiate with the Buddhist sect. If it were him, he wouldn't even have the chance to have a fair conversation with Tathagata. At this moment, the other peak quasi-sage experts also spoke. "Fellow Taoist of the Buddhist sect, let go of Zixia. Why make things difficult for a little girl? That's right. Let her go. She's just a little girl. It won't be good for the Buddhist sect's reputation if word gets out." After hearing the words of the heavenly court quasi-sage experts, Duobao finally came to a conclusion. After taking a deep breath, Duobao's expression turned ugly. "All right, I can hand Zixia over to you, but from now on, you can't interfere with the Buddhist sect's affairs. Otherwise, don't blame the Buddhist sect for being rude to you." Hearing that, Wang Mang nodded slightly. Sun Wukong also heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Zixia could be safe, even if he had to pay a heavy price, he was also willing to do it. At this moment, Tathagata didn't waste any time. He immediately waved his hand, and a beautiful purple figure appeared. When he saw this beautiful purple figure, Sun Wukong's entire body trembled with excitement. The reason for that was because that figure was none other than Zixia. However, Wang Mang could feel that there was something wrong with Zixia in front of him. Her eyes were filled with confusion as she looked around, somewhat at a loss as she stood rooted to the ground. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong couldn't help but shout with bloodshot eyes, "Zixia!" Hearing this, Zixia looked at Sun Wukong curiously and asked in confusion, "How do you know my name? You know me?" After hearing Zixia's words, Sun Wukong's entire body stiffened. He looked at Tathagata with his eyes wide open and roared in despair, "Tathagata! Why did Zixia become like this?" Hearing this, Tathagata said coldly with an indifferent expression, "I extracted her 7 emotions and 6 desires from her true spirit." Lu Yin said with a solemn expression, "Sun Wukong, you'd better obediently join the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, she will never fall in love with anyone. She will never remember who you are." After hearing Tathagata's words, Sun Wukong was stunned for a long time. Then Sun Wukong looked at Wang Mang with a bitter expression and whispered, "Senior brother, help me take care of her. Only you can help me." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded silently. To be honest, Wang Mang didn't expect the Buddhist sect to have so many tricks up their sleeves. They even extracted Zixia's 7 emotions and 6 desires. Wang Mang didn't expect this either, but Wang Mang knew that even if he continued to pursue and pester, Tathagata wouldn't give in. Thinking of this, Wang Mang waved his sleeve and took Zixia away. At this time, Tathagata said coldly, "Sun Wukong, go to the 18th level of hell and be punished. I'll let you out when you're willing to join the Buddhist sect." As soon as he finished speaking, Tathagata raised his hand and began to condense a giant palm. Then he slapped Sun Wukong directly into the 18th level of hell. It was worth mentioning, in the process of being suppressed, Sun Wukong's face was numb. Like a walking corpse, he was disheartened. He didn't resist at all until he was completely suppressed. Rumble. In the end, Sun Wukong was sent into the 18th level of hell. During the whole process, Wang Mang didn't intervene, because Wang Mang also knew that Tathagata wouldn't do anything to Sun Wukong, at least before the rise of the Buddhist sect in the journey to the West. The Buddhist sect wouldn't allow Sun Wukong to die. As for the rest, Wang Mang wanted to help but was unable to do so, because his task was indeed to help Sun Wukong. But this was under the condition that he didn't ruin the journey to the West. At this time, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully completed the task. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained the immortal king-level blind box. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 5 billion energy values. Chapter 738. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was taken aback at first and was a little surprised. It seemed that he had succeeded in helping them, under the premise of not destroying the journey to the West. This was already the limit. Thinking of this, Wang Mang nodded to himself and then prepared to leave. At this moment, Jade Emperor Haoyan smiled and said, "Since you're here, why don't we sit down and have a drink?" Hearing this, Taishan Laojun also nodded with a smile and looked at Wang Mang. Similarly, the other peak quasi-saint mighty figures also smiled at him. In fact, there were not many quasi-saint mighty figures present, other than the 3 Buddhas of Buddhism. They were the incarnations of the 3 pure ones, the 6 imperial emperors Zenyuanzi, and the great mage Xian. All of them had reached the peak of the quasi-saint realm. The heavenly Queen Mother, the immortals, gods, and immortal officials had not reached such a terrifying level. However, strictly speaking, there were still a lot of quasi-saints present. There were a total of 12 peak quasi-saints, which was basically half of the number of quasi-saints in the entire journey to the West. Therefore, in the face of the Jade Emperor's invitation, Wang Mang thought for a while and nodded. Seeing Wang Mang nod, the Jade Emperor was immediately in a good mood and waved his hand to give him a seat. As for Wang Mang, he sat down expressionlessly and continued to eat and drink. It was worth mentioning that these things that he could not eat before, now he could eat as he pleased. For example, the peach wine in the heavenly court, the 100 immortal fruit, and so on. This also made Wang Mang feel very helpless. When he needed these things, he could not eat them at all. Even though he knew that the heavenly court had them, he did not dare to rashly steal them. But now, even though he had a conflict with the Jade Emperor Haoyan was still pleasant to him. Perhaps this was the treatment that came with strength. Without strength, one would be worse than a dog's fart. Wang Mang deeply understood this. At this moment, Zenyuanzi suddenly asked through voice transmission, "Do you spend most of your time in the world outside of the chaos?" Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned and immediately replied, "That's right." This was the truth. Wang Mang himself was not very active in the world of journey to the West. This was something that couldn't be helped. This was because everyone in the journey to the West had connections. It was not suitable for wretched development at all. To be honest, it was much easier to develop in the sacred Emperor continent than in Journey to the West. Of course, this referred to the early stages of development before reaching the level of quasi-sage, because the world of Journey to the West was a world of connections. It could be said that it was difficult to take even a single step if it didn't matter. Moreover, the experts here were extremely shameless. For example, Taoist One and the 3 Buddhas of Buddhism. Basically, they were all shameless guys. At this moment, Zenyuanzi's voice came again. "Fellow Taoist, if you have a chance, can you let Zenyuanzi accompany you to travel to the world outside the chaos?" Hearing Zenyuanzi's inquiry, Wang Mang was dumbfounded again. He thought to himself, You should just stay and journey to the west. Traveling to the world outside, the chaos. Of course. Although Wang Mang was speechless, he didn't refuse. He could see that this was Zenyuanzi's goodwill. At the same time, Wang Mang could roughly guess why Zenyuanzi wanted to travel to the world outside the chaos. Because Zenyuanzi's strength had been stuck at the peak of the sage-to-be for too long. Perhaps Zenyuanzi had seen that Wang Mang's strength had soared rapidly. Therefore, he more or less wanted to travel. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was even more speechless. It seemed that Zenyuanzi was very eager to break through to the saint realm. Thinking of this, Wang Mang replied, "Fellow Taoist, you don't have to be so polite. If there's a chance, let's travel to the thousands of worlds outside the chaos together." After hearing Wang Mang's reply, Zenyuanzi nodded in satisfaction and nodded slightly at Wang Mang. This meant that his relationship with Wang Mang had improved. They were barely acquaintances. As for traveling with Wang Mang, it was not a joke. He really did have this idea. But at this moment, Jade Emperor Haotian's voice transmission came. "Fellow Taoist Wang Mang, are you willing to help me? If you're willing to help me, I'm willing to become brothers with you. Like the East Emperor and Dijun in the ancient heavenly court, we'll be brothers who share life and death together." After hearing Jade Emperor Haotian's words, Wang Mang was stunned for a long time. He felt a little incredulous. Haotian actually wanted to become brothers with him. Moreover, they were going to be brothers who shared life and death together. The relationship between the East Emperor and Dijun in the ancient heavenly court. Of course, Wang Mang knew about it. These two brothers really shared life and death together. They were both great emperors of the heavenly court. They were brothers who shared life and death together. In the end, they led the demon race and the witch race to kill each other and perish together. Of course, saying that they perished together was overestimating Dijun and the East Emperor. This was because the witch race hadn't been destroyed yet. They had just retreated to the underworld. This was because there was a God-Emperor level existence behind the witch race. It was the Lady of Earth. Similarly, the demon race wasn't completely destroyed. After all, there was still Nuwa supporting them. Back to the topic. Haotian wanted to become brothers with him. Wang Mang was indeed surprised by this. However, it was obviously impossible for Wang Mang. In fact, Wang Mang looked down on Haotian from the bottom of his heart. That was because Haotian had a very powerful identity. He was once a boy under the Tao ancestor. However, Haotian was clearly the Tao ancestor's gatekeeper, but he didn't become a saint. To put it bluntly, Haotian couldn't even understand being a lackey. If it was Wang Mang instead, he would have done the same. Wang Mang was confident that he could lick it clearly. He could lick Hong Jun to give him the position of a saint. As for the so-called heavens will saint, that was simply a joke. What the experts said was right. Hong Jun really wanted Haotian to become a saint. Hong Jun definitely had a way, because this old fellow might have already reached the peak of the divine emperor realm. It could even be said that even if Hong Jun stepped into rank 6, he didn't find it strange at all. Just as Wang Mang was about to reject Haotian, in the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-facing. The host's current situation has been detected. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission number 1. Facing the invading Luo Ho and the demonized Sun Wukong, choose to stop and anger Luo Ho. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 10 billion energy values. Immortal King, level treasure, chest X1. Mission number 2. Facing the invading Luo Ho and the demonized Sun Wukong, inform the 3 Buddhas of Buddhism and obtain their favor. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 10 billion energy values. Immortal King, level blind box X1. Mission number 3. facing the invading Luo Ho and the demonized Sun Wukong, choose to turn a blind eye and pretend that you don't know anything. Mission time, obtained upon selection. Mission reward, 10 billion energy values. Immortal King, level blind box X1. Immortal King, level treasure chest X1. Chapter 739. When he heard the mission issued by the system, Wang Mang was dumbfounded. What a guy! So the origin of the great saint of hell, was it because Sun Kangwu had demonized? And this had a huge relationship with the demon ancestor Rahu, but after thinking about it carefully, Wang Mang felt that it was natural. Why did he say that? How did the Buddhists bully the monkey? They were simply playing with him like a chess piece. How did the immortals and gods of the heavenly court bully the monkey? From the beginning to the end, they played the monkey like a monkey. They made the monkey kowtow all the way from the southern heavenly gate of the heavenly court to the Lingshao Hall. It could be said that the monkey was extremely proud, to the point of being proud to the bone. But after coming to the heavenly court, his dignity was trampled on. He gave up his dignity. He gave up his pride. It was as if he had become a clown. He allowed the immortals and gods to mock him. He allowed the gods and Buddhas to play with him. The result was useless. If it wasn't for Wang Mang's help, Sun Wukong had abandoned everything, the purple cloud that he had been searching for. In the end, the purple cloud's 7 emotions and 6 desires were taken away by the Buddhists. It became a person who would never have feelings. It was as if the purple cloud was standing in front of Sun Wukong. But the purple cloud would never love Sun Wukong, because stripping away the 7 emotions and 6 desires was even more terrifying than the great indifference. The great indifference was to cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires after cultivating to a high level, but at least the great elder still had this thing. He also had emotions. If Wang Mang scolded him, he would definitely be angry. But whether it was anger, happiness, or anger, the purple cloud didn't have all these emotions and desires. A person without the 7 emotions and 6 desires couldn't even feel joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. For Sun Wukong, the most painful thing. Nothing could be more painful than this. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt some sympathy. With this thought, Wang Mang began to think about the choice of the mission. The first mission was to stop Sun Wukong from demonizing and offending Rahu. Wang Mang would definitely not choose it, because it was not in his own interests. The second mission was to inform the Buddhists about this matter. Wang Mang would not choose it either. He didn't have a good impression of the Buddhists, regardless of whether it was the Buddhist sects of the journey to the West, and it was a Buddhist sect from the sacred Emperor continent. Hence, there was no doubt that the third mission was the one that Wang Mang was interested in. In addition, the third mission also had the most rewards. Moreover, it was the easiest freeloading mission. All he had to do was to act dumb and turn a blind eye. Thinking of this, Wang Mang made his choice. After that, Wang Mang muttered in his heart, "System, I choose the third mission." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations! Host! Mission completed. Ding! Congratulations! Host! Successfully obtained 10 billion energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host! Successfully obtained Immortal King Grade Blind Box X1. Ding! Congratulations! Host! Successfully obtained Celestial King Treasure Chest X1. Ding! Evolution conditions have been met. Do you wish to begin evolution? No. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was elated. He had never thought that it would be so easy for his fighting power to reach the level of an emperor god. Thinking of this, Wang Mang had the urge to look up to the sky and laugh out loud. He was really lucky to have returned to the west this time. For a moment, Wang Mang could not wait to break through to the next realm. At this time, Hao Qian the Great's voice sounded again. What do you think, fellow cultivator? If you are willing to help me, I, Hao Qian, will live and die with you. After hearing Hao Qian the Great's words, Wang Mang sneered in his heart. He even wanted to say something to Hao Qian. Do you think you're worthy of being my brother? After all, after this breakthrough, his fighting power could reach the level of an emperor god. That was the so-called sage level. He really did not know where Hao Qian got the courage to become sworn brothers with him. Therefore, Wang Mang rejected him without hesitation. Thank you for your kindness, fellow cultivator Hao Qian, but I spend most of my time traveling outside the chaos. I don't want to interfere too much with the affairs of the untainted world. After hearing Wang Mang's rejection, Hao Qian's expression did not look too good. He did not expect that Wang Mang would not give him face. But Hao Qian could not say anything. Wang Mang wasn't weak to begin with. Therefore, after being rejected by Wang Mang, Hao Qian stopped sending voice transmissions to Wang Mang. For a moment, the immortals and gods, they began to drink immortal wine and eat immortal fruits. But Wang Mang knew that these guys were definitely communicating via voice transmission. Therefore, by the time the banquet ended, 100 days had already passed. Wang Mang also left the Lingxiao Hall as soon as possible. After leaving the Lingxiao Hall, Wang Mang arrived at the territory of Emperor Ziwei of the East. The reason for that was because Wang Mang had not forgotten that he had left a clone there. But what puzzled Wang Mang was that after he arrived at Emperor Ziwei's territory, he actually did not sense the aura of his clone. In other words, his clone was no longer in Emperor Ziwei's territory. This immediately stunned Wang Mang. What the F***CK? Could it be that the clone ran away on its own? After thinking about it, Wang Mang felt that it was unlikely. After all, the clone was a product of the system and was absolutely loyal. With that thought, Wang Mang's consciousness descended onto his clone. At the same time, in a vast and endless expanse of chaos, after Wang Mang's consciousness descended, he looked around, his heart filled with astonishment. In the next moment, the experience in his mind instantly filled Wang Mang's mind. Then, Wang Mang roughly learned what his clone had experienced during this time. It turned out that after his clone's strength increased, it was discovered by Emperor Ziwei. After that, Emperor Ziwei gave the order to kill the clone. Helpless, the clone sensed danger. He immediately fled from the journey to the west and fled into the chaos. Something worth mentioning was the clone's current strength. It had actually reached the quasi-saint realm, but it was only at the first heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. In desperation, Wang Mang's clone asked in his mind, "Where are you going now?" Wang Mang's clone said helplessly, "Main body, where else can I go? Of course I'll go with the flow." Hearing this, Wang Mang's main body's consciousness nodded and said, "All right, take care of yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang's consciousness returned to his main body. Forget it, the clone has his own fortune. After muttering to himself, Wang Mang instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the boundless sea. In the blink of an eye, Wang Mang arrived on an island blessed land in the sea. This was the place where Wang Mang went into seclusion last time. After arriving on the island, Wang Mang entered the cave. Then Wang Mang impatiently said in his mind, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, personal information appeared in front of him. Wang Mang, disciple of a quasi-saint, holy son of 1,000 demons. Type, Void Python, limit 700 meters. Realm, third heaven of the Saint Emperor realm, peerless prodigy. Physique: HP 23,000, length 695 meters, width 33 meters, weight 80 million tons. Ordinary theurgy: Hand of the Void, Blade of the Void, Void Escape, One Step to the Horizon, Shape-Shifting. Top theurgy: Swallowing Divine Art, Perfection, 3 Lives, Supreme Buddha, Mastery, Hongjun, 3 Corpses, None, Wrath of the Gods and Demons, Perfection. Space: 1 Bottle of Forgotten Love Water, 1 Falling Saint Pill, 1 6-Flavor Emperor Pill, rank 5 Abyss Summon Card. Equipment: Top World Multicolored Stone X1, Divine Martial Sword, Immortal Emperor Mask, Saint Emperor Mask Talent, 100, Immortal King Treasure Chest X2, Immortal King Blind Box X1. Energy: 24 billion/15 billion. Chapter 740. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang couldn't help but be overjoyed, because his combat power would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor God level. More importantly, Wang Mang guessed that his combat power, it might not be as simple as breaking through to the Emperor God level. He might even evolve twice in a row. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but become even more excited. He didn't expect that after coming to the journey to the west, his combat power would be about to enter the top level. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be even more overjoyed. Then Wang Mang directly said in his heart, "System, open the Celestial King treasure chest." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Celestial King treasure chest." Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 200 million energy value. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 300 million energy value. Ding. Congratulations, host. Chen Gong obtained 500 million energy value. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a stage 4 mount, Golden Growler. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a stage 4 mount, Husky. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a pair of Ancestor Emperor's original underwear. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a pair of Master Roshi's original underwear. Ding. The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. Do you want to start the evolution? No. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was instantly speechless. This Celestial King treasure chest was really a bit of a scam. Damn it, it just opened 1 billion energy value. Can you believe it? F***CK. Isn't this too bad? For a moment, Wang Mang felt extremely helpless. He was still hoping that this closed-door training would be able to raise 2 small realms. In the end, it was 2F** King lame. Fortunately, he still had an Immortal King grade treasure chest and an Immortal King grade treasure chest. Otherwise, Wang Mang felt that it would be difficult to break through 2 small realms this time. After taking a deep breath, Wang Mang suppressed his gloomy mood. After that, Wang Mang once again muttered in his heart, "System, open the Celestial King treasure chest again." As soon as he said that, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Celestial King treasure chest." Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a Godfall cannon from the Tier 6 God Devil technology world. Note, after using it, it can kill a God Emperor Realm expert if it has the exclusive cannon. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a low-level God-killing bullet. Note, the God-perishing bullet is an exclusive cannonball for the God-perishing cannon. A low-grade cannonball can destroy an early-stage God Emperor. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 300 million energy points. Ding. Congratulations, Host successfully obtained 300 million energy points. Ding. Congratulations. Host successfully obtained 400 million energy points. Ding. Congratulations. Host successfully obtained 1 billion energy points. Ding. Congratulations. Host successfully obtained a Tier 6 Valkyrie's original underwear. Ding. Congratulations. Host successfully obtained a pair of Light Empress's original underwear from the country of Light's creator. Ding. The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. Do you wish to begin the evolution? No. After listening to the Celestial King treasure chest's rewards, Wang Mang felt even more helpless. What the F***CK are these things? And Celestial King treasure chest gave him 2 billion energy points. Could it give him more effort? With this little amount of energy points, it was really difficult for him to evolve twice in a row. Although Wang Mang had accumulated a lot of energy points himself. But who wouldn't want more energy points? It could be said that these two Celestial King treasure chests only gave him 3 billion energy points, which made Wang Mang very disappointed. The only thing that was worth gratifying was that this so-called god-killing cannon seemed to be quite awesome. A low-level god-killing cannon. Shell was able to kill an early-stage god emperor. This could be used as a trump card. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood finally became much better. This was Wang Mang's second trump card, other than the Wrath of the God and Devil. Another thing worth mentioning was Wang Mang's current energy points had only accumulated 27 billion. There was still quite a bit of distance between him and the second evolution. Because Wang Mang wanted to evolve twice in a row, he needed at least 35 billion to be able to do so. To put it bluntly, he was now short of the energy points needed to evolve twice in a row. He estimated that he was still short of 8 billion energy points. Of course, how much energy points would be needed for the second evolution? Wang Mang wasn't too sure either. The reason why he felt that the second evolution would require 20 billion energy points was just Wang Mang's guess. After taking a deep breath, Wang Mang adjusted his mood for a while. Once again, he said in his heart, "System, open the Immortal King grade blind box." After saying that, Wang Mang became a little nervous, because this was his last box. Could he evolve twice in a row? It all depended on this Immortal King grade blind box. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Congratulations, host, successfully opened the Immortal King grade blind box." Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 100 million energy points. When he heard the system's first lottery, Wang Mang was instantly stunned, because he had opened so many Immortal King grade blind boxes. Basically, most of the first lottery would be 500 million or 1 billion. But this time, it was only 100 million energy points. This made Wang Mang panic, because he was too familiar with the nature of the blind box. As long as this blind box didn't do well for the first time, the following prizes definitely wouldn't be too impressive. Therefore, Wang Mang was immediately broken down. F***CK, Big Brother system, don't be like this. The Immortal King grade blind box, do your best. Under Wang Mang's apprehension, a minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the second time, frowny-faced. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 400 million energy points." After hearing the second lottery, Wang Mang heaved a sigh of relief. He was finally on his feet. If the second lottery was opened, it would be a bloodbath. Then there was nothing to look forward to for this Immortal King grade blind box. Another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny-faced. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 500 million energy points." After hearing the system's third lottery, Wang Mang's mood finally became much better. Not bad. Not bad at all. I hope that the next lottery will not disappoint me, Wang Mang secretly thought to himself. Not long after, the system's voice sounded for the fourth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtain a low-level, rank 5 treasure. Sunshot Divine Bow. F asterisk CK. Why did you give me a bow? And arrow. If it was a powerful treasure, then forget it. I don't fancy a low-level rank 5. Do you want me to learn from my descendants and shoot the sun? Just as Wang Mang was feeling extremely depressed, the system's voice sounded for the fifth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained. Chapter 741. The system's voice sounded for the fifth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 100 million energy value. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was instantly in despair. There was no chance for him to evolve twice. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was extremely helpless. At the same time, he didn't have much hope for the next prize. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the sixth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 900 million energy value. Oh, not bad, not bad. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's eyes instantly lit up. He didn't have much hope just now. The system gave him the energy value again. Moreover, the energy value was quite a lot. This also allowed Wang Mang's accumulated energy value to reach 29 billion. Although it was still not enough to evolve twice in a row, but it was good to be able to obtain more energy value. At most, he could evolve again next time. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the seventh time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1 billion energy value. Damn. Awesome. After listening to the seventh prize, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh loudly. An Immortal King grade blind treasure chest had obtained 3 billion energy value. What else could Wang Mang say? If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame the 2 Immortal King grade treasure chests for being too disappointing. Otherwise, Wang Mang's 2 evolutions would definitely be very easy. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the 8th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained Daji's original underwear. Ding. The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. Do you want to begin evolution? No. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was instantly speechless. The last prize. It didn't forget to give him an underwear. It was indeed a familiar formula. However, after evolving twice in a row, he didn't have a chance. But when he thought about how he had gotten the reward of over 10 billion not long ago, Wang Mang felt relieved. All in all, this trip to the West could be considered a blessing. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's depressed mood was swept away. Then Wang Mang couldn't wait to say in his heart, "System, begin evolution." The reason why he couldn't wait was that Wang Mang also yearned for the power of a god emperor. After obtaining the power of a god emperor, no matter if Wang Mang was in the sacred emperor continent, in the journey to the West, he could basically do whatever he wanted. Therefore, Wang Mang was naturally impatient to obtain the battle prowess of a god emperor. The next moment, the system's voice. Ding. 15 billion energy value. Beginning evolution. Ding. A warm reminder to the Sioux group. Due to the evolution this time, your battle power will reach the level of a god emperor. The evolution will take a long time. Right after he said that, Wang Mang lost consciousness in the midst of his evolution. At the same time, in the process of Wang Mang's evolution, the 18 levels of hell were not very peaceful. At this moment, In the 18 levels of hell, Sun Wukong's familiar figure was imprisoned by countless pitch-black iron chains. These thick iron chains seemed to be specially made. No matter how Sun Wukong struggled, it was useless. At the same time, in this dark hell, countless weapons and flames were roasting his body. Wounds that were visible to the naked eye and deep to the bone kept healing and reappearing. The cycle repeated. At this moment, Sun Wukong's body was a bloody mess. His original appearance couldn't be seen clearly. It was worth mentioning. Although Sun Wukong's face was still ferocious, he didn't make a sound. His eyes were as red as blood, as if they were burning with blood-red flames. This was because he couldn't remember how long he had been imprisoned here. After hundreds of years, he was used to the torture day after day. He had even managed to endure the pain of the torture of his soul. What was this bit of physical pain to him? Apart from that, if someone observed carefully, they would discover that pitch-black demon chi poured into Sun Wukong's body from time to time. At the same time, Sun Wukong's strength had become unprecedentedly strong. It was increasing all the time. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded in Sun Wukong's ear. If you continue to improve, you will lose the chance to break through to the 6th level. Hearing this, the ferocious Sun Wukong revealed a ferocious and terrifying smile. The 6th level is too far away. 100,000 years later, 1,000,000 years later, to me, even 10,000 years is too long. The battle of life and death. Hearing this, the hoarse and dark voice laughed loudly. What a battle of life and death! I will satisfy you. Do you really not regret it? You even gave me your true spirit. From now on, life and death are in my hands. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's face was full of killing intent. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. As long as I can obtain enough power, I am willing to pay any price, because it is up to me, not the heavens. When I see the light of day again, I will slaughter all the immortals and Buddhas in the sky. I will reverse the heavens for me. From now on, there will be no more Sun Wukong. There will only be a great sage of hell. Ahaha! After a long time, the hoarse voice sounded. Good. I will help you with all my strength. This is the 5th level high-level divine fire, purple demon, nether fire, that I obtained outside the chaos. I will give it to you. Of course, whether you can digest it or not depends on your luck. If this fire touches you, you will be burned to death. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying purple-black flame drilled out from the ground and began to burn Sun Wukong's body. Not only that, under the burning of the purple demon nether fire, even Sun Wukong, whose willpower was as strong as iron, he also let out a scream like a ghost. The screams were mixed with maniacal laughter. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. At this moment, Wang Mang slowly woke up from his seclusion. When Wang Mang opened his eyes, a terrifying aura spread out. This terrifying aura was like a storm spreading out and sweeping out. It caused terrifying tsunamis in the boundless sea, and the waves were tens of thousands of feet high. Is this the battle strength of a god emperor? It is indeed powerful enough. It can even travel through time and space. It can even destroy the journey to the West world. Is this the power of a god emperor? No wonder they say that those below the sage are ants, because the power of a god emperor was too powerful. This was not something that a quasi-sage could guess. A god emperor had terrifying and mighty abilities. They could do too many incredible things. A god emperor could travel through time and space. They could cross worlds with a thought. They could know the past and future with a pinch of their fingers. They could defy the heavens and go against the flow of time. At this moment, as long as Wang Mang wanted to know something, except for the existence of the same realm, which could not be speculated. Or there was no heaven-defying treasure to conceal the secrets of heaven. He could know the past and future through deduction. Chapter 742. To be honest, with the support of the terrifying power in his body, Wang Mang even felt that he possessed the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth with a single move. In the next moment, Wang Mang slowly clenched his fist, and a loud crackling sound came from the space. It was visible to the naked eye that even the space in the air was distorted. This was just Wang Mang's unintentional action. One could imagine that if Wang Mang wanted to shatter the chaos world, it would definitely not be difficult. Of course, Wang Mang also knew that it was impossible for him to shatter the chaos world now. Even if he became a sage, Wang Mang could still feel the aura of several sage powerhouses in the entire chaos world. There were 3 of them. One of them was in hell. One was in the Purple Cloud Palace outside the 33rd heaven. The other was outside the primordial world. This immediately made Wang Mang extremely puzzled. Logically speaking, the chaos world. It was impossible for there to be only 3 sages. Let's put it this way. In Wang Mang's opinion, there were at least 10 sages in the chaos world. Tao Ancestor Hongjun, Demon Ancestor Rahu, Pangu 3 Pure Ones, 2 sages of the West, Goddess Nuwa, Goddess Hutu, Great Immortal Yang Mei. There were a total of 10 of them. In addition, there were once the 4 sacred beasts that guarded the chaos world. It was unknown if their strength had reached the sage level. These 4 sacred beasts were the Azure Dragon of the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix of the Phoenix Clan, the Qilin of the Qilin Clan, and the Heaven-Mending Black Turtle. These were all things that Wang Mang learned through deduction of the past. Many of them were secret information about the chaos world. If Wang Mang hadn't reached the sage level, he definitely wouldn't know so much. Other than that, what shocked Wang Mang the most was that the chaos world in the past was really too powerful. How powerful was it? At the beginning of the chaos, 3,000 demon gods were born in the chaos world. These 3,000 high-level 5th-order demon gods. To put it bluntly, there were 3,000 God Emperor realm powerhouses. The starting point of these 3,000 chaos demon gods was too high. Wang Mang even suspected that the chaos world had absolutely reached Tier 6. But there was one thing that was beyond doubt. Once Pangu really did reach the 6th level. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart sank. To be honest, the more he understood the great desolate world, the more Wang Mang thought about it, the more he realized how terrifying the great desolate world was. In fact, Wang Mang guessed that this was the beginning of the chaos, when the 3,000 chaos demon gods were at their peak. There was definitely more than one 6th-stage venerable. Not only that, when Wang Mang's spiritual force spread out beyond the untainted land and into the primal chaos, Wang Mang could even feel that within the boundless chaos, there was an even more terrifying existence. Therefore, Wang Mang did not dare to continue using his consciousness to scan the primal chaos. He was deeply afraid that he would continue to scan and explore the primal chaos with his spiritual will. He had provoked a terrifying existence from the chaos to attack him. This also caused Wang Mang's originally incomparably inflated heart to become much more restrained. Furthermore, to prevent himself from getting too full of himself, Wang Mang muttered to himself in his heart, "I can't be arrogant. There are too many existences that are stronger than me. The Master God is an existence that has reached Tier 8. I'm only at the late stage of Tier 5. What am I? Not to mention the distant ones. Even in the untainted land, I can't afford to offend these 3 God Emperor powerhouses." Wang Mang didn't say that he was faking it. Now that there were 3 God Emperor powerhouses in the untainted land, he really couldn't afford to offend them. Needless to say, Wang Mang already knew which existence was in the underworld. Goddess Hutu. As for the demon realm outside the untainted land, it was definitely the demon ancestor Rahu who had transformed into a demon. As for which god emperor powerhouse was outside the 33 heavens, Wang Mang was a little unclear. But it was definitely not Hongjun. Wang Mang was sure of that. After all, if Hongjun's aura was only at the early stage of the god-emperor realm, then he would be letting down the name Tiandao Hongjun. The heavenly Tao was not Hongjun, but Hongjun was the heavenly Tao. The meaning of this sentence was that after merging with the Tao, Hongjun was also a part of the heavenly Tao. Another thing worth mentioning was Wang Mang could feel that the untainted land was very repulsive to him. Yes, this kind of repulsive feeling came from the heavenly Tao of the untainted land. But when Wang Mang retracted his god-emperor aura, this strong repulsive feeling weakened a lot. Obviously, Wang Mang was not a native god-emperor powerhouse, so the heavenly Tao's repulsion was no exception. Of course, this was not a big problem for Wang Mang. At most, he would restrain his aura in the untainted land in the future. At the same time, Wang Mang was also very curious now. Was there any change to his personal information? After all, he had the battle strength of a god-emperor now. Thinking of this, Wang Mang happily muttered in his heart, "System, open my personal information." As soon as he said that, his personal information appeared in front of him. Wang Mang, Sage to Be's disciple, holy son of all demons. Type, Void Python, limit 700 meters. Realm, fourth heaven of Saint Emperor, peerless prodigy. Physique, HP 24,000, length 700 meters, with 33 meters, weight 90 million tons. Top divine powers, swallowing divine art, perfection. Trailokia's Buddha, perfection. Wrath of gods and demons, perfection. Space, 1 bottle of Oblivion water, 1 Falling Saint pill, 1 6-flavor Emperor pill, 1 Fallen God cannon, 1 equipment, top world multicolored stone X1, divine martial sword, immortal Emperor mask, Saint Emperor mask, talent 100, energy value 1 5 plus 5 billion / 25 billion. Note 1, rank 5 abyss summoning card. Time treasure box. Hongjun 3 corpses technique. The host has not used it for a long time. The system will automatically exchange it for energy value. Note 2, ordinary divine powers have no effect on the host, and the host has not used it for a long time. The system will automatically exchange it for energy value. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang was stunned at first, but he was a little surprised. He did not expect the system's personal information page to become even more concise. There were many things that he had no use for, or things that had been left for too long. They were also automatically exchanged for energy value for him. Wang Mang could still accept this, because when he had the combat power of an emperor god, Wang Mang realized that ordinary divine powers were of no use to him at all. Even ordinary divine powers, he only needed to look at them once to be able to grasp them easily. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood and was ready to leave the cave. At this moment, a voice rang in Wang Mang's ears. "Fellow cultivator, do you dare to come to the demon zone to meet me?" Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned and immediately knew who it was. Who else could it be other than the demon zone's demon ancestor Luo Ho? Of course, now he had the combat power of an emperor god. Therefore, even if it was the demon ancestor Luo Ho, Wang Mang was not afraid of him. Even if he could not defeat him, he could still protect himself. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's lips curled up. Since that was the case, what harm was there in meeting him? In the next moment, Wang Mang disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Wang Mang had already arrived in the demon zone outside the Eldritch world. However, when Wang Mang saw the people of the demon zone, he could not help but be stunned. Looking at it, the entire demon zone was like a black, pure land. Towering cities that were as tall as a forest. All kinds of demons stood in great numbers. These demons had already formed a living class, no different from the human race in the eldritch world. The only difference was that these demons had demonic patterns all over their bodies, and the more demonic patterns there were, the stronger they were, just as Wang Mang was secretly surprised. A huge evil face gradually condensed in the sky. It was looking at Wang Mang and smiled sinisterly. "Junior, you really dare to come." Chapter 743. After hearing Luo Ho's words, Wang Mang was startled at first, then he found it funny. Although Wang Mang could feel that the aura of this Luo Ho was very strong. It could even be said that he was very far on the path of becoming a god emperor. However, Wang Mang was confident that if he wanted to escape, it wouldn't be a problem. Thus, Wang Mang immediately calmly replied, "Why wouldn't I dare? If I can't defeat you, can I escape?" Hearing Wang Mang's words, the huge evil face in the sky was startled at first, then he laughed wildly. "Do you know that even Hong Jun doesn't dare to come to my demon region? In the demon region, I'm invincible below the 6th rank." At this point, Luo Ho's huge face in the sky looked at Wang Mang again and said with a sinister smile, "Junior, feel it again." Hearing that, Wang Mang frowned at first, then his expression changed, because he realized that the entire demon region seemed to be one. The entire demon region had formed a terrifying space boundary. Furthermore, judging from the terrifying aura of the space boundary, it was not something that an early god emperor could break. At this moment, the huge face in the sky let out a hoarse laugh. "How is it? Junior, can you feel it? With a thought, I can turn the entire demon region into a cage and imprison the world. Even Hong Jun is no match for me in my demon region." Hearing that, Wang Mang's eyes flickered, but he soon calmed down. Because even if Luo Ho could set up a space boundary that could imprison god emperors with a thought, as long as Wang Mang ran to the Sacred Emperor continent, this guy could only stare at him. Or this guy could cross the boundary and trace the space boundary to the Sacred Emperor continent. Of course, if Wang Mang chased him to the Sacred Emperor continent, he was not afraid of Luo Ho. After all, he was the sacred son of myriad demons in the Sacred Emperor continent. There were still 3 Emperor God experts behind him who would support him. In addition, Wang Mang did not believe that fiend ancestor Rahu would attack him for no reason. As expected at that moment, Rahu's gigantic face that had condensed in the sky asked, "What is it? Junior, are you not afraid that I will kill you?" Hearing this, Wang Mang remained calm with his hands behind his back. "Since I dared to come here, I naturally have enough trump cards. No one can kill me." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Luo Ho sized up Wang Mang for a long time. Then, in the sky, a black figure appeared out of nowhere. In the next moment, this figure arrived at Wang Mang's side and said with a light smile, "Junior, you have guts. You dare to say in front of me, Luo Ho, that no one can kill you." Hearing this, Wang Mang smiled without saying a word, but his heart was filled with vigilance. The 5-colored teleportation stone in his hand could be activated at any time. Other than that, if the fiend ancestor, Rahu, really wanted to attack him, Wang Mang naturally would not sit still and wait for death. Of course, on the surface, Wang Mang said with a respectful expression, "I have guts. I do have the guts, but this junior still admires senior very much. After all, if it was a one-on-one battle back then, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to defeat senior." After hearing Wang Mang's words, fiend ancestor Rahu was first stunned, then his face instantly darkened. "How can a shameless person like Hong Jun be compared to me? If not for the heavenly Tao helping him back then, Even if he had a group of helpers, he would definitely not be my match. Hearing this, Wang Mang's heart skipped a beat. He respectfully flattered. That's right. With fiend ancestor Rahu's strength, Dao ancestor Hongjun is not worthy of being compared to you at all. After hearing Wang Mang's words, fiend ancestor Rahu's expression eased slightly. He said helplessly, "Let's not talk about the past anymore. I have nothing to say about it." Speaking up to this point, fiend ancestor Rahu looked at Wang Mang and smiled sinisterly. "I have something to ask of you this time. Junior, you won't reject me, right?" Hearing this, Wang Mang's heart skipped a beat. He did not answer the question and said, "I'll do my best. However, there's something I don't understand. Senior, what level has your strength reached?" Hearing this, fiend ancestor Rahu sized up Wang Mang with his hands behind his back. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Why? Do you want to disobey me? What's the harm in telling you? My strength has already reached the 8th heaven of the Saint Realm, which is the 8th heaven of the Divine Emperor realm that the myriad worlds refer to." After hearing this, Wang Mang's heart sank. No wonder fiend ancestor Rahu spoke, as if he was certain that he could defeat him. Even now, Wang Mang had the battle strength of a divine emperor realm. However, the difference between Wang Mang and him was still 7 small realms. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could only ask respectfully, "Senior Rahu, if there's anything I can help you with, please let me know." Only then did Rahu nod his head in satisfaction. Then he said with a solemn expression, "If I'm not wrong, you should be wandering back and forth between the 2 worlds, right? I've been watching you for a long time. Every time you leave, the spatial fluctuations are far away from the chaos." Hearing this, Wang Mang was shocked. He did not expect this guy to have been watching him for so long. In other words, his movements in the journey to the west were basically under the surveillance of the saints. However, after thinking about it carefully, Wang Mang felt that it was only natural. In the journey to the west, any movement in the wind or grass could not be hidden from the Saint Realm experts. In that case, the saints of the Purple Cloud Palace and the underworld outside the 33 levels of heaven. Basically, they were all watching him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang fell silent and asked calmly, "Senior Rahu, what do you mean?" Hearing this, Rahu smiled sinisterly and said, "This matter is very simple for you. Go to the Purple Cloud Palace of the 33 levels of heaven and save the Grand Master of Heaven for me." Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned at first, then he frowned. Although Wang Mang did not know what Rahu was trying to do. However, Wang Mang knew that if he went to the Purple Cloud Palace to release the Grand Master of Heaven, he would definitely offend Dao ancestor Hongjun. That was because the Grand Master of Heaven was imprisoned in the Purple Cloud Palace, and it had a lot to do with the Battle of the God Roll. The cause was the God Roll, and it was also when the 3 pure ones turned against each other. Among them, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Supreme Elder secretly joined forces with the 2 saints of the West. It could be said that they had schemed against the Grand Master of Heaven very miserably. In the end, the Jie school that the Grand Master of Heaven had created was destroyed. The disciples of the Jie school climbed the God Roll one after another. Some were killed and some were injured, or more than half of them were captured by the 2 saints of the West. In the end, the Jie school was torn apart and no longer existed. In the end, the Grand Master of Heaven's fate was extremely miserable. That was because the Grand Master of Heaven was a saint. In the end, the Grand Master of Heaven lost his mind. He personally set up the immortal slaying sword formation. He wanted to kill the primordial Heavenly Lord and Laozi. He fought alone against the Supreme Elder, the primordial Heavenly Lord, Zhuan-Ti, and Jie-in. This battle between the sages had almost destroyed the Eldritch world. In the end, The Grand Master of Heaven was also taken away by Tao ancestor Hong Jun and imprisoned in the Purple Cloud Palace. Chapter 744. These were all the information that Wang Mang had obtained from deducing history. Therefore, there was no doubt that if Wang Mang really went to release the Grand Master of Heaven, that would definitely be a slap to Tao ancestor Hong Jun's face. The key was in the primordial world. The Hongjun Patriarch was the #1 big shot. You want me to help you offend the Hongjun Patriarch? Do you think my brain isn't working properly? For a moment, Wang Mang even wanted to curse the demon ancestor, Rahu. This dog was really indulging in the wildest fantasies. You want me to offend the Hongjun Patriarch? I'd rather offend you. I don't want to offend Tao ancestor Hongjun either. That was what Wang Mang was thinking at that moment. That was because Tao ancestor Hongjun was much stronger than the demon ancestor Rahu. Seeing Wang Mang hesitate, the demon ancestor Rahu seemed to have thought of something and said slowly, "Fellow Taoist, don't worry. Since I asked you to do it, I naturally won't let you take the risk." Now, the Hongjun Patriarch, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, and the 2 sages of the Western sect are all in heavens beyond, resisting my good friend. Without 100,000 years, they won't be able to appear in the primordial world. They won't be able to leave at all. Fellow Taoist, you can go to the Purple Cloud Palace and release the Grand Master of Heaven for me. Of course, as the price, the demon ancestor Rahu and the Grand Master of Heaven will owe you a favor. How about that? If you have any requests next time, I will definitely grant them. After hearing the demon ancestor Rahu's words, Wang Mang was immediately tempted. However, it was not easy to get a favor from the demon ancestor Rahu. He had offended the Hongjun Patriarch by taking the demon ancestor Rahu's favor. This was simply a multiple-choice question. Either he chose to stand on the side of the Hongjun Patriarch, or he chose to stand on the side of the demon ancestor Rahu. For a moment, Wang Mang was in a dilemma. At that moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. The host's current situation has been detected. The host is given the following mission choice. Mission 1. Promise to release the Grand Master of Heaven in the face of the demon ancestor Rahu. Obtain the favor of the Grand Master of Heaven, the Lady of Earth, and the demon ancestor Rahu. Mission time obtained upon completion. Mission reward 5 billion energy points. Immortal King grade treasure chest X1. Immortal King grade blind box X1. Mission 2. Refuse to release the prime of Tong Tian in the face of the demon ancestor Rahu's invitation. You have gained the favor of Hongjun, Laozi, the primeval Lord of Heaven, and Kundi. Mission time, available upon selection. Mission reward, 3 billion energy points. Immortal King grade treasure chest X1. Immortal King grade blind box X1. Mission 3. Do not participate in the battle between Fiend Ancestor Rahu and Tao Ancestor Hongjun. I can't afford to offend either side, but I should be able to hide, right? Return to the Sacred Emperor Continent and live a carefree life. Quest time. You may obtain it upon returning to the Sacred Emperor Continent. Mission reward, 1 billion energy points. Celestial treasure chest X1. Immortal blind box X1. After listening to the system's mission, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. That was because there was too much information in this mission. Wang Mang didn't expect this either. It was fine if Fiend Ancestor Rahu wasn't dead. Now, even the prime of Tong Tian and Goddess Hudu had been roped in. No wonder Fiend Ancestor Rahu was restless and wanted to fight with Hongjun again. Who would have thought that this fellow had actually roped in 2 capable helpers in the dark? For a moment, Wang Mang became even more conflicted. The first mission was to agree to Fiend Ancestor Raha's conditions. This was undoubtedly the most generous reward. As long as he released the Prime of Tong Tian, he would be able to evolve and break through another small realm. However, if he chose this mission, he would completely offend Hong Jun, Laozi, the primeval Lord of Heaven, and Kundi. Therefore, Wang Mang couldn't make a choice for a while. As for the second mission, standing on Hong Jun's side, the reward was a little less. However, there was also an advantage. As long as he rejected Fiend Ancestor Rahu, he would complete the mission. The difference between the two missions wasn't big. Of course, the easiest mission was actually the third mission. He wouldn't offend either side, and could directly return to the sacred Emperor continent to obtain the reward. Although the reward was less, it was still very easy. As for not offending either side, Wang Mang felt that it was unrealistic. Fiend Ancestor Rahu had personally invited him. If Wang Mang still rejected Fiend Ancestor, Rahu would definitely be offended by him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. However, before making a choice, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask, "Senior Fiend Ancestor Rahu, why do you have to fight with Hong Jun?" Hearing that, Fiend Ancestor Rahu was stunned at first, then he couldn't help but laugh. "Do you think I'm useless? Do you know the basic condition to reach the 6th rank? That is, you have to refine a top great world. This is only the most basic condition to break through to the 6th rank. Of course, you can also choose to create a top great world, but it's too difficult. Hong Jun hasn't reached the 6th rank either. He's stuck here. He wants to refine the primeval world and even fused with the Tao. However, he made a bad move. Because I fused with the fiendish Tao before he did, I also became a part of the heavenly Tao. Even if he rules the entire primeval world, if the fiend domain can't be assimilated by him, he will never be able to break through to the 6th rank. Similarly, it's the same for me. If I can't defeat Hong Jun and completely control the heavenly Tao, I will never be able to enter the 6th rank. In order to kill me, Hong Jun even invited the spatial fiend celestial, Yang Mei. Unfortunately, it was useless. Unless he can invite the 6th rank, I will be invincible in the fiend domain. Therefore, if Hong Jun wants to destroy the true spirit that is fused with the heavenly Tao, why wouldn't I want to destroy his true spirit? There can only be one controller in the primeval world. After hearing Fiend Ancestor Raha's words, Wang Mang roughly understood the situation. The relationship between Fiend Ancestor Rahu and Patriarch Hong Jun was really irreconcilable. That was because the two of them had gone from a feud to a feud that blocked the Tao. If they wanted to reach a higher level, they had to kill each other. Otherwise, Hong Jun would not be able to break through to the 6th rank, and Fiend Ancestor Rahu would not be able to break through to the 6th rank. The conflict between the two of them was truly like fire and water. At that moment, Fiend Ancestor Rahu put his hands behind his back and asked indifferently, "Fellow cultivator, what do you think now? If I can rule the primeval world, I can expect to reach the 6th rank. When I reach the 6th rank, even if I'm in the other world, I should be able to help you a little, right?" It had to be said that Fiend Ancestor Raha's last sentence had completely moved Wang Mang. If Fiend Ancestor Rahu reached the 6th rank, it would be very beneficial for Wang Mang. Even the sacred Emperor continent did not have a 6th rank existence. With that thought, Wang Mang took a deep breath and said in his heart, "System, I choose the first mission." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-facing. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully chosen the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to obtain the reward." Chapter 745. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang felt a little helpless. He did not know if it was a good or bad decision. if fiend ancestor Rahu really couldn't defeat Hongjun ancestor by then, at most, he would not come to the Eldritch world and stay in the sacred Emperor continent. By then, Hongjun ancestor would not have a chance to kill him, unless Hongjun ancestor Luo Ho chased him to the sacred Emperor continent. The problem was the sacred Emperor continent was not that easy to bully. Wang Mang did not think Hongjun ancestor Luo Ho could dominate the sacred Emperor continent, because even the geniuses in the sacred Emperor continent had become emperor gods. Furthermore, he estimated that there were more than 100 god emperors, although it was less than 1% of the Eldritch world's glory days. However, the glory of the Eldritch world was already in the past. After the great Pangu was born, he created the Eldritch world and killed 3,000 chaos demon gods. Hongjun was the strongest one now. Naturally, he could not suppress the sacred Emperor continent. At this moment, Wang Mang looked up at demon ancestor Luo Ho and nodded helplessly. I promise you. After hearing Wang Mang's answer, demon ancestor Luo Ho nodded in satisfaction and patted Wang Mang's shoulder. Don't worry. I, demon ancestor Luo Ho, admit that I'm not a good person, but I'm definitely not an ungrateful person. Wang Mang nodded in agreement. I believe Luo Ho Patriarch is a man of his words. Otherwise, you won't be able to persuade Tong Tian. Demon ancestor Luo Ho nodded in satisfaction. In that case, you can go ahead without worry. I promise that Hongjun ancestor will not attack you. Wang Mang nodded. He did not say anything else and disappeared from the sky of the Devil Domain. Demon ancestor Luo Ho smiled when he saw Wang Mang leave in the direction of the spatial fluctuation. Demonic aura surged around him. At the same time, demon ancestor Luo Ho could not help but mutter to himself, Hongjun, let's see who will have the last laugh this time. To be honest, in the previous battle of the Eldritch world, demon ancestor Luo Ho looked down on Hongjun ancestor. This was because fiend ancestor Rahu's background was much higher than Hongjun's, although Hongjun and Rahu were both chaos demon gods. But who was Luo Xian? Although he wasn't one of the top 3,000 chaos demon gods, he was one of the strongest. But among the 3,000 fiend celestials, he was definitely in the top 30 to 50. In the past, the strongest period. At one point, he had even reached the pseudo-6th stage. What about Hongjun? Hongjun had once been the weakest among the 3,000 chaos fiend celestials. Why? This was because Hongjun's true form was the first cricket in the chaos world. He was simply too weak. In the era when the 3,000 chaos fiend gods rose together, they belonged to the category of trembling ants. But because Hongjun was too weak, he could be called an ant. During the war between Pangu and the 3,000 chaos fiend gods, that was how he managed to escape a calamity. Therefore, there was the so-called. First, there was Hongjun, then there was heaven. This sentence. This was because Hongjun was indeed born before the great desolate world was created. He was also one of the 3,000 chaos fiend gods. It was just that they belonged to the weakest kind. Back then, Hongjun had barely reached stage 5. He was only at the Chaos Golden Immortal realm, Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. If he hadn't obtained the Creation Jade Butterfly Fragment later on, Hongjun wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Similarly, he wasn't qualified to be compared to him. At the same time, on the other side, on an island in the endless sea domain, Wang Mang soared into the sky, straight to the 33rd heaven. His terrifying aura swept through the entire great desolate world, and scrupulously, for a moment, all the secondary saints in the great desolate world were inexplicably shocked, and their gazes gathered on Wang Mang. When they felt Wang Mang's boundless majestic pressure, they were all terrified. At this moment, whether it was the Western Buddhist sect's secondary saints, the Heavenly Court's secondary saints, Zenyuanzi, or Patriarch Nether River, they were all shocked. They were all incomparably shocked, and their faces were filled with horror as they cried out, "How is this possible? How can he have the power of a saint? Impossible. Can he become a saint without the primordial violet chi? Damn it! Could it be that he broke through to the chaos, zenith, heaven, golden, immortal realm? In the blink of an eye, he's no longer on the same level?" For a moment in the great desolate world, there were many peak quasi-saints. They all looked up with bitter faces. Wang Meng rushed to the figure outside the 33rd heaven. At this moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts, and there was an indescribable helplessness, because not long ago they were still on equal footing with Wang Meng, chatting and laughing. But in the end, how long had it been? Wang Meng's strength had already reached a height that they could only look up to, a saint. This was a realm that they could only dream of, but also yearn for. But who would have thought that? This was an extremely difficult realm for them. But Wang Meng had stepped into it so easily, it could be said that among the peak quasi-saints, Zenyuanzi's heart was bleeding. He thought of the scene of Wang Meng coming to the Five Villages temple to become a disciple. Zenyuanzi wished he could slap himself twice. I actually F*King rejected him. A disciple with the potential of a saint? Sigh. Fate is playing tricks on people. If I had known this would happen, I would have taken him as my disciple no matter what. At this moment, in the Five Villages temple, Zenyuanzi's face was full of pain. He couldn't help but feel regretful and beat his chest and stamp his feet. Similarly, the three Buddhas of the Buddhist sect, Tathagata, Maitreya, and Randeng, looked at each other with lingering fear, especially when they thought of the scene of them threatening to kill Wang Meng not long ago. They couldn't help sweating profusely and feeling a chill run down their backs. Damn it, what were they thinking back then? They wanted to kill a saint-level existence. Thinking of this, Duobao couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, the three Buddhas of the Buddhist sect had compromised with Wang Meng back then. Otherwise, if they had really attacked Wang Meng back then, this was simply a fight to the death with a saint. At that time, they wouldn't even know how they died. At the same time, at this moment, outside the 33rd heaven, standing proudly in front of the purple cloud palace on the cloud top, Wang Meng stood with his hands behind his back and stared at the purple cloud palace in front of him. That was because he could feel that other than the Grand Master of Heaven, who was imprisoned in the purple cloud palace, near the purple cloud palace, there was another aura whose strength was close to the saint level. As expected, in the next moment, an old man with the demeanor of an immortal appeared. He appeared in front of him. This old man, with the demeanor of an immortal, was dressed in a white robe and had a head of white hair. However, his aura was not strong. It was between a quasi-saint and a saint. This old man looked benevolent and kind. However, from his indifferent and deep eyes, it was as if there was no emotion at all. Who is this old man? Could it be the incarnation of Hongjun? Just as Wang Meng was sizing up the old man and guessing his identity, the old man with the demeanor of an immortal said coldly, "I know that you are a guest from outer space. You have been in the primordial world for quite some time. However, I have always been tolerant of you. Why do you want to be my enemy?" Hearing this, Wang Meng's expression instantly turned solemn. This old man was definitely the incarnation of Hongjun ancestor. Just as Wang Meng was about to speak, the old man with the demeanor of an immortal took out a pill. Afterwards, the white-haired old man said to Wang Meng with an amiable expression, If you are willing to take it, this is a saint pill. Not only will I let bygones be bygones, but I can also take you as my disciple. Chapter 746. When the time comes, you and I will reach level 6 together, and we will be able to go anywhere in the universe. What do you think? After that, Hong Jun's embodiment looked at Wang Mang with a kind smile. Hearing that, Wang Mang could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Hong Jun's embodiment was really good at scheming. He wanted him to let bygones be bygones after taking the falling divine elixir, and he was willing to accept him as his disciple. Was this a F**king joke? Did Wang Mang need Hong Jun to be his disciple? He already had the combat power of an emperor god. His future path was basically very clear. Step by step, improve his aptitude, complete the task, and finally reach the emperor god realm. It could be said that Wang Mang's path was clear at a glance. He did not need a master at all. What's more, he had to take the falling divine elixir to be his disciple. Did Hong Jun's embodiment think that Wang Mang was a fool? If he took the falling divine elixir, Wang Mang would be completely controlled by him. It was almost equivalent to putting his life in someone else's hands. Therefore, how could Wang Mang agree? He would rather use the wrath of gods and demons to fight than let his life be in someone else's hands. Therefore, Wang Mang immediately put his hands behind his back and sneered. Hong Jun ancestor, do you think I am a fool? Or do you think I don't know the effect of the falling divine elixir? Don't forget, he had a falling divine elixir himself. He did not even know who to give the falling divine elixir to. Hong Jun's embodiment wanted to fool him? Was that possible? Hearing that, Hong Jun's embodiment was stunned at first and then narrowed his eyes. His face became extremely cold, and he said coldly, "Then, are you really going to make an enemy out of me?" Hearing that, Wang Mang immediately laughed. "You are just Hong Jun's embodiment. If your original body is here, I will leave immediately without saying anything. But if it is just an embodiment, do you think you can stop me?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, Hong Jun's face turned cold. "If that's the case, why don't you give it a try?" Hearing that, Wang Mang didn't waste any more time and directly attacked. In the next moment, Wang Mang raised his hand, and the terrifying power of the law of the Tao surrounded him. He condensed a giant palm that blotted out the sky and pressed down on Hong Jun's incarnation. That was because the law of the Tao was also the standard for Emperor God experts. It was precisely because of the support of the law of the Tao that God Emperor realm experts possessed such great power. When immortal emperors and sage emperors fought, their bodies were filled with boundless magic power. This was the reason why he was able to suppress a God Emperor realm expert by condensing the laws and adding them to his boundless magic power. The saint emperors were still using their magic power. However, God Emperor experts were able to execute the law of the Tao. There was no need to mention the difference. However, Hong Jun's incarnation sneered when he saw Wang Mang attack. Using the law of the Tao in front of Hong Jun, this was simply showing off in front of Master Guan. Don't forget, Hong Jun was an existence who had integrated with the Tao. He knew the law of the Tao like the back of his hand. Let's put it this way. The power of the law that Hong Jun had comprehended. It was simply much more than Wang Mang's. In the next moment, Hong Jun's incarnation raised his hand and also condensed a giant palm of the law of the Tao. It faced Wang Mang's giant palm of the law of the Tao. Rumble! In the next moment, the two terrifying giant palms collided with each other. When the two giant palms of the law of the Tao collided, the terrifying aftershock swept out like a storm. It was worth mentioning that the full-force collision of the divine powers didn't determine the winner. This also made Wang Mang's face turn gloomy. He was very dissatisfied with his own performance. one should know that his fighting power was at the level of an emperor god. However, Hong Jun's incarnation's power hadn't reached the level of an emperor god. In the end, he was actually on par with Suemo. With that thought, Wang Mang no longer held back and roared, "Thousand Buddhas slaughter!" At the same time, Wang Mang's terrifying power of the law condensed into 3,000 Buddha shadows. Not only that, Wang Mang's fighting power had reached the level of an emperor god. The power of the 3,000 Buddha shadows that he condensed was even more terrifying. The Buddha shadows that were condensed by the law of the demon Tao were billowing with demonic aura. The power was simply many times more terrifying than the 3,000 Buddha shadows that he had condensed before. No, it should be said that the power between the two was like heaven and earth. Kill! Following Wang Mang's roar, the 3,000 Buddha shadows attacked Hong Jun's incarnation. Seeing this, Hong Jun's incarnation sneered and pointed all 10 of his fingers. The law of the Tao gathered into sword fingers and shot toward the Buddha shadows that were attacking from all over the sky. Bang! 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 There was a series of earth-shattering noises. The 3,000 Buddha shadows were actually blasted into nothingness by Hong Jun's incarnation in the blink of an eye. Then, Hong Jun's incarnation, who was standing with his hands behind his back, said coldly, "Evil creature, show me what else you have. Let me see just how capable you are." After hearing Hong Jun's words, Wang Mang was even more furious. He admitted that Hong Jun's incarnation was indeed very powerful. Even Wang Mang knew that there was a huge gap between him and Hong Jun. Even if Hong Jun's incarnation was only Hong Jun's incarnation, the gap was definitely not small. However, what Hong Jun's incarnation said, it was simply a naked humiliation to Wang Mang. Therefore, in his fury, Wang Mang could not help but roar, "You're just an incarnation. How dare you speak so arrogantly?" As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked with all his might again, without holding back. It was a pity that Hong Jun's incarnation was still as steady as Mount Tai in the face of Wang Mang's full attack. No matter what method Wang Mang used, it was basically impossible to deal with Hong Jun's incarnation. Although Hong Jun's incarnation was not in the Emperor God realm, it was more powerful than an Emperor God realm. It was definitely much more powerful than an ordinary First Heaven Emperor God. Therefore, after a few days of bitter fighting, Wang Mang realized that he was on the verge of collapse. He could not take down Hong Jun's incarnation. Was he going to hit a wall as soon as he reached the Emperor God realm? Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang's heart burned with rage. Although the opponent was Hong Jun's incarnation, it was not embarrassing to lose. But the problem was that if he could not deal with Hong Jun's incarnation, Wang Mang could not complete the task at all. By then, the saints of the primitive world would see it clearly. Wang Mang's position in Luoho's heart would definitely be greatly reduced. Just as Wang Mang was infuriated, Hong Jun's incarnation said coldly with his hands behind his back, "Evil creature, is that all you've got? How dare you be my enemy? You really don't know what's good for you. Wait for me to return. That's the day I kill you." Chapter 747, after hearing the humiliating words of Hong Jun's incarnation. He was still hesitating whether to use the god-killing cannon to kill Hong Jun's incarnation, Wang Mang, but Hong Jun's incarnation's words made him so angry that he laughed, and his heart was filled with killing intent. Good. I was still hesitating whether to kill you or not. Now I've decided to send you to the Western Paradise. As soon as he finished speaking, a 2-meter-long cannon appeared in Wang Mang's hand. It was worth mentioning. This was a silver cannon, and its appearance was silver and translucent. Even Wang Mang didn't know what material was this god-killing cannon made of, because this god-killing cannon looked very high-tech. but the shape was a little like Gatling, but there was only one barrel of the God-killing cannon, and the barrel was a dragon's head. Is this the God-killing cannon? A low-level cannonball can kill an early-stage God Emperor. At this moment, Wang Mang was also looking at the God-killing cannon in his hand in amazement. Then, he subconsciously aimed the cannon at Hong Jun's incarnation in front of him. At the same time, Hong Jun's incarnation, who was about to mock Wang Mang, was suddenly stunned. He stared at the God-killing cannon in Wang Mang's hand, feeling uneasy. At the same time, Hong Jun's incarnation was also thinking carefully about the thing in Wang Mang's hand. From Wang Mang's confident words, Hong Jun's incarnation knew that this thing was definitely extraordinary, but it was a bit wishful thinking to kill him with this thing. He was a saint, although he was very weak compared to his original body. But no matter how weak he was still a saint. Similarly, he was also Hong Jun's self-corpse. After Hong Jun killed the 3 corpses before he merged with the Tao, he was separated from his original body. Therefore, he was both a part of Hong Jun and a new life form. If Hong Jun died, he would die too. But after he died, Hong Jun wouldn't die, because he was only Hong Jun's former 3 corpses. Therefore, Hong Jun's incarnation took a deep breath, suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, and said coldly, "You think you can kill me with just your strength? You overestimate yourself." After saying that, Hong Jun's incarnation was ready to take the lead and kill Wang Mang. Even if he couldn't kill Wang Mang, he could still make preparations. This was because Hong Jun's incarnation hated this feeling of uneasiness. After all, he was an existence that had almost reached the level of a saint. This feeling made him extremely angry and displeased. Hong Jun's incarnation attacked again. Wang Mang sneered and activated the God-Killer Cannon with all his might. This was because the God-Killer Cannon was a low-grade cannon. Therefore, under Wang Mang's urging, Feng Qiu's eyes lit up. Then, a shocking scene took place. The muzzle of the God-Killer Cannon started to crazily absorb the energy from the heavens and earth around it. The energy surged into the mouth of the God-Killer Cannon. A moment later, the God-killing cannon that was aimed at Hong Jun's incarnation suddenly shot out a strong beam of light. At the same time, a deafening sound rang out. Bang! In the next moment, a ray of power of law that was like a flowing light shot toward Hong Jun's incarnation. It was so fast that even Wang Mang, an expert in the Emperor God realm, couldn't see it clearly. However, Wang Mang could feel the power fluctuation that made his heart palpitate. It was extremely terrifying. Wang Mang didn't even doubt that if the cannon was aimed at him, even if he was an expert in the Emperor God realm, he would definitely die on the spot. At the same time, Hong Jun's incarnation, who was about to attack, was completely dumbfounded when he saw the God-Killer Cannon that was shooting toward him. What made him even more terrified was that he felt the aura of death in the aftershock of the cannon that was shooting toward him. Hong Jun's incarnation wanted to run away, but it was too late. Therefore, he couldn't help but roar, "No! I am Hong Jun's incarnation. I will definitely not die." As he roared, Hong Jun's incarnation activated the power of law that was as vast as the sea. Hastily, he condensed a defensive barrier in an attempt to block the cannonball. However, in the next moment, Hong Jun's incarnation was drowned in a shocking explosion. At the same time, as the aftershock of the God-Killer Cannon spread out, many terrifying waves of power of law swept out beyond the 33 heavens. However, when the aftershock of the attack spread out, Wang Mang was completely stunned, because Hong Jun's incarnation was gone. Yes, it was blasted to the point that there was nothing left of it. In an instant, Wang Mang was shocked by the power of the God-Killer Cannon. F***CK. Was this the power of the God-Killer cannon. It was so King powerful. In an instant, even Wang Mang couldn't help but exclaim. An expert in the early stage Emperor God realm instantly disappeared after a cannon shot. Moreover, it was Hong Jun's incarnation. There was no need to talk about his fighting power. Even Wang Mang couldn't do anything to him. In the end, he couldn't even withstand a single shot from the God-Killer cannon. It had to be said, Wang Mang was also inexplicably shocked. This thing was really good. If he had a few more cannon shots, Wang Mang would be invincible. At the same time, what Wang Mang didn't know was that, in the chaos outside the chaotic heavens, there was a terrifying battle. Moreover, the battle had been going on for a long time. On one side of the battle was Hong Jun, Laozi, primordial heavenly lord, Zhuan Ti, and Jia Yin. As for the other side, there were 3 experts. One of them was a red-haired giant whose strength was comparable to Hong Jun's. Similarly, the other 2 were also giants. Clearly, they were from the same clan. The 2 of them were also very powerful. They weren't at a disadvantage even when fighting against 2 people of the same realm. Moreover, both sides had been fighting for a long time. Unfortunately, even Hong Jun couldn't suppress the red-haired giant. The 2 of them had been fighting for a long time, and they were evenly matched. It was difficult to tell who was stronger. However, at this moment, Hong Jun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the old and white-haired patriarch, Hong Jun, also spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened. This also stunned the red-haired giant before he immediately laughed out loud. "Looks like your incarnation was killed by some kid." Clearly, it was impossible to hide anything that happened in the primordial world from them. As long as Wang Mang broke through, the system would cover the sky, and they wouldn't be able to guess. However, when Wang Mang successfully reached the Divine Emperor level, they would immediately know. Therefore, Wang Mang and Luo Ho had a conversation. There were even scenes of Wang Mang and Hong Jun's incarnation fighting. Basically, nothing could be hidden from them. But so what if they knew? Hong Jun couldn't leave at all. He didn't know when Wang Mang would break through to the Divine Emperor level, or else Hong Jun would definitely order his incarnation to take action. At this moment, Hong Jun's expression was cold, and he remained silent. However, Hong Jun shot a look, and a stream of light shot towards the primordial world. This was obviously a cross-realm projection. It was also one of the abilities of a saint. At the same time, just as Wang Mang was about to enter the Purple Cloud Palace, a cold face condensed in the sky. This face was transformed by Hong Jun Patriarch. Moreover, he was looking down at Wang Mang. Then, Hong Jun's cold voice resounded throughout the world. "Wang Mang, do you really want to be enemies with me?" Chapter 748. Hearing that, Wang Mang suddenly raised his head and looked at the cold face that Hong Jun had transformed into in the sky. It turned out to be a divine thought projection. It scared me. Wang Mang thought that Hong Jun Ancestor was here. If Hong Jun Ancestor was here, Wang Mang would definitely turn around and run away without saying a word. But if it was just a divine thought projection, Wang Mang didn't care. Because the divine thought projection did have some power, but it was only some power. It was even inferior to Hong Jun's incarnation. It was impossible for him to stop Wang Mang. Therefore, Wang Mang didn't give him any face at all. He said coldly, "Since we're already enemies, why are you still talking nonsense? Do you think I'll retreat now?" After all, Wang Mang had killed Hong Jun's incarnation. To put it bluntly, the 2 of them had already become enemies. Hong Jun was still talking nonsense. He was completely intimidating him. However, Wang Mang had the battle prowess of a god emperor. It wasn't because he was scared that he grew up. If it was that easy to scare him, he would not be so easily scared. Wang Mang wouldn't have come to the Purple Cloud Palace. He wouldn't have killed Hong Jun's incarnation. After hearing Wang Mang's words, Hong Jun's face was filled with murderous intent. He looked down at Wang Mang from above and said in a cold tone, "You're right. Okay, I'll remember you. Once I'm free, I'll hunt you down and kill you even if I have to chase you to the myriad of worlds." After hearing Hong Jun's threat, Wang Mang immediately smiled disdainfully. "I'm so scared. Come on, come and kill me." Wang Mang's unscrupulous and arrogant words. It made Tao ancestor Hong Jun's divine thought in the sky furious. One had to know that his divine thought represented his actual body, what his divine thought saw and heard. Hong Jun also saw and heard. Before the giant face formed by Hong Jun's divine thought could continue to speak. At this moment, Wang Mang condensed a law giant palm. Then, without hesitation, he slammed his palm toward the giant face in the sky. Rumble! After an earth-shattering explosion, the giant palm formed by Wang Mang. Instantly, Hong Jun's divine sense in the sky was dispersed. After that, Wang Mang walked towards the Purple Cloud Palace. However, when Wang Mang arrived in front of the Purple Cloud Palace's gate, he was shocked. However, an old voice came from inside. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for helping me escape. Fellow Taoist, you only need to blast open the Hongjun talisman above the Purple Cloud Palace. It's not a sealing charm refined by Hongjun that targets the primordial spirit. This thing was set up by Hongjun to prevent my essence soul from escaping." Hearing this, Wang Mang came to a realization and raised his head to look. Then, as expected, he found a purple gold talisman floating above the Purple Cloud Palace. This talisman emitted a strange power of law that enveloped the entire Purple Cloud Palace. In the next moment, Wang Mang did not hesitate. He raised his hand and condensed a power of law that blasted towards the talisman. Rumble! After Wang Mang's palm struck down, this talisman exploded with a loud sound. Then, this talisman began to burn. In the end, it turned into ashes in just a moment. In the next moment, a golden halo flew out from the Purple Cloud Palace. In the end, this golden stream of light condensed into an old man that appeared in front of him. This was an old man, wearing a gray robe, who looked extremely haggard. His aura was also very weak. However, Wang Mang could feel that his aura was very powerful. He had already reached the middle stage God-Emperor realm. The aura that he emitted gave Wang Mang a strong sense of oppression. Was this the Grand Master of Heaven? When he saw this old man, Wang Mang could not help but be shocked. He did not expect the Grand Master of Heaven to be so powerful. He had actually reached the middle stage God-Emperor realm. One had to know that the current Hong Jun was only a peak God-Emperor. This disciple was catching up to his master too quickly, just as Wang Mang was shocked. The Grand Master of Heaven looked at Wang Mang with a complicated gaze. He cupped his hands and smiled. "Thank you for helping me escape. I, Grand Master of Heaven, will remember this favor. In the future, if you need any help, I, Grand Master of Heaven, will definitely not shirk my duty." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately smiled and said politely, "It is this junior's honor to be able to help Senior Grand Master of Heaven." The Grand Master of Heaven waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say too much. As the saying goes, the one who reaches the top is the teacher. You and I are both saints. How can you call me senior? However, I still have something to discuss with Luo Ho. Do you want to come with me, or?" Hearing this, Wang Mang hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I won't disturb you, Grand Master of Heaven." Hearing this, Grand Master of Heaven nodded slightly and cupped his hands towards Wang Mang. "If that's the case, then I'll take my leave, Taoist Wang Mang." After saying that, Grandmaster of Heaven suddenly raised his head and glanced at the distant sky. Then, Grandmaster of Heaven snorted coldly and tore open space and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was immediately puzzled, because he saw the Grandmaster of Heaven before he left. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at the sky. What did Hong Jun do? He actually made the Grandmaster of Heaven. Why did he hate him so much? What Wang Mang didn't know was, after the Grandmaster of Heaven was defeated in the War of Gods, it was even more miserable than what he had deduced. Not only was he imprisoned in the Purple Cloud Palace, in addition, after the Grandmaster of Heaven was imprisoned, he was even forced by Hong Jun to take the falling saint pill. Therefore, the relationship between the master and disciple, not only had they completely broken up, it was not an exaggeration to say that they had turned against each other. Yes, the Grandmaster of Heaven was first schemed against by the primordial god, and Laozi. In the end, he turned against Laozi and the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. In the end, after the defeat of the War of Gods, he was imprisoned in the Purple Cloud Palace by Hong Jun. He was forced to take the falling saint pill. Therefore, not only did the Grandmaster of Heaven hate the heavenly lord of primordial beginning and Laozi, similarly, Tao ancestor Hong Jun was also completely hated by the Grandmaster of Heaven. After all, the primordial heavenly lord and Laozi had joined forces with the two Western saints. It was fine if all the saints bullied him. In the end, not only did Hong Jun, his master, not help him, he even imprisoned him and forced him to take the falling saint pill. How could the Grandmaster of Heaven not hate Tao ancestor Hong Jun? It was precisely because of his disciples' betrayal, his brother's scheme, and his master's imprisonment. This also completely pushed the Grandmaster of Heaven to Luo Ho's camp. Otherwise, even the demon ancestor Luo Ho would not be able to affect the Grandmaster of Heaven's thoughts. At the same time, just as Wang Mang was guessing in his heart, Tao ancestor Hong Jun and demon ancestor Luo Ho, when would the decisive battle erupt? The system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully completed the mission. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 5 billion energy points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained the immortal king-level treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained the immortal king-level blind box. Ding. The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. You want to begin the evolution? Chapter 749. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was even more elated. Awesome. Very awesome. This evolution was 2F * king easy. After coming to the journey to the west, everything had been so smooth. This made Wang Mang doubt his life. Damn it. Am I really blessed by Providence? Isn't it a little too smooth, even though it felt unreal? But Wang Mang knew that this was not a dream. After his strength reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, coming to the Eldritch world was really so smooth. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. Although he had offended Tao ancestor Hong Jun, even the primeval Lord of Heaven, the Grand Ancestor, and Juanti Jiayin. But Wang Mang had gained a lot. His cultivation level had increased, and he was about to break through again. Not bad, not bad. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood and prepared to find a place to continue his seclusion. But after thinking about it, Wang Mang suddenly felt that it was not safe to break through in the Eldritch world. What if Hong Jun and the others suddenly attacked after the battle ended? Now that Hong Jun and the others were fighting in the heavens beyond heaven, Wang Mang naturally knew. After all, Luo Ho had said not long ago that he had used his divine sense to check. Or else, Wang Mang was not sure if Hong Jun was in the Eldritch world. Moreover, he couldn't get away from the situation. He would not save Tong Tian at all. Looks like it's not safe to break through in the Eldritch world. Do I have to go back to the Holy Emperor continent to break through? For a moment, Wang Mang touched his chin and began to think. But would it be too pretentious to go back now? After all, if he really wanted to return to the holy land of all demons, wouldn't the three old guys be so shocked that they would pee their pants? But after thinking about it, Wang Mang wanted to go into seclusion to break through. The safest place was the Holy Emperor continent. Apart from that, it was the demon ancestor Luo Ho's territory, the demon territory. But the problem was that even if Wang Mang and the demon ancestor Luo Ho had become allies, but Wang Mang would not easily put his own safety in the hands of others. After all, Luo Ho and Wang Mang had little to do with each other. On the other hand, Wang Mang would rather trust the myriad devil holy ground's three ancestors and break through there. He was also unwilling to make a breakthrough in the fiend domain of the fiend ancestor Rahu. With that thought in mind, Wang Mang quickly flew out of the 33rd heaven. After that, Wang Mang tore open a crack in space and came to the demon domain. However, after Wang Mang arrived at the demon domain, he did not stop. He immediately took out the 5-colored teleportation stone and activated it. In the next moment, Wang Mang disappeared. After seeing Wang Mang disappear, Luo Ho and Tong Tian, who were in the demon's domain, were shocked. Luo Ho immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry. It seems that this fellow cultivator has gone to another world." Hearing this, the sect leader of Tong Tian nodded and sighed. This kid sure has some tricks up his sleeves, running back and forth between the two realms. No wonder his strength increased so quickly. Once there is danger, he will immediately run to another world. This also makes the existence that is chasing him hesitate and not dare to act rashly. After all, judging from the fluctuations of the teleportation space, the other side is probably a great world that is not inferior to the primordial world. They basically knew this point like the back of their hands. After all, nothing that happened in the primordial world could be hidden from the saints. As long as the saints wanted to know, they would be able to deduce it. Therefore, Wang Mang was once chased by Torch Dragon. In fact, he was even attacked by Taoist one. They knew all of it like the back of their hands. The fiend ancestor Rahu also nodded slightly. That's right. This kid is cautious by nature and doesn't trust anyone. He is also very wary of us. Although he is a helper to us in the battle with Tao ancestor Hongjun, we must not trust him easily. After all, with this kid's temperament, if he encounters danger, I'm afraid he will immediately abandon us and run away to save his life. Hearing this, the sect leader of Tong Tian immediately laughed out loud. Although this kid is a little spineless, he still has the ability. Moreover, his abilities, methods, and trump cards are endless. The method he used to kill Hongjuan's incarnation not long ago was also unprecedented. It's probably a product of another world, or a product of the myriad worlds. In addition, I still owe him a favor. If this kid has any requests, I will definitely give him a response. I'm not a shameless person like Junti Jane. At the same time, on the other side, in the millions of mountains, Wang Mang appeared out of thin air. After looking around for a while, Yi Zichen nodded. Wang Mang remembered that the geniuses of the Eastern Heaven Realm had been hunted by the geniuses of the Eastern Heaven Realm. Thinking of the geniuses, Wang Mang's face was filled with disdain. If these geniuses dared to appear in front of him again, Wang Mang could easily kill them all on the spot with a wave of his hand. In the next moment, Wang Mang flew towards the Eastern Heaven Realm. He could directly cross space to save himself some trouble, but Wang Mang actually wanted to find a place to break through in seclusion. It just so happened that the millions of mountains were a good place to break through in seclusion. Therefore, after Wang Mang flew in the millions of mountains for a while, he found a vast mountain forest that was as tall as a forest. In this vast forest, Wang Mang found a cave and went in. Then, Wang Mang couldn't wait to read in his mind. System. Open my personal information. Because Wang Mang couldn't wait to organize his gains and break through. Once he broke through, he would have the battle strength of a second heaven god emperor. In the next moment, his personal information appeared in front of him. Wang Mang, disciple of a quasi-saint, holy son of 1,000 demons. Type, Void Python, limit 700 meters. Realm, 4th Heaven Saint Emperor, peerless genius. Physique, HP 24,000, length 700 meters, width 33 meters, weight 90 million tons. Top divine ability, devouring God mantra, perfection, 3 lives supreme Buddha, perfection, wrath of the gods and devils, perfection. Space, 1 bottle of oblivion, 1 Saint Falling pill, 1 6-flavor Emperor pill, 1 Godfall cannon, 0. Equipment, top world multicolored stone X1, divine martial sword, immortal emperor mask, Saint Emperor mask, talent, 100, immortal king grade blind box X1, immortal king grade treasure chest X1. Energy, 25 billion/25 billion. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. The energy he had accumulated was enough to break through. This wasn't even counting the Immortal King Grade treasure chest, Immortal King Grade blind box. If he opened both of these chests, who knows, maybe he'll get something good again. In fact, if his luck was a little heaven-defying, he would get a few Godfall cannonballs. That would be like a cow standing on its head. That would be awesome. If he really got a few high-level Godfall cannonballs, he could even do whatever he wanted in the sacred Emperor continent. Chapter 750. Moreover, even if these 2 boxes did not contain anything good once he made a breakthrough, who in the sacred Emperor continent would dare to provoke him? What? You mean the former number 1 on the prodigy roll? Ancestral dragon? Stomp him to death. What? You mean the winner of the God Emperor mask? Peak Sage Emperor? Stomp him to death. What? You mean the winner of the Demon Emperor mask? Peak Sage Emperor? Stomp him to death. What? You mean the number 1 on the prodigy roll? Ancestral dragon? Stomp him to death. No. Kneel down and sing Conquer. What? There were many experts on the prodigy roll? Stomp him to death. For a moment, Wang Mang seemed to have imagined what would happen after he made a breakthrough. He would stomp on the prodigy roll and suppress countless experts in the sacred Emperor continent. After all, Wang Mang now had the combat strength of a god emperor. This in itself meant that he had entered the ranks of the experts in the sacred Emperor continent. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood and prepared to evolve first. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, begin the evolution." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Detected that the host's current template is insufficient for evolution. Please update the template before beginning the evolution. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned. After he came back to his senses, Wang Mang just remembered that he had not changed his template for a long time. His current template was still the template of the Void Python. In addition, his body length had reached 700 meters. Logically speaking, it was indeed time to change his template. Thinking of this, Wang Mang pondered for a while and felt a little conflicted, because he did not specify a lucky draw opportunity. In fact, he did not even get a random lucky draw opportunity. Let's put it this way. Wang Mang had not gotten a designated lucky draw opportunity for a long time. How do I get this template? Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly felt conflicted. Were they going to rely on the box to open it? It seemed that this was the only way. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt very helpless. What he needed to solve now was the problem of the template. Without a template, he was stuck by his neck. He couldn't evolve even if he had energy values. With this thought, Wang Mang couldn't help but recite in his heart, "System, open the Celestial King treasure chest." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully opened the Celestial King treasure chest." "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 300 million energy points." "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 700 million energy values." "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 500 million energy points." "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 500 million energy points." "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained a copy of Torch Dragon's hiding place." "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 10 pieces of Tong Nian's original underwear." "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 10 pieces of Tong Xian's original underwear." "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 1 billion energy points." After listening to the system's announcement, Wang Mang was instantly depressed. F***CK and Celestial King blind box. It gave him 2 billion energy points. This was a drop in the bucket for Wang Mang's current need for energy points. What was even more speechless was that out of the 8 times, 3 of them were trash. The other 5 times, other than the last time, were a little more impressive. The rest were all stingy energy points. This also made Wang Mang very dissatisfied with the Celestial King treasure chest of the same level. This was 2F***King different from the Celestial King blind box of the same level. If it really didn't work, it would be fine to give him a designated lottery draw chance. Helpless, Wang Mang adjusted his emotions for a while. Wang Mang said in his heart again, "System, open the Celestial King blind box." As soon as he said that, Wang Mang began to feel nervous. If he couldn't get a designated lottery draw chance this time, if that was the case, he would have to put his evolution on hold for now. The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host successfully opened the Celestial King blind box." "Ding! Congratulations, host successfully obtained a designated lottery draw chance X1. F***CK, F***CK. Ahaha, good, very good. After hearing the Celestial King blind box's reward, Wang Mang was instantly overjoyed, because Wang Mang didn't expect it either. Whatever he wanted would come to him. This Celestial King blind box was really in line with his wishes. Wang Mang would be able to accept it even if the rest of the items were all trash. At least he had solved the problem of the template because of the designated lottery draw chance and the random lottery draw chance. These 2 things hadn't appeared for a long time. This also caused Wang Mang to be a little worried about the problem of the template. But now the problem was solved. At least he didn't have to worry about the template for a long time. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang's mood became even better. The next moment, the system's voice sounded for the second time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host successfully obtained 500 million energy value." Good, very powerful, as expected of the Celestial King blind box. After hearing the system's second reward, Wang Mang couldn't stop smiling. This was because the second time he opened the lottery, he had obtained 500 million energy values. This proved that the quality of the Celestial King blind box was very high. The next reward would definitely not disappoint him. As expected, another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 500 million energy value. Although the reward this time wasn't much, it wasn't little either. Therefore, Wang Mang was quite satisfied. Then, Wang Mang continued to look forward to the next blind box reward. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the fourth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 1 billion energy value. Not bad, not bad. It seemed that he wouldn't lose out this time. For a moment, Wang Mang's mood became even more cheerful. During this period of time, he was simply too smooth. In fact, most of the things were going according to his wishes, especially the increase of his strength. It was as simple as drinking water and eating. If he didn't know that he wasn't a heaven-defying genius, Wang Mang even suspected that he was the chosen one. Therefore, how could Wang Mang be in a bad mood? Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the fifth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 5 talent value. Not bad. Talent value is also good. Give me more. Wang Mang was instantly overjoyed. He guessed that this celestial king blind box, it shouldn't give out any trash. After all, he had already successfully opened the reward 5 times. Moreover, all 5 times he had opened good things. Under Wang Mang's happy anticipation. Soon, another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the 6th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained. Chapter 751. The system's voice sounded for the 6th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a 5th stage Supreme Being's original underwear. Good fellow. This time, the underwear target had been upgraded. It was no longer those lovebirds. On the contrary, it gave him a 5th stage Supreme Being's original underwear. But it was useless to give it to him. Could it be that he would suddenly have an epiphany one day after smelling the 5th stage Supreme Being's underwear? Was that possible? Obviously not. Moreover, Wang Mang was a peerless prodigy himself. If he wanted to become a stronger prodigy, other than hunting prodigies and obtaining talent points, there was no other way. If he was given a 5th stage Supreme Being's treasure, Wang Mang would definitely be ecstatic. As for a 5th stage Supreme Being's original underwear, Wang Mang would rather smell the girl's underwear. At least the girl's clothes had their own body fragrance. Just as Wang Mang was speechless. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 7th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 1 billion energy values. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was elated once again, because this immortal king-grade blind box, it had already given him 3 billion energy values. In addition, he had a designated lottery chance. If he included the immortal king-grade treasure chest from before, Wang Mang's harvest had already reached 5 billion energy values. The accumulated energy values had also reached 30 billion, and not the 25 billion from before. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. Overall, these 2 boxes did not disappoint him. The key was that the immortal king-grade blind box was indeed worthy. Right at this moment, the system's voice sounded for the 8th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 3 billion energy values. What the F***? There was still a lottery, and it even gave 3 billion energy values. After hearing the system's last lottery, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. He thought that it would be over after 7 draws. In the end, there was still an 8th drawing. One had to know that the maximum number of times an immortal king could draw a lottery was 9. However, most of them had only drawn the lottery 7 times. There were not many who had drawn the lottery 8 times. Even if it was the 8th time, the prize would always be trash. But it was different this time. The last time he opened the lottery, he got 3 billion energy values. In other words, this immortal king-level blind box had accumulated 6 billion energy values, plus a chance to draw a prize. Other than that, he had only gotten a piece of trash once. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang couldn't be any more excited. Looks like our luck is starting to change. Wang Mang complacently sighed. Without hesitation, he silently said in his heart, "System, use your designated lottery ticket. Lottery direction, template category." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Congratulations, host successfully activated a designated lottery chance." The next moment, a lucky compass appeared in Wang Mang's mind once again. But when Wang Mang saw the prizes clearly, he could not help but laugh. Because although more than half of these 9 prizes were not templates, however, Wang Mang still wanted to obtain these prizes that were not part of the template. The 9 prizes were as follows: Frowny Face 100 Calamity Glass Python, 8-winged 9-headed Python, Immemorial Fiendish Python, 100 Calamity Thunder Python, Immemorial Void Dragon, Talent 999, Free Evolution Opportunity X1, Stage 5 Supreme Weapon, Energy Value 99, 9 billion. After looking at the 9 prizes, Wang Mang could not help but laugh. It could be said that even if he could not get a template, Wang Mang was willing to do it, because other than the template, the other prizes were even more generous. He did not know if it was true. It was because he had not used his designated lottery ticket for a long time. This reward was so generous that even Wang Mang felt a rush of excitement. Among them, the thing that Wang Mang wanted to get the most was, of course, his talent was 99, 9 billion. If he really wanted to get so much talent value, Wang Mang would definitely fly on the spot. Other than that, other prizes were fine too. For example, 99, 9 billion energy value. For example, a free evolution opportunity. These were all good things. Just when Wang Mang was excited and happy, the lucky compass began to spin at an extremely fast speed. Wang Mang also began to feel nervous. What was rare was that what Wang Mang needed the most was a template. But Wang Mang still wanted to get other things, especially the 2 above. Under Wang Mang's anticipation and nervousness, a minute passed quickly. The spinning speed of the lucky compass's prize needle also slowed down. Then, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully obtained the Immemorial Fiendish Python template." Note, the Immemorial Ancient Fiendish Python was born in the Python continent. It has unfathomable power, and its body length can reach 800 meters. Ding! A new template has been detected that can be replaced. Do you want to replace the new template? Replace. After hearing the system's announcement, although Wang Mang was a little helpless, he still said without hesitation. The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced. "Ding! Congratulations, host successfully replaced the template." "Ding! Congratulations, host obtained a new template's top divine ability, Ancient Fiend Tyrant Body." Note, after using the Ancient Fiend Body, the host's physical body realm and battle strength will be equal. Note, and opponents whose strength does not surpass the host's, all attacks will be immune. Ding! Successful removal. Old template comes with ordinary divine ability, Hand of the Void. Ding! Successful removal. Old template comes with ordinary divine ability, Blade of the Void. Ding! Successful removal. Old template comes with ordinary divine ability, Void Escape. After listening to the system's voice. Wang Mang was stunned, because he didn't expect that after obtaining the template again, he would obtain such a heaven-defying divine ability, physical body-type divine ability. What was even more abnormal was that this divine ability was too damn heaven-defying. It directly ignored all attacks from opponents of the same strength. To put it bluntly, if the opponent's battle strength was similar to Wang Mang's, Wang Mang didn't need to defend against the opponent. He only needed to attack, because once he used this ancient fiend tyrant body, his physical body strength would be instantly maxed out. For example, suppose his battle strength reached the late stage god emperor level. Once he used the ancient demon tyrannical body, his physical body would be immune to all physical attacks from the late stage god emperor level, unless the opponent used a technique that was far more powerful than Wang Mang. Otherwise, Wang Mang didn't even need to defend. Even if he stood there and let the opponent hit him, he wouldn't be able to move. Moreover, there was no possibility of causing him any harm. It could be said that this was a top-notch physical body-type divine ability. It made Wang Mang even more heaven-defying and terrifying among the rank 5 experts. Even those of the same level. He was already in an invincible position. Chapter 752. One had to know that Wang Mang already had 3 top-notch mystiques: attack type, defensive type, grappling type, and the 3 lives revered Buddha. Other than that, Wang Mang also had the wrath of the divine demon and the devouring divine art. With this in mind, Wang Mang's divine abilities had basically made up for his shortcomings. He also had a primordial spirit divine ability. He also had a fleshly body divine ability. He also had offensive and defensive divine ability. This made Wang Mang even more arrogant, because it was hard for him not to be arrogant with his current strength. After all, Wang Mang already had the combat strength of an emperor god. After this evolution, he had reached another level. After obtaining this pinnacle, fleshly body divine ability, Wang Mang's combat strength might not be at the 3rd heaven of the emperor god realm, but his combat strength at the 2nd heaven of the emperor god realm was simply heaven-defying. He could ignore any fleshly body attack of the same level. In other words, if he wanted to kill Wang Mang, even a 3rd heaven of the emperor god realm could not do it. He would need at least a middle stage god emperor. In a good mood, Wang Mang could not wait to say in his heart, "System, begin the evolution." At the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-facing. 25 billion energy points have been deducted. Beginning evolution. After that, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness in the midst of his evolution. At the same time, what Wang Mang did not know was, not long ago, after he left the sacred Emperor continent, an earthquake had happened in the sacred Emperor continent. What was it? The entire sacred Emperor continent's prodigy list and ordinary prodigies had been hunted down by the prodigy hunters. Too many geniuses had fallen in the process. Among them were the Eastern Heaven Realm, Southern Heaven Realm, Northern Heaven Realm, and Western Heaven Realm, and the Middle Heaven Realm. The prodigies had suffered a great loss. This had also caused the various forces in the sacred Emperor continent to be furious. Not only that, but many forces had also sent out Emperor God level experts to search for traces of the Heaven's Pride hunters. Almost all the prodigy hunters who were found were unlucky and had died. After all, the targets of these Sky Pride hunters were Sky Prides. Moreover, they were hunting down those talented geniuses. Figuratively speaking, none of the peerless geniuses were hunted down by the genius hunter. However, as long as one reached the peerless prodigy level, they would basically be killed by the prodigy hunters. It was said that even the former number 1 on the Heaven's favorite ranking was hunted down by the Heaven's favorite hunters. However, Zhu Long, who used to be the number 1 on the Heaven's favorite list, had the fighting power of an emperor god after all. Hence, he naturally wouldn't be killed so easily. But not all of them were ancestral dragons. Many prodigies of the sacred emperor continent were killed. Someone from the sacred emperor continent had done a rough calculation. The Sky Pride hunters this time had successfully killed 50% of the Sky Prides. What did it mean to have 50% of the geniuses? In other words, at least half of the geniuses had died. It was no wonder that countless factions in the sacred emperor continent were enraged. What did a Heaven's Chosen represent? It represented the future of the organization. If a family had a peerless genius, or even a peerless genius, they would definitely be treasured. When these prodigies grew up in the future, they would inherit their families and become the leaders of their families, not to mention those even more terrifying prodigies. However, the Heaven's favorite hunters specialized in hunting down the geniuses of these family factions and even the sacred ground factions. This was simply cutting off the flesh of these family factions and sacred ground factions' hearts. Because of this, during this period of time, the entire sacred emperor continent wasn't peaceful. In fact, the sacred emperor continent was in turmoil during this period of time. Similarly, many family factions and sacred ground factions. This was the first time they were shocked by how terrifying the Heaven's favorite hunters were. This was because the Heaven's favorite hunters were hidden among the countless factions in the sacred emperor continent. Even though they had uncovered many of the Heaven's favorite hunters, it was still useless. This was because these Heaven's favorite hunters didn't even know each other's identities. Even if they were all Heaven's favorite hunters, there was no way they could reveal their accomplices. This was also the reason why the Heaven's favorite hunters were still standing strong and untraceable. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. At this moment, in the Million Mountains, in an uninhabited cave, Wang Mang slowly woke up from his evolution. In the next moment, Wang Mang slowly opened his eyes. A terrifying light flashed past, flickering with a terrifying fluctuation of laws. If one wasn't an emperor god expert, under Wang Mang's gaze, one would even feel a great pressure. This was because experts with the fighting power of an emperor god could basically achieve the level of absolute obedience with their words. Of course, the absolute command was only effective against existences below the emperor god level. In the same realm, it was useless. It still depended on strength. Is this the power of a second heaven emperor god? It's close to 3 times stronger than a first heaven emperor god. In this case, doesn't it mean that a second heaven emperor god can suppress at least 2 first heaven emperor gods? Thinking of this, Wang Mang was a little shocked. In the past, there was a gap between each realm. In fact, it was often said that it was like Tian Yuan. However, after reaching the emperor god level, the gap was a little terrifying. Moreover, the gap between realms could be directly counted as an emperor god expert. Wang Mang even began to suspect. This was a third heaven emperor god. He estimated that he could suppress 9 first heaven emperor god experts. Even if he couldn't suppress 9, suppressing 6 or 7 wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Wang Mang's suspicion wasn't groundless. He discovered this problem according to the changes in his own strength. Because after this evolution, Wang Mang's strength had increased in all aspects. At the same time, he had obtained more unbelievable power. This kind of incomparably majestic power fascinated him. After being intoxicated for a while, Wang Mang came back to his senses. Then Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." This was because Wang Mang wanted to know how much energy he needed for his next evolution. The next moment, his personal information appeared in front of him. Wang Mang, disciple of a quasi-saint, saint son of 1,000 demons, type ancient demonic python, limit 800 meters, realm Fifth Heaven Emperor, peerless genius, body, HP 25,000, length 710 meters, width 35 meters, weight 100 million tons. Top divine ability, ancient demon tyrant body, perfection. Devour God technique, perfection. 3 lives, supreme Buddha, perfection. Wrath of gods and demons, perfection. Space, 1 bottle of forgotten love water, 1 falling saint pill, 1 6-flavor emperor pill, fallen god cannon, 0. Equipment, top world multicolored stone X1, divine martial sword, immortal emperor mask, saint emperor mask, talent, 100, energy, 8 billion/40 billion. Chapter 753, what the F *CK. Now, 1 evolution required 40 billion energy values. It directly increased by 15 billion. To be honest, Wang Mang was already mentally prepared. However, the increase in energy value was becoming more and more frightening. Just like that, it had already reached 40 billion energy points. Next, after a few more evolutions, wouldn't it reach hundreds of billions? Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood became a little depressed. It seemed that he still wanted to continue to evolve smoothly. It wouldn't be so easy. In the past, he would at most have 1 mission and 2 treasure chests. Evolving was simply like playing. Now, he had to at least have 2 missions. However, Wang Mang could understand. After all, the higher the level of cultivation, the more difficult it would be. Just as Wang Mang was lamenting in his heart, the system's voice sounded frowny-facing, detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Facing the crisis of the all-demons holy land. As the saint, choose to ignore it and protect yourself. Mission time, available upon selection. Mission reward, 2 billion energy values. Immortal level blind box, X1. Immortal level treasure, chest, X1. Mission 2, facing the crisis of the all-demons holy land. As the saint, overcome the difficulties together and repel the invading enemies. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 7 billion energy values. Immortal king, level blind box, X1. Immortal level treasure, chest, X1. Mission 3. Now that the holy land of 10,000 demons is in danger, as the holy son of the holy land of 10,000 demons, you must kill all invaders with lightning speed. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 50 billion energy values. Immortal king, level blind box, X1. Immortal king, level treasure, chest, X1. After listening to the system's mission, Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then his face was filled with astonishment. The all-demons holy land was actually in danger? It shouldn't be. The all-demons holy land was a top holy land. Moreover, there were 3 god emperor ancestors behind them. Logically speaking, no one should be able to threaten the all-demons holy land. Did they really think that the title of a top holy land was just for show? Although he was puzzled, Wang Mang didn't make a choice easily. It didn't matter who it was that threatened the holy land of 10,000 devils. However, a power or expert that could make the 10,000 devil holy land feel a sense of crisis was definitely not simple. Thinking of this, Wang Mang fell into deep thought. Out of the 3 missions, the first one was a freeloading mission. Wang Mang was a little tempted. However, Wang Mang couldn't do such a thing. After all, he was a member of the Holy Land of all devils. If the 10,000 devil Holy Land had done something to let him down, then so be it. But the question was, had the 10,000 demon Holy Land ever done anything to let him down? No. The 10,000 devil Holy Land really treated Wang Mang well. Just the cultivation resources and immortal stones alone were worth several billion. After Wang Mang became the saint, he had offended quite a number of experts outside. There was no need to talk about the three Buddhas of the Western Heaven Realm. Back then, when the three Buddhas of Buddhism wanted to kill him, the patriarch of the All Devils Holy Land had also rushed over without stopping. From this, it could be seen that his position in the 10,000 Devil Holy Land was extremely high. Other than that, although Wang Mang had also encountered danger in the Heaven Realm, the three patriarchs of the All Devils Holy Land didn't come to help him, but Wang Mang believed that. The three patriarchs of the All Devils Holy Land must have had some difficulties. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have left him alone. This wasn't Wang Mang exculpating the All Devils Holy Land. After all, the three patriarchs of the All Devils Holy Land had supported him with all their might for the first time. In fact, he had even fought with the three Buddhas of Buddhism. It was absolutely impossible for him to give up halfway. That was because the All Devils Holy Land had invested a lot of energy into Wang Mang. He had also offended quite a number of experts and forces. All of these were things that the All Devils Holy Land had to deal with, because Wang Mang was the face of the All Devils Holy Land. No matter which force Wang Mang offended, he would be making enemies for the All Devils Holy Land. Wang Mang was well aware of this point. Let's put it this way. Wang Mang didn't bring any substantial benefits to the All Devils Holy Land. It was just a little fame. However, the number of people and forces that Wang Mang had offended for the All Devils Holy Land was definitely not small. This was also the reason why Wang Mang couldn't choose the first mission. After all, Wang Mang was a very sentimental person. He couldn't do something like abandoning the All Devils Holy Land. Well, unless the All Devils Holy Land was hopeless. Otherwise, Wang Mang wouldn't give up the All Devils Holy Land so easily. After all, Wang Mang was someone who knew how to repay kindness, someone who was deeply affectionate. Sigh, forget it. Forget about it. Who asked me, Wang Mang, to be a sentimental person? After sighing helplessly, Wang Mang resolutely gave up on the first mission. This wasn't a matter of the reward being too little, because this was actually a matter of principle. As for the third mission, needless to say, it could be ruled out. Did he really think that 50 billion energy value was so easy to obtain? Moreover, it was an enemy that could put the All Devils Holy Land in danger. Who knew how dangerous such a mission would be? Therefore, there was no need to consider the third mission. 2 of the 3 missions were ruled out. Then Wang Mang's choice was obvious. In the next moment, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, I choose the second mission." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations to the host. Successfully selected the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to obtain the reward." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang wasn't very happy, because he didn't even know why the All Devils Holy Land was in danger and who the enemy was. Wang Mang chose this mission with the mentality of trying it out. If he could complete it, he would do it. If he couldn't, then forget it. Besides, Wang Mang had to return to the All Devils Holy Land. He hadn't returned to the All Devils Holy Land for too long, ever since he became the Holy Sun and left the All Devils Holy Land. Wang Mang basically never went back. Now that his strength had increased, of course, he had to go back. With that thought, Wang Mang immediately stood up slowly and walked out of the cave with his hands behind his back. In the next moment, Wang Mang directly waved his hand toward open a space and stepped into the space. When Wang Mang tore open the space again, just as his front foot stepped out of the space, Wang Mang heard several deafening, angry shouts from the distant sky. "Who is it? How dare you barge into the All Devils Holy Land?" Do you really think that there's no one in the All-Devils Holy Land? Who? How dare you behave so atrociously in the All-Devils Holy Land? In the next moment, Wang Mang fixed his eyes and saw 3 terrifying old ancestors flying out from the depths of the All-Devils Holy Land. In the blink of an eye, in the All-Devils Holy Land, 3 old ancestors with terrifying auras appeared in front of Wang Mang. But when the 3 old ancestors saw Wang Mang, they were stunned, and their eyes became puzzled. They felt that Wang Mang looked a little familiar. His dressing was very similar to the Holy Son of all devils. After confirming that they didn't recognize the wrong person, the 3 old ancestors opened their eyes wide, and their faces were full of shock. The 3 ancestors looked at Wang Mang in shock and anger, and said, "What are you talking about? How is this possible? You brat, how did you reach the Emperor God realm? Are you really the Holy Son of the All-Devils Holy Land? That's impossible. No one can enter the fighting power level of an Emperor God so quickly. Say it. Did you take over the body of the All-Devils Holy Land's Holy Son?" Chapter 754. The 3 old ancestors from the myriad devil holy ground could not be blamed for this. They even suspected that Wang Mang had been possessed by an old monster. It was mainly because Wang Mang's strength had risen too quickly. After all, who could break through to the God Emperor realm in less than 100 years? Furthermore, he had broken through from the early stage Sacred Emperor realm to the early stage God Emperor realm. Furthermore, the time Wang Mang used was even shorter, not to mention 100 years. He did not even take a few decades. At most, it would only take him a few years. His time as a sacred son was even shorter. The outcome? After going out for a round, he returned. He reached the early stage God Emperor realm. After going out for a warm-up, he returned. He reached the early stage God Emperor realm. If it was so easy to break through to the God Emperor realm, then the Sacred Emperor continent would be filled with God Emperors. It was precisely because it was so difficult to break through to the God Emperor realm. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to reach the God Emperor realm. That was why God Emperors were the apex existences in the Sacred Emperor continent. Because the total number of God Emperors in the entire Sacred Emperor continent did not exceed 100. Hence, God Emperors were extremely precious in the Sacred Emperor continent. Furthermore, the moment someone attempted to break through to the God Emperor realm, the other God Emperors nearby would not stand by and watch. If there were conflicts, benefits, or even enemies, most of the God Emperor realm experts would make a sneak attack. Precisely because of this, a God Emperor realm expert, to break through to the God Emperor realm, not only did he need a terrifying talent, he also needed a huge amount of resources. Furthermore, it was extremely dangerous to break through. The most stable method was to have someone protecting him. But Wang Mang, it was as though he had appeared out of thin air. The 3 old ancestors from the myriad devil holy ground naturally had reasons to suspect that Wang Mang had been possessed. Similarly, when Wang Mang heard the words of the 3 old ancestors from the sacred ground, he was startled at the start. After regaining his senses, Wang Mang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He helplessly said, "3 old ancestors, this disciple has not been possessed by any old monster." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the 3 old ancestors squinted their eyes and sized up Wang Mang. Among them, the Dark Patriarch's primordial spirit flew out and rushed into Wang Mang's body. It was so fast that even Wang Mang couldn't react in time. When the primordial spirit of the Dark Patriarch entered Wang Mang's consciousness, it immediately saw the primordial spirit in Wang Mang's consciousness. At the same time, Wang Mang's primordial spirit also saw the primordial spirit of the Dark Ancestor. He sensed the presence of the great ancestor of darkness. After his primordial spirit had almost reached the level of an emperor god, Wang Mang was extremely shocked. The dark ancestor was only at the third sky of the great god realm, but his primordial spirit had reached the great god realm. This was extremely terrifying. This was because the drawbacks of the primordial spirit and the physical body were common to almost all cultivators. Most cultivators' primordial spirits and physical bodies were a realm lower than their own realms, and it was even more common. However, this dark ancestor had cultivated his primordial spirit to the emperor god realm. To be honest, this was extremely terrifying. Wang Mang's primordial spirit was still in shock. After the dark ancestor confirmed that Wang Mang had not been possessed, he nodded in satisfaction and left Wang Mang's body. In the next moment, the dark ancestor's primordial spirit returned to his body, and he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the bloodthirsty patriarch and the celestial demon patriarch looked at the dark ancestor and asked, "How is it?" Hearing this, the dark ancestor's old face broke into a smile. He nodded and said, "He is indeed the holy son of the holy ground of demons. He has not been possessed by any old monster." After regaining his senses, Wang Mang felt a little helpless. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings to the three patriarchs." The three patriarchs looked at Wang Mang and nodded in satisfaction. They smiled and said, "Very good. Not bad. Although you have the support of the immortal Emperor Mask and the God Emperor Mask. But now your battle strength has reached the second sky of the great God realm. You can stand on your own. Very good. You've grown much faster than we imagined. However, your cultivation level is still not at the great God realm. When your cultivation level is close to the great God realm, your battle strength is enough to reach the peak of the sacred Emperor continent." Yes, this was what the three patriarchs were very happy about. After confirming that Wang Mang had not been possessed, the three patriarchs were overjoyed. This meant that the rise of the holy ground of demons was unstoppable. It was inevitable that they would become a top holy ground in the future. This was because the basic requirement to become a top holy ground was to have 5 great god realm existences. Now, including Wang Mang, the holy ground of demons had 4 great god realm existences. As long as one of the old monsters in the seclusion grounds succeeded in breaking through, then the holy ground of demons would become a top holy ground. Moreover, Wang Mang was still very young and had limitless potential. In the eyes of the three patriarchs, it was almost certain that he would enter the list of experts in the sacred Emperor continent in the future. Therefore, the three patriarchs found Wang Mang more and more pleasing to the eye. At the same time, their displeasure towards Wang Mang for causing so much trouble for the holy ground of demons had disappeared. After all, the small trouble that he caused back then was nothing compared to Wang Mang's current achievements. What the hell? Wang Mang was now a bona fide great god realm existence. At this moment, the bloodthirsty patriarch seemed to have thought of something. He said with a serious expression, "By the way, Wang Mang, there is something that we need to clarify with you. Now that you are a great god realm expert of the holy ground of demons, you should advance and retreat together with the holy ground of demons." When he heard this, Wang Mang's expression immediately became serious. He said respectfully, "Patriarchs, please enlighten me." Hearing this, the three patriarchs exchanged glances. Then they waved at Wang Mang and said, "Come with us." After that, the three patriarchs flew toward the mountain behind the holy ground of demons. Wang Mang quickly followed behind them. Soon, the three patriarchs and Wang Mang arrived at a mountain peak behind the holy ground of demons. In the next moment, the three patriarchs waved their hands and set up several barriers. Then, the three patriarchs sat on a few rocks on the mountain peak. Wang Mang sat opposite them. Wang Mang, do you know how many heaven's favorites you've killed? When he heard this, Wang Mang was stunned. He raised his head to look at the three patriarchs and shook his head. Patriarchs, I really don't know about this. Hearing this, the three patriarchs looked at Wang Mang bitterly and said slowly, "We have calculated it. We've calculated for you. You've killed at least 30 peerless geniuses. More than that. During the Battle of the Saint, you killed all the saint candidates. Only Zhang Tianyu escaped. You killed at least 18 supreme talents during the Battle of Crouching Dragon City Gladiator Arena. Later on, you killed some supreme talents in the Middle Heaven Realm and even some supreme talents. Now, in the Eastern Heaven Realm, there are dozens of forces that hate the holy ground of demons. This includes the Crouching Dragon, Holy Ground, and some forces with Emperor Gods in their families. Or perhaps there are many clans that don't have God Emperors but have peak Saint Emperors. Chapter 755. After listening to the examples given by the three patriarchs, one by one, Wang Mang was dumbfounded. What a guy! Was he that powerful? He had unknowingly killed so many people. However, Wang Mang carefully calculated the number of prodigies. F***CK. He had indeed killed a lot of prodigies. However, after listening to the direct data given by the three patriarchs, Wang Mang also realized something. Could it be that the crisis of the All Demons' sacred land had something to do with him? After thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be shocked, because after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be very likely. After all, the All Demons' sacred land had always been unmoved. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately raised his head and looked at the three patriarchs. He asked carefully, "Patriarchs, do you mean that this matter has something to do with me?" Hearing this, the three patriarchs looked at each other. For a moment, they were all speechless. They even wanted to say to Wang Mang, F***CK. If it's not related to you, then it's related to us. After all, they were the pillars of the All Demons' sacred land, and they basically wouldn't make enemies for the All Demons' sacred land. It was only after Wang Mang joined the All Demons' sacred land that the All Demons' sacred land had made many enemies. It could be said that it was painful and happy, because Wang Mang had also brought great benefits to the All Demons' sacred land, as well as great fame, but also great trouble. For example, the three of them had recently received news. Many forces in the Eastern Heaven Realm had formed a huge force under the leadership of the Crouching Dragon Sacred Land and the Buddhist Sacred Land in the Western Heaven Realm. What was the purpose of this force? Of course, it was to target the All Demons' sacred land. After all, at a glance, these forces were all forces that Wang Mang had offended. As for the Crouching Dragon's sacred land not offending them, was that possible? Not long ago, Wang Mang had hunted down the Crouching Dragon Saint and snatched the Saint Emperor's mask. At this time, the three patriarchs didn't waste any time. They directly told Wang Mang about the matter. After hearing this, Wang Mang felt even more helpless. The source of this matter was really him. Moreover, this force that targeted the All Demons' sacred land was also very powerful. On the surface, there were two super first-rate sacred grounds leading the charge, and there were countless other forces. At this time, the Dark Ancestor spoke again. Let's put it this way. According to the information we received, the Buddhist sects Tianzong Buddha and the Infernal Buddha even managed to rope in two divine emperors from the Western Heaven Realm. As for the Hidden Dragon Sacred Land, they've mobilized all three of their old ancestors without any hesitation. Unless you return the Sage Emperor Mask, the Hidden Dragon Sacred Ground will not let this matter rest. But that's obviously impossible after our calculations. This time, they might have as many as 10 divine lords. After hearing this, Wang Mang fell into silence again. He didn't expect that the number of people he had offended in the past few days would add up to 10 God Emperors. Moreover, he was prepared to attack the 10,000 devils' holy land. No wonder Mission 3 rewarded 50 billion energy values. What the F***, there were actually 10 God Emperors. No wonder he gave 50 billion energy values. Fortunately, he did not accept the third mission. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to complete it. The reason for that was because the 10,000 Devil Holy Land was currently pondering how to deal with the incoming enemies. At the same time, Wang Mang was also pondering over the same problem. 10 God Emperors? Wang Mang felt a headache coming on. Even if he included himself, the 10,000 devils' Holy Land still lacked 6 God Emperors. For against 10, that was obviously unrealistic. Moreover, the strength of the 10 God Emperors was unknown. At that moment, the Darkness Patriarch slowly spoke to Wang Mang. Leave the matter of external help to us old fellows. When the battle starts, you just need to hold back 1 or 2 God Emperors. After hearing this, Wang Mang did not hesitate. He immediately cupped his fists and said, "Rest assured, patriarchs. If the 3 of you want me to kill you, it might be a little difficult. But under the circumstances where the difference in strength is not too great, holding them back should not be a problem." Hearing this, the bloodthirsty patriarch and the celestial demon patriarch nodded helplessly. They waved their hands at Wang Mang. "You may leave. Don't leave the 10,000 devils' holy land for the next few days. Otherwise, the enemy might seize the opportunity and attack you. Don't leave the 10,000 devils' holy land before the current problem is solved." Wang Mang nodded, then cupped his fists and left. He knew that the 3 patriarchs were not exaggerating. If the Buddhist sect and the Crouching Dragon Holy Land colluded, it was not impossible for the Buddhist sect to attack Wang Mang again. Although he was confident that even the God Emperors could not kill him, Wang Mang decided to rest for a while and solve the current problem first. When he was stronger, he would think of a way to deal with the Buddhist sect in the Western Heaven Realm. At the mention of the Buddhist sect in the Western Heaven Realm, Wang Mang gnashed his teeth in hatred. The 3 Buddhist sect dogs were really haunting him. F***. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't strong enough, Wang Mang really wanted to strangle these 3 old bastards to death right now. Not long after, Wang Mang returned to his Divine Devil Palace. It was worth mentioning. After entering the Divine Devil Palace, Wang Mang realized that Lan had not returned yet. Could it be that this dog had gotten lost? After thinking about it carefully, Wang Mang really did not know when he had lost this guy. It seemed that he had gotten separated from this guy during the battle in the Crouching Dragon City arena. Forget it. This guy probably won't die. Wang Mang shook his head and did not care about Lan anymore. Now, Lan and Heavenly Emperor Wuxia were not by his side. However, the 2 of them were not of much use to Wang Mang right now. Unless they were able to raise their strength in defiance of the natural order and catch up to Wang Mang. Otherwise, they would be ignored and exiled by Wang Mang sooner or later. At this moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-facing. Detected host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission number 1. You have already become a God Emperor. Confidence is the peak. You don't need to prove yourself to anyone. Mission time, available upon selection. Mission reward, 1 billion energy value. Immortal level blind box, X1. Immortal level treasure box, X1. Mission number 2. You have already become a God Emperor. Confidence is the peak. He killed a God Emperor to prove that he is extraordinary. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 5 billion energy value. Immortal King, level blind box X1. Immortal King, level treasure box X1. Mission number 3. You have already become a God Emperor. You can conquer mountains and rivers, killing a middle stage God Emperor to prove his strength. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 10 billion energy value. Immortal King, level blind box X1. Immortal King, level treasure box X1. Mission number 4. You have already become a God Emperor. You can suppress the world, kill a late God Emperor, and shock the entire Sacred Emperor continent. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 3 free evolution opportunities. Immortal King, level blind box X1. Immortal King, level blind box X1. Chapter 756. After listening to the 4 missions given by the system, Wang Mang was stunned for a moment, then he was speechless. Damn, did Wang Mang, still need to prove himself? Right now, he was a genuine second heaven emperor god with his battle prowess. Although his realm had not reached the God Emperor realm, his combat power had reached it. When one's fighting power reached the God Emperor realm, there wasn't much of a difference. Therefore, among these 4 missions, the first mission could be eliminated. Although it felt good to be free, the reward was too little, only 1 billion energy points, plus the immortal grade blind box and treasure chest. Was this enough to send a beggar away? But the second mission could be considered. It was even the mission that Wang Mang wanted to choose. The reward was not too much, and the requirement was not too high. A God Emperor was enough. As for the third and fourth mission, to be honest, Wang Mang did not think much of it. The reward was indeed doubled. The problem was that killing a middle-stage God Emperor was not that easy. As for the third mission, the reward was the most generous, and the difficulty was naturally the highest. It was impossible to kill a late-stage God Emperor, right? Even if he used the fury of the deity demon, he would have to increase his realm by 5 small realms. Hence, even if the reward was generous, it was not worth it. With that thought, Wang Mang made his decision. After that, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, I choose the second mission." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully chosen the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was still calm, because this mission was not difficult. Not long later, if they targeted the hidden dragon's sacred ground and the Buddha's sacred ground, they would target the myriad devil sacred ground. At that time, Wang Mang would definitely have to fight with a God Emperor level expert. If he was lucky, he might be able to kill an early stage God Emperor. If he could not kill a second heaven God Emperor, he would have a chance to kill a first heaven God Emperor. It was precisely because of this that Wang Mang really did have the opportunity to try out this mission. Therefore, Wang Mang was happy to accept this mission. If everything went smoothly, they would be able to defeat the enemy and kill another God Emperor. If he could complete the 2 missions at the same time, he would be able to obtain the rewards at the same time. In the next few days, Wang Mang basically meditated in the 10,000 Devil Holy Land's God Devil Palace. The Tao comprehension here referred to the law of the Tao that was normally displayed. Although Wang Mang had broken through to the next realm, all he had to do was use brute force. However, his understanding of the law of the Tao was even more thorough. It would be much easier to use it as well. This was also why Wang Mang didn't need to cultivate at all. However, if he had the time, he would not mind comprehending the law of the Tao. But at the same time, Wang Mang knew everything about the 10,000 demons' holy land like the back of his hand. For example, Wang Mang discovered that the disciples of the 10,000 Devil Holy Land were in a state of panic and unease, and they were spending less time outside. The most important reason was that the All Demons Holy Land was being targeted for no apparent reason. Many disciples of the All Demons Holy Land would die outside for no reason. Moreover, the number of deaths of the All Demons Holy Land's disciples was not just one or two. As for the reason, Wang Mang could roughly guess. Who else was targeting the All Demons Holy Land? Naturally, it was the Western Heaven Realms Buddhist sect and the Hidden Dragon Holy Land, as well as those forces that Wang Mang had offended. Of course, Wang Mang could understand why the Western Heaven Realms Buddhist sect hated him so much. After all, he had killed two of their Buddhist sect's Little Rulai. Little Rulai's status in the Buddhist sect was the same as Wang Mang's in the All Demons Holy Land. Even the three Buddhas of the Western Heaven Realms Buddhist sect shamelessly took action. It was normal for them to target the All Demons Holy Land. However, the Hidden Dragon Saint Sun was a little out of Wang Mang's expectations. Who would have thought that the Hidden Dragon Saint Sun's status in the Hidden Dragon Holy Land was not simple? Just like that, another 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, just as Wang Mang started to guess how long this group of forces would endure. Suddenly, Wang Mang raised his head and looked at the sky above the All Demons Holy Land. This was because Wang Mang could feel that there was a violent spatial fluctuation above the All Demons Holy Land. In the next moment, Wang Mang flew out of the Divine Devil Palace and arrived above the All Demons Holy Land in the blink of an eye. At the same time, several terrifying auras flew out from the All Demons Holy Land. Wang Mang glanced over and saw the 3,000 Devil Holy Land's ancestor and the others. He had actually brought along 3 extremely unfamiliar God Emperor Realm old men. This way, the All Demons Holy Land had 7 God Emperor Realm existences. Even if they were to face the Hidden Dragon Holy Land, the Buddhist sect's Holy Land, and other forces, they would barely be able to handle it. It was worth mentioning that, among the 3 elders of the All Demons Holy Land, other than the Divine Devil Ancestor, who was at the 2nd heaven of the God Emperor Realm, the Darkness Ancestor and Bloodthirsty Ancestor were both at the 3rd heaven of the God Emperor Realm. The reinforcements they invited were not weak either. 2 were at the 2nd heaven of the God Emperor Realm, and 1 was at the 1st heaven of the God Emperor Realm. But Wang Mang did not even have the time to greet these 3 reinforcements. A deafening roar came from the sky. In the next moment, a black dot appeared in the sky. Following that, the black dot spread out like ink. A huge hole was torn in the vast space. In the next moment, a total of 9 God Emperor Realm experts appeared. They stepped out of the space almost at the same time. 2 of them were figures that Wang Mang was familiar with. They were wearing Buddhist robes and looked like real Buddhas. Their faces were filled with compassion. As for the 7 God Emperor Realm experts, Wang Mang did not recognize them at all. The only thing that made him feel relieved was, among these God Emperor Realm experts, there was no middle stage God Emperor. If there were really middle stage God Emperors and 8 early stage God Emperors, then the All Demons Holy Land would basically have no chance of winning. Even though these 9 God Emperor Realm experts were much stronger than the All Demons Holy Land, they would not be suppressed. At the same time, after these God Emperor Realm experts appeared, they were also sizing up the people from the All Demons Holy Land. But when Tianzong Buddha and Infernal Buddha saw Wang Mang, their benevolent faces instantly turned sinister. Vile spawn, today, this Buddha will send you to the Western Paradise. Little bastard, Lord Zeng is going to make you beg for death. How much did the 3 Buddhas of Buddhism hate Wang Mang? They could not wait to gnaw on Wang Mang's flesh and bones. because Wang Mang had caused them too much trouble, putting aside the fact that Buddhism had lost too little rulai because of Wang Mang. They were the three great Buddhas of Buddhism. They were even bullied by the God Emperor of the Middle Heaven realm and were forced to take turns guarding the heavens beyond for 1,000,000 years. Because of this, they lost their minds the moment they saw Wang Mang. If not for the presence of the God Emperor realm experts from the All Demons' Holy Land, they could not wait to kill Wang Mang. But very soon, Tianzong Buddha and Infernal Buddha felt that something was wrong. But what was wrong? This was a short while. They really did not notice it. At the next moment, Tianzong Buddha and Infernal Buddha stared at Wang Mang. Their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. The two of them looked at Wang Mang in shock and cried out involuntarily. How could a little bastard like you reach the God Emperor realm? Chapter 757. This is absolutely impossible. You little bastard, how could you reach the level of an Emperor God? Yes, Tianzong Buddha and Hell Buddha both realized the problem. They were shocked to discover that Wang Mang's aura had reached the level of an Emperor God. Moreover, judging from the aura, Wang Mang's aura had reached the level of a second heaven Emperor God. How could they accept this? Not long ago, Wang Mang was still an ant that they could easily kill, but now he had reached the level of a second heaven Emperor God. Were they still dreaming, or were they hallucinating? Damn it, it was true. This was definitely cheating, and it was a flying cheat that soared to the sky, because not long ago, Wang Mang's fighting power was indeed not to be underestimated. He had even reached the level of a later stage Holy Emperor, but there was still a huge gap between him and an Emperor God. But now, he had reached the level of an Emperor God. This made Tianzong Buddha and Hell Buddha start to doubt their lives. Mainly, they were unable to accept it and even dared not believe that it was true. But the problem was that Wang Mang was standing right in front of them, alive and well. Especially the threatening aura coming from Wang Mang's body told them that Wang Mang had indeed reached the level of an Emperor God. He had become an existence on the same level as them. But they still found it hard to accept. After all, they had become Emperor God experts. They did not even know how long they had been cultivating. But what about Wang Mang? He gave them the feeling as if, in the blink of an eye, he had suddenly jumped out. In fact, the Buddha of Heaven Burial and the Buddha of Hell felt as if their cultivation had gone to waste. After all, they had cultivated so hard that they could not remember how long they had been cultivating. But Wang Mang had achieved it so easily. This was 2F* King unfair. If he was some kind of heaven's pride with heaven-defying aptitude, then so be it. But was Wang Mang a heaven's pride with heaven-defying aptitude? What the F***CK, Tianzong Buddha, and Hell Buddha both knew that Wang Mang was just a peerless heaven's pride. Compared to the prodigies on the prodigy roll, those top prodigies were one level lower. What's more, Wang Mang and the Buddhists of the Western Heaven realm were absolutely irreconcilable. Because of this, both of their eyes were red, and their faces were red and purple. At the same time, the rest of the Emperor Gods who had come along also fixed their gazes on Wang Mang. It was obvious that there were quite a number of Emperor Gods who recognized Wang Mang. After all, Wang Mang was the fuse for their attack on the All Devils' Holy Land. If they didn't even know who Wang Mang was, then they would have lived like dogs. At the same time, the God Emperors who recognized Wang Mang were all shocked. That was because the speed at which Wang Mang's strength increased was too fast. They didn't even have the time to strangle Wang Mang in the cradle. After all, Wang Mang had already reached the level of Emperor God. How could he kill him? What was there to kill? Was it so easy to kill someone of the same level? In an instant, many emperor gods looked at Wang Mang solemnly. Their eyes were filled with fear and naked murderous intent. After all, they had gathered here because they had a grudge against Wang Mang. Among the 9 emperor gods present, other than the crouching dragon, Holy Land, and the sage emperor of the Buddhist sect, the other 4 emperor gods had their juniors who had died in the hands of Wang Mang. Therefore, they were here to cause trouble for the All-Devils Holy Land and to kill Wang Mang at the same time. But in the end, an insignificant junior that they had never taken seriously. Now, he had reached the level of emperor god. At this moment, an elegant, middle-aged emperor god said with a gloomy face, "This little bastard has a lot of secrets on him. He broke through to the level of emperor god in such a short time." Hearing that, Heaven Burial Buddha said with a ferocious face, "That's not all. The mask on this little bastard's face has increased his fighting strength by at least 3 levels. Moreover, the mask of the sage emperor was taken from the crouching dragon saint. This little bastard is ruthless and inhumane. He deserves to be killed." Heaven Burial Buddha. And the others looked like they wanted to swallow him alive. Wang Mang stood with his hands behind his back and said with a mocking face, "So, it's Urgu of the Buddhist sect. Although I'm not human, you're really dogs. You shamelessly attacked me several times before. So be it. How dare you come again? Aren't you afraid that I'll break your legs?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, Heaven Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha's faces twisted, and they shouted angrily, "Little bastard, go to hell." After that, the 2 of them attacked immediately. They formed a giant palm of laws and tried to grab Wang Mang. Seeing that the 2 Buddhas were furious, the Darkness Patriarch and Bloodthirsty Patriarch laughed and said, "Don't be so arrogant, Urgu of the Buddhist sect." Then, the 2 patriarchs of the Holy Land of 10,000 demons stopped the 2 Buddhas. Then, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. One by one, the emperor god experts entered the space. Obviously, they knew that they could not fight in the Eastern Heaven realm. Otherwise, the Holy Land of 10,000 demons would not be the only one to suffer in the Eastern Heaven realm. Under the intense battle between emperor god experts, countless living beings in the Eastern Heaven realm would be killed. Similarly, Wang Mang followed the group of emperor god experts and entered the space turbulence. At that moment, the emperor god experts from both sides had already started fighting in the endless space. More importantly, the emperor god experts from both sides had already chosen their opponents. Therefore, the opponents left for Wang Mang were 2nd Heaven Emperor God experts. He wanted to choose a 1st Heaven Emperor God expert so that he could kill him to complete his mission. However, the battle had already started and Wang Mang had no other choice. One of the 2nd Heaven Emperor God experts was an expert from the Crouching Dragon Holy Land. This was because he was wearing the same attire as the scholarly middle-aged man from the Crouching Dragon Holy Land. Wang Mang naturally recognized him at a glance. Just as Wang Mang was sizing up the 2nd Heaven Emperor God experts, the 2nd Heaven Emperor God experts were also looking at Wang Mang with evil intentions. Among them, the old Emperor God expert from the Crouching Dragon Holy Land sneered, "Little bastard, you didn't think that you would have such a day, right? How dare you steal this old man's grandson's Holy Emperor mask? Today, this old man will not only take back the mask, this old man will also take back your dog life." Hearing this, the pockmarked old man at the 2nd sky of the god Emperor realm said with a smile, "Taoist Chuga, don't worry. With the 2 of us working together, this little bastard won't be able to do anything." Seeing that the 2 of them were so confident, Wang Mang was so angry that he started laughing. At the same level, these 2 old men wanted to kill him? Without 3 years of brain congestion, they wouldn't be able to say such idiotic words. Wang Mang didn't take them seriously at the same level. Therefore, Wang Mang swung his sleeves and said with disdain, "Just the two of you who don't know your own strength. This old man can suppress dogs like you with a flip of my hand." Chapter 758. As soon as Wang Mang finished his sentence, the expressions of the two old men, who had been chatting happily, immediately changed. They looked at Wang Mang with ferocious expressions. Obviously, they did not expect Wang Mang to be so arrogant. He did not take them seriously at all. He even dared to say that he could suppress them with a flip of his hand. He was like a toad yawning. How arrogant! To be honest, they did not know where Wang Mang got his courage from. He dared to be so arrogant in front of them. Just as they were about to explode in anger, Wang Mang stood with his hands behind his back and said arrogantly, "Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll let you dogs attack first. I'll stand here and let you attack me. If you can do anything to me, you're capable." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the two old men were completely enraged. "Bastard, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Bastard, I'd like to see how capable you are." As soon as they finished speaking, the two celestial emperors made their moves. Old Man Zhuge from the crouching dragon sacred ground formed a seal with his hands. The vast power of the law immediately formed a huge dragon that covered the sky. "Go!" After a furious roar, Old Man Zhuge raised his hand and pointed. The huge dragon that covered the sky and covered the sun swept towards Wang Mang. Similarly, the other old man also formed a seal with his hands and performed a top super skill. He shouted, "World-suppressing heavenly mountain." As he shouted, a terrifying huge mountain formed above his head. It was so lifelike that it covered the sky. It was terrifying. "Suppress him." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man waved his hand, and the terrifying huge mountain whizzed towards Wang Mang. When he saw this scene, Wang Mang continued to stand with his hands behind his back, and his expression remained indifferent as usual. This scene instantly caused Old Man Zhuge and the other old man to be stunned. Then the two of them thought that Wang Mang was scared out of his wits and sneered disdainfully. But in the next moment, something happened that shocked the two of them. They looked at each other in dismay. "Is this kid really King scared out of his wits? You're actually not resisting? Or is it to say that he doesn't care about the top great divine abilities that we used?" But in the next moment, something that shocked them happened. Facing their mystiques, Wang Mang really couldn't resist at all. In reality, Wang Mang had only used the ancient demon overlord body. He really couldn't resist the attacks of the two. In the next moment, he saw the two terrifying divine powers coming at him from all directions. Wang Mang's expression was even calmer. He also wanted to see if the ancient demon overlord body was really that overbearing. Could he really be immune to all attacks of the same level of battle prowess other than Yuan's spirit attacks? Bang! 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 Rumble! In the next moment, Wang Mang was drowned by the terrifying power of the divine ability. This terrifying dragon directly slammed into Wang Mang's body, creating a shockwave that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. After the shockwave spread out, it formed a terrifying aftershock storm that swept across millions of miles. But Wang Mang, who was drowned in the aftershock, had just withstood the pressure of this terrifying dragon's great divine ability when he was once again hit by the giant mountain that covered the sky. Rumble! Wang Mang was once again drowned in the terrifying great divine ability. After the terrifying great divine ability dissipated, Wang Mang's expression remained the same. Apart from looking a little disheveled, Wang Mang was really unscathed. After seeing this scene, Old Man Zhuge and Old Man Feng Yuan were both stunned. They both widened their eyes and couldn't even believe what they were seeing. They had used their great divine ability with all their might, but Wang Mang was unscathed? How was this possible? They must be seeing things. For a moment, Old Man Zhuge and Old Man Feng Yuan both rubbed their eyes subconsciously. But after seeing Wang Mang appear in front of them calmly, the two of them knew that they weren't seeing things. For a moment, the two old men's faces were extremely ugly. They couldn't even understand why Wang Mang was unscathed. After all, they had used their great divine ability. If they didn't resist this power, it was enough to kill a second Heaven Emperor God expert. Moreover, it was a great divine ability that they had used together. In the end, Wang Mang was unscathed, just as they were filled with confusion. Wang Mang stood with his hands behind his back and said sarcastically, "What? Is this all you two old dogs can do? So powerful. You almost blew off the corner of my clothes. It feels like you're scratching my itch. Come on, let's continue. Or are you two old men too old to be useful?" After hearing Wang Mang's mockery, the two old bastards flew into a rage, and their bodies trembled. But Wang Mang didn't care about their anger. In fact, Wang Mang was also surprised and surprised. He didn't expect the ancient demon overlord body to be so powerful. He was completely immune to the two old men's attacks. Wang Mang even suspected that even if more than 10 Second Sky Emperor God Realm experts attacked him at the same time, he would be immune to their attacks. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang's heart was filled with excitement. With this skill, he would be able to fight against a group of people. By then, no matter how many enemies there were, as long as they weren't stronger than him, they wouldn't be a threat to him. He could only say that the ancient demon overlord body was really heaven-defying. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in high spirits. With an indifferent expression, he looked at the two old things before him. What made Wang Mang laugh was that he saw fear in the eyes of the two old men. Evidently, these two old things were also frightened by Wang Mang's incomparably strange methods. But what Wang Mang didn't know was that it wasn't just the two old men who were frightened. Even many God Emperor level experts who were fighting not far away were shocked by Wang Mang's appearance. Especially Heaven Burial Buddha and Hell Buddha. They had been paying attention to Wang Mang's battle. When they saw Wang Mang not resisting, they thought that Wang Mang was scared silly. However, after Zhuge and Feng Yuan finished performing their top grand theurgy, Zhuge and Feng Yuan, what a guy! They were almost scared silly. Wang Mang didn't resist at all. In the end, he wasn't hurt at all. This was really King weird. One should know that the top great divine skill attack of the same level. None of them dared to take it head-on like Wang Mang. But Wang Mang, not only did he take it head-on, and he wasn't hurt at all. Because of this, Heaven's Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha were both terrified. They even started to suspect that Wang Mang was possessed by an old monster. Otherwise, how could this damned little bastard be so strong? Similarly, not only the enemy, but the other Emperor God experts were also shocked. The three ancestors of the all-demons sacred land who were quietly watching Wang Mang were also shocked. What kind of heaven-defying technique was this? It was ridiculously strong. He took the great divine skill attack of two Emperor God experts head-on. More importantly, he wasn't hurt at all. This was ridiculously strong. If they weren't sure that Wang Mang wasn't possessed, they would have doubted their lives again. At the same time, the three ancestors of the all-demons sacred land were also very excited, because they knew that the all-demons sacred land was going to rise this time. After all, Wang Mang was the current holy son of the all-demons sacred land. Under Wang Mang's leadership, the all-demons sacred land would definitely soar. Chapter 759. At the same time. In the face of Wang Mang's repeated humiliation, Old Man Zhuge and Old Man Feng Yuan's faces were full of ferocious anger. The two of them looked at each other and said coldly, "Little be asterisk starred. Stand still and let us hit you if you dare. I don't believe that I can't kill you or hurt you." Obviously, the two old men didn't believe that they couldn't kill Wang Mang. Similarly, they didn't believe that Wang Mang could be immune to their attacks. After all, they were at the same level, and they were using their best grand divine powers. If Wang Mang could be immune to this, he would be invincible in the same level. Hearing this, Wang Mang smiled indifferently. It seemed that these two guys hadn't given up yet. Therefore, Wang Mang nodded indifferently and stood with his hands behind his back. "Come on, you two old men, go ahead. I'll let you see what it means to have the qualifications of a supreme being. To be honest, even if I stand still and don't fight back, you can't kill me." After hearing Wang Mang's extremely arrogant words, Old Man Zhuge and Old Man Feng Yuan were so angry that their bodies trembled. Their faces were purple and green. They gritted their teeth and said, "Good, good, good. I'd like to see if you really can't be killed. I haven't used any other divine powers yet. Do you really think I can't kill you? Today, we'll let you know that we're seniors after all. We can't be bullied by juniors like you." After saying that, the two of them looked serious again and began to condense the Dharma, preparing to use their divine powers again. In the next moment, numerous divine powers were condensed and were used by the two old men. 9 dragons, divine elephant, suppressing the world. 10,000 peaks, suppressing the netherworld. Great desolation, heaven-shattering palm. 9 songs reincarnation spell. For a moment, one after another, terrifying divine abilities appeared. They were all used by the two old men. Boom, boom, boom. Rumble, boom, boom, boom. At the same time, divine abilities that blotted out the sky and covered the earth continued to bombard Wang Mang. This also caused Wang Mang to be drowned in the terrifying divine ability from start to finish. Moreover, these two old fellows had clearly gone mad. All of his trump cards had been revealed. There were simply too many of these divine abilities to count. Although not all of them were top-notch great divine abilities, but they had all used it. It didn't matter if it was an ordinary divine ability, and it was a top-notch divine ability. At this moment, it was like spilling beans from a bamboo tube. These two old fellows poured it all out. From this, it was not hard to see that they really wanted to kill Wang Mang. After he finished using all his techniques and divine abilities, the two old men were also mentally exhausted, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Don't ever think that God Emperor experts wouldn't get tired even if they could fire limitlessly. This was impossible. He used all his strength to condense the laws into a divine ability. This in itself was mentally exhausting. The only difference was that they could recover limitlessly, but he was still tired. At this moment, after using all of his divine abilities, Old Man Zhuge and Old Man Feng Yuan were panting. They all looked at the place where the divine abilities were drowning. They also wanted to know if Wang Mang was dead or not. Similarly, there were many God Emperor experts fighting in the wave space. Not only them, but the two Buddhas were also paying attention to this side. When they were fighting, they were also paying attention to the situation here. If Wang Mang was really dead, then they would be able to stop. If they continued to fight, it would be difficult for them to do anything to the other party. After all, in a one-on-one situation, they had no advantage. Moreover, the difference in their strength was not big. It was too difficult to kill an existence of the same level. Similarly, the 3 ancestors of the all-devil sacred land were also nervously paying attention to the situation here, because they also wanted to know if Wang Mang was really invincible among those of the same level, if under the full strength of Old Man Zhuge and Feng Yuan's divine ability attack, if Wang Mang was still unscathed, then he was invincible among those of the same level. Soon, the terrifying residual power of the divine ability dissipated. Then, Wang Mang's figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. When they saw that Wang Mang was still unscathed and only looked a little embarrassed, whether it was the two Buddhas or the three ancestors of the All-Devils Sacred Land, or Old Man Zhuge and Old Man Feng Yuan, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, because Wang Mang was really unscathed. For a moment, Old Man Zhuge and Old Man Feng Yuan felt their scalps go numb, because Wang Mang's strength was too strong. They had exhausted all their means and performed all their divine abilities, but they still could not do anything to Wang Mang. This also meant that they could not kill Wang Mang at all. The situation was set. This was the thought in their hearts at this moment. Similarly, this was the thought in the hearts of many God Emperor experts present, because among all the God Emperor experts present, the strongest was only a third heaven God Emperor. But Wang Mang was so heaven-defying that even a third heaven God Emperor could not kill him. This was something that all the God Emperor experts present realized. Moreover, if they were to calculate seriously, they even felt that Wang Mang in front of them was close to the top few geniuses on the genius list. Those geniuses were also far from reaching the Emperor God realm, but their fighting power had already reached it. Not only that, they were almost invincible in the same level of fighting power. Even the older generation of Emperor Gods did not dare to provoke them. Yes, now, in the eyes of these God Emperor experts, Wang Mang was a top genius, a genius that even the older generation of Emperor Gods could not do anything to. At the same time, just as everyone was shocked. However, Wang Mang was all smiles as he said, "Old guys, I've given you a chance. It's a pity that you are useless. Now, it's time for me to make a move." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang raised his hand and condensed the power of law to perform his divine ability. 10,000 Buddhas slaughter. 3,000 Buddha shadows condensed almost instantly. As Wang Mang waved his hand, they attacked together. Seeing this, Zhuge and Feng Yuan's expressions changed drastically. In the next moment, the two of them performed their top defensive divine abilities without hesitation. Then, the 3,000 Buddha shadows were indeed blocked by their top defensive divine abilities. The corners of Wang Mang's mouth curled into a smile of disdain when he saw that. Immediately, his body moved, and he shot explosively towards the two of them, because now Wang Mang did not need to defend at all. He only needed to attack. Moreover, if he could seize the opportunity to destroy their physical bodies, Wang Mang really had the possibility of killing them. This was also the reason why Wang Mang chose to fight in close combat. At the same time, seeing Wang Mang rushing towards them, the two of them were completely flustered. They had roughly guessed it. Wang Mang's physical body was extremely powerful. Even when they performed their divine abilities with all their might, they could not hurt Wang Mang at all. If Wang Mang got close to them, even if they were confident that they would not be killed, they would definitely be suppressed. But when they wanted to distance themselves from Wang Mang, it was already too late, because Wang Mang had already rushed up. What made Zhuge even more shocked and angry was that Wang Mang came up and threw a punch at his head. Obviously, he wanted to destroy his physical body. Fortunately, Zhuge reacted in time. He quickly dodged the punch that was coming towards him. Rumble! The terrifying sound of space being distorted was heard. Obviously, under Wang Mang's full-strength punch, space was distorted. Seeing that the old man dodged, Wang Mang did not care at all. Instead, He laughed and mocked. "Don't tell me that you two old men don't even have the guts to fight with me?" After that, Wang Mang moved and chased after them again. He instantly appeared in front of Zhuge. Then, Wang Mang raised his hand and threw another punch. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Old man, go to hell for me." Moreover, this punch was still aimed at the old man's face. Obviously, Wang Mang wanted to destroy the old man's head. Chapter 760. Unfortunately, Wang Mang's punch was still dodged by Old Man Zhuge. Not only that, Old Man Zhuge was furious and threw a punch at Feng Zhengji's face. But what shocked Old Man Zhuge was that Wang Mang didn't even dodge when he threw a punch at him with all his might. There was a loud bang when Old Man Zhuge's terrifying punch landed on Wang Mang's face. It was as if he had hit a piece of iron. Wang Mang wasn't hurt at all. And just as Old Man Zhuge was shocked, Wang Mang took the opportunity to seize the opportunity. He immediately threw a punch at Old Man Zhuge. Old Man Zhuge couldn't block it this time. He subconsciously raised his hands in front of him to protect himself. There was a loud bang, accompanied by a cracking sound. Old Man Zhuge let out a shrill scream. "Ah, little bastard!" Old Man Zhuge's hands were smashed into flesh and blood by Wang Mang on the spot. If Old Man Zhuge hadn't turned his head away at the last moment, even his head would have been smashed by Wang Mang. Although the body of an emperor god could be regenerated without limit, it could be regenerated and so on. But once the enemy seized the opportunity, it could also give a fatal blow. Because of this, no one was willing to have their bodies smashed. At this time, Wang Mang sneered, seeing that Old Man Zhuge was about to leave. Wang Mang was about to chase after him, but suddenly Wang Mang felt a sharp sword light coming from behind him. In the next moment, Wang Mang subconsciously turned back and saw Feng Yuan, who looked ferocious, slashing his sword at his neck. "Little bastard, go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, the cold, long sword directly cut Wang Mang's neck. Clank! There was a crisp sound. Then, something that terrified Feng Yuan happened. His fifth-tier advanced treasure didn't behead Wang Mang with all his strength. Not only that, Old Man Feng Yuan also saw that Wang Mang's neck didn't even have a wound. At the same time, Wang Mang was also very surprised by his own strength. Was this the ancient demon overlord body? This was simply too heaven-defying. A fifth-tier advanced treasure. It still couldn't hurt him at all. This was practically invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire. But this wasn't the wuxiao version of invulnerability. Instead, it was the invincibility of being immune to all physical attacks. At the same time, Wang Mang also seized the opportunity. He grabbed Feng Yuan's arm with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. He punched at Feng Yuan's face. Feng Yuan was terrified. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but Wang Mang grabbed his other hand. So, it was too late. It was too late. Seeing the fist getting bigger and bigger in his eyes. Feng Yuan was terrified. Feng Yuan was terrified. No! As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Feng Yuan's head was instantly smashed into a bloody mist by Wang Mang. The next moment, the bloody mist in Feng Yuan's head tried to gather together again. Unfortunately, Wang Mang didn't give Feng Yuan any chance. He directly punched him again. Bang! 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 Feng Yuan's entire body was smashed into a bloody mist by Wang Mang. A primordial spirit was exposed. It was Feng Yuan's primordial spirit. At this moment, the primordial spirit was looking at Wang Mang in shock and anger. In the next moment, Feng Yuan flew into the distance without hesitation. Similarly, Wang Mang also turned into a huge python. He opened his mouth and flew toward Feng Yuan's primordial spirit. Seeing Wang Mang chasing after him, Feng Yuan's primordial spirit roared in horror. "Wang Mang, are you Really going to kill me? Wang Mang sneered when he heard that, and he continued to chase without letting go. Moreover, as time went by, the distance between them was getting closer and closer. In fear, Feng Yuan even begged Crouching Dragon for help. Brother Crouching Dragon, save me. Brothers, save me. At the same time, Feng Yuan changed his direction and flew towards the group of Emperor God experts. At the sight of this, many Emperor God experts naturally saw it too. They wanted to save him, but they couldn't get away from him at all. Crouching Dragon was the only one who could. However, he was already frightened by Wang Mang's strength. Once he got close, even they would be in danger of dying. That was because Wang Mang's physical body was too strong. He could crush them. Because of that, after hesitating for a while, Crouching Dragon gritted his teeth and chose not to save him. After seeing this scene, Feng Yuan's face was filled with resentment. Old man Crouching Dragon, you will die a horrible death. After saying that, Feng Yuan wanted to continue cursing, but Wang Mang had already caught up to him and swallowed him whole. At that moment, Feng Yuan died on the spot. A God Emperor expert had completely fallen. This scene was naturally witnessed by all the celestial emperors who were present. This was especially true for the Buddhist sect's two Buddhas. They felt a wave of fear towards Wang Mang. That was because Wang Mang's strength was far beyond their imagination. Therefore, it was unrealistic for them to kill Wang Mang, unless they could invite an even more terrifying Emperor God expert. For example, a Middle Emperor God expert, or a Late Emperor God expert. That was because an early Emperor God expert couldn't kill Wang Mang. This was the premonition of almost all the Emperor God experts present. A third heaven Emperor God might be able to suppress Wang Mang, but it would be difficult to kill him. At the same time, many of the Emperor Gods who came with them also had the intention to retreat. That was because it was meaningless for them to continue fighting. The target that the Crouching Dragon's sacred ground and the Buddhist sacred ground wanted to kill was too strong. At the very least, their strength was not enough. This made the hearts of the God Emperors from the Buddhist sect Holy Lands heavy. On the other hand, the three ancestors of the 1,000 demons' sacred ground were overjoyed. Similarly, the three Emperor Gods invited by the 1,000 demons' sacred ground were also overjoyed. That was because they knew how strong Wang Mang was. They wouldn't lose even if the battle continued. In fact, the longer the battle dragged on, after Wang Mang killed the other second heaven Emperor God, Wang Mang's expression changed. Perhaps the entire battle would be turned around. At the same time, after Wang Mang swallowed Feng Yuan's primordial spirit, he transformed into his human form. He transformed into his human form with a satisfied look on his face. At that moment, a sorrowful rain of blood started to fall from the sky. Seeing this, Wang Mang was first stunned. Then he said in astonishment, "Is this the sorrow of the Emperor God's death?" Just as Wang Mang was puzzled, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully swallowed an Emperor God expert. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 2 billion energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host, mission completed. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 5 billion energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained Immortal King Grade Blind Box X1. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained Immortal King Grade Treasure Box X1. Chapter 761. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was overjoyed. Now he had completed the mission of killing the Emperor God. Now, all he needed to do was to repel these fellows. Other than that, what made Wang Mang extremely surprised was a second sky of Emperor God, Realm Warrior, was quite valuable. It was actually worth 2 billion energy values. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly looked at Old Man Zhuge in the distance. At the same time, Old Man Zhuge's heart jumped when he saw Wang Mang's gaze. He only felt his scalp go numb and even had a feeling of fear, especially when Old Man Feng Yuan had just died in front of him. It made him feel like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. Therefore, in front of Wang Mang, Old Man Zhuge had a sense of fear in his heart. Moreover, he saw greed and killing intent in Wang Mang's eyes. Just as Old Man Zhuge was terrified, Wang Mang suddenly shot towards him. Seeing this scene, Old Man Zhuge lost his fighting spirit and turned around in horror to run away. Obviously, Old Man Zhuge had been scared out of his wits by Wang Mang, afraid that he would also die in Wang Mang's hands. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was speechless. He didn't expect Old Man Zhuge to not care about his face and run away as soon as he saw him. The key was that Old Man Zhuge's speed was extremely fast, much faster than Feng Yuan. Even Wang Mang guessed that this guy probably had a top-notch escaping ability, because as Wang Mang chased after him, he found that this guy's speed was getting faster and faster. The distance between the two of them was also getting bigger and bigger, even if Wang Mang was using a top-notch attacking ability behind him. But Old Man Zhuge was also avoiding and dodging without the slightest intention of fighting against him. This also caused Wang Mang to really have no way to catch up with Old Man Zhuge. In desperation, Wang Mang could only roar and clamor, "Old Man Zhuge, you have really thrown away all the face of the God Emperor experts. If you have the ability, then stop and fight me fair and square." Unfortunately, Old Man Zhuge turned a deaf ear to Wang Mang's scolding. Moreover, he had been wholeheartedly running away from the beginning. In the end, Wang Mang simply stopped chasing. It wasn't that Wang Mang didn't want to chase after Old Man Zhuge. He really couldn't catch up. This old thing is useless, isn't it? Look at how fast this damn old man is running. Similarly, when he saw that Wang Mang did not chase after him, he was stunned. Old Man Zhuge heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Wang Mang would not let him go. This was because he was no match for Wang Mang. This caused Old Man Zhuge to feel extremely sullen and embarrassed. After all, being chased and beaten by a junior and not even daring to fight Wang Mang was simply humiliating. When he looked at the God Emperor experts who were fighting around him, Old Man Zhuge even felt a few disdainful gazes. This immediately made Old Man Zhuge very angry, but there was nothing he could do. At this time, Wang Mang's extremely sarcastic voice sounded. "You dare to come back, you old thing? Do you believe that I won't break your dog leg?" After looking sideways, Old Man Zhuge saw Wang Mang with his arms crossed, staring at him fiercely. Seeing this scene, Old Man Zhuge was so angry that his whole body trembled, but he pointed at Wang Mang without saying a word. He mainly did not want to fight with Wang Mang again, because he really could not defeat Wang Mang. After pondering for a moment, under Wang Mang's astonished gaze, Old Man Zhuge flung his sleeves and shouted angrily, "Goodbye." Tens of thousands of years, Old Man Zhuge directly left the space turbulence. At the sight of this, the group of emperor gods who were originally fighting were all stunned. At the same time, the middle-aged scholarly man in the crouching dragon's sacred ground frowned slightly and also distanced himself from his opponent. Then, the middle-aged scholarly man looked deeply at Wang Mang and sent a message to the two Buddhas. "Let's go. If this continues, we won't be able to gain any advantage at all. It's impossible for us to kill Wang Mang now." Hearing this, the two Buddhas looked at each other and also had the intention to retreat. After all, they also knew that they no longer had the chance to kill Wang Mang with his strength. However, Buddha Tianzong and Buddha Hades were still very unwilling to give up. But now, even if we let the Buddhist sect go, the 10,000 demons' sacred ground won't let us go either. That's right. This kid hates the Buddhist sect to the core. He definitely won't let us go easily in the future. Hearing this, the scholarly middle-aged man in the crouching dragon's sacred ground ignored the two's worries and sent a message. If you want to stay, then stay. We won't be keeping you company. After saying this, the scholarly middle-aged man cupped his fists and said to the god emperors beside him, "Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, the scholarly middle-aged man immediately flew into the distance. Seeing this, the two Buddhas were even more furious. This was because after the scholarly middle-aged man left, the other god emperor also left without hesitation. This god emperor was also invited by the crouching dragon, sacred ground. In an instant, the 9 god emperors who came together were reduced to 5. Other than one who was killed by Wang Mang, the 2 god emperors from the crouching dragon, sacred ground left. The god emperors invited by the crouching dragon, sacred ground also left. Seeing this, the 2 Buddhas and the other 3 god emperors also stopped fighting. In the next instant, the 5 god emperors gathered together. They looked at the god emperors from the 10,000 demons' sacred ground with gloomy eyes. Clearly, they no longer had any advantage against the god emperors from the 10,000 demons' sacred ground. Helpless, the 2 Buddhas sent a message to the other god emperors. "Let's go. It's too late." After saying this, the 2 Buddhas looked at Wang Mang unwillingly. Together with the other god emperors, they chose to leave. Seeing this, Wang Mang was even more disdainful. "Two dogs of the Buddhist sect, wash your necks in the Western heaven world and wait for me to kill you." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the 2 Buddhas who were about to leave trembled in anger. If looks could kill, Wang Mang would have been killed. Unfortunately, Wang Mang could not be bothered to pay attention to their gazes that contained killing intent. Although the 2 Buddhas were furious, they did not dare to continue fighting. "All right, I'll wait for you." After leaving behind some harsh words, the 2 Buddhas of the Buddhist sect left completely. After seeing the group of god emperors that the 2 Buddhas brought with them leave, Wang Mang was even more disdainful. If it was in the past, he would still be afraid of the 2 Buddhas. However, after today's battle, Wang Mang was not afraid anymore. This was because the ancient demon overlord body had greatly increased his strength. His combat power was even more terrifying. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. Perhaps Wang Mang could not kill a 3rd heaven emperor god. However, it was not difficult for him to kill a 2nd heaven emperor god, just as Wang Mang was in high spirits. The system's voice sounded again. "Ding. Congratulations. Host. Mission completed. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Successfully obtained 7 billion energy points. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Successfully obtained Immortal King Grade Blind Box X1. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Successfully obtained Immortal King Grade Treasure Box X1. Chapter 762. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was overjoyed because the rewards of these 2 missions were too generous. His accumulated energy value had already reached more than 20 billion. In addition, there were 2 Immortal King level blind boxes and 2 Immortal King level treasure chests. Needless to say, these 4 chests would definitely bring Wang Mang a lot of energy value. Because of this, Wang Mang's mood was extremely sour. Wang Mang finally understood what it meant to be flushed with success. It was referring to his current situation. At this time, the 3 Emperor God experts invited by Old Ancestor, One Emo, also came up with a smile. "Fellow Taoist, Your strength is extraordinary. Now that one Mo Holy Land is about to rise. That's right. Fellow Taoist Wang Mang, if you have any requests in the future, please help us out. Fellow Taoist talent is heaven-defying. Your future achievements are limitless. Don't forget us. Obviously, these three Emperor God experts all thought highly of Wang Mang. Moreover, their tone of voice was also as if they were peers, because Wang Mang's strength was very strong. Most importantly, Wang Mang was too young and a genius. Moreover, Wang Mang was now catching up to the top geniuses on the genius list. His future achievements were self-evident. It could even be said that as long as Wang Mang did not die prematurely, it was inevitable that he would become a peak Emperor God expert in the future. There was even a slight possibility that he would become a rank 6 genius. Similarly, in the face of the praise of these three Emperor God experts, Wang Mang also pretended to be humble and replied, "Seniors, you are too polite." On the other hand, the three old ancestors of one Mo Holy Land, after hearing the words of these three old friends, it could be said that their faces were brimming with complacent smiles as they looked at Wang Mang with gratification. All right, since the battle is over, bloodthirsty old man, we will also take our leave. Old Man Darkness, I will also go back first. If you have any requests in the future, don't refuse. After exchanging greetings, the three old god emperor experts left one after another. For a time, only Wang Mang and the three ancestors of the all-demons Holy Land remained in the vast space turbulence. The fiend god patriarch nodded and praised Wang Mang. That's right. Now you're strong enough to kill Feng Yuan. The news will soon spread across the entire sacred emperor continent. At that time, you will also be able to gain a firm foothold in the Eastern Heaven realm. I don't think there's anyone who's blind enough to provoke you. The Darkness Patriarch and Bloodthirsty Patriarch nodded in agreement. That's right. It's no longer appropriate for you to continue sitting on the seat of the chosen saint. From now on, you are also one of the ancestors of my all-devils holy land. Now, our 10,000 devil holy land has a fourth ancestor. When he heard the conversation between the bloodthirsty patriarch and the dark patriarch, he was shocked. Wang Mang was stunned for a moment. Then he cupped his hands and nodded, "I respect the decree of the three ancestors." Hearing this, the three patriarchs looked at each other and chuckled. "Wang Mang, you don't have to call us ancestors. Just call us by our titles. Also, you can give yourself a nickname." Wang Mang hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "If that's the case, you may call me the ancestor of all devils." The three ancestors were startled by Wang Mang's words. They nodded in agreement after a moment of hesitation. They would not be happy if someone else had given them that name. After all, the ancestor of all devils was a nickname. Those who did not know him would think that he was the leader of the all devils holy land. However, when they thought about how the all devils holy land would have to rely on Wang Mang to rise in the future, they were relieved. All right, fellow myriad devils, you may move to the back mountain of the all devils holy land in the future. If there's nothing else, I hope you can try to stay in the all devils holy land for as long as possible. After all, the all devils holy land can only be as stable as Mount Tai under our protection. Of course, if it's related to improving your strength, you should prioritize it, all devils. If you can reach the strength of a late-stage god emperor, one day, our all devils holy land will become an apex holy land in the sacred emperor continent. At this point, the eyes of the three ancestors of the all devils holy land became fiery. They did not even have a high chance of becoming a middle-stage god emperor. Therefore, they naturally placed their hopes on Wang Mang. Wang Mang nodded respectfully after hearing the words of the three ancestors. Don't worry, fellow ancestors. I'll definitely lead the All-Devils Holy Land to rise in the future. The three ancestors nodded in satisfaction. All right, we'll return first. Afterward, the three ancestors of the All-Devils Holy Land returned to the All-Devils Holy Land. However, what made Wang Mang speechless was that after returning to the All-Devils Holy Land, the three ancestors gathered the disciples of the All-Devils Holy Land. They publicly announced his identity as the ancestor of all devils. This caused an uproar among the disciples of the All-Devils Holy Land. One had to know that Wang Mang had only joined the Holy Land for a short period of time. How long had it been? He had actually become an ancestor. As such, this news, it was too shocking to the disciples of the All-Devils Holy Land. However, after the initial shock, many disciples of the All-Devils Holy Land became ecstatic. This was because they knew that the myriad devil Holy Land had already dealt with the problem. Not only that, to become an expert of the All-Devils Holy Land, one had to have the strength of a god emperor. Did this not mean that Wang Mang had already become in existence with the strength of a god emperor? This meant that the All-Devils Holy Land had 4 god emperor experts. Similarly, this also meant that their All-Devils Holy Land had given birth to a genius who could rival the apex of the prodigy list. Because of this, many disciples of the All-Devils Holy Land began to discuss after the initial shock. It seems that our sacred son of all devils has reached the heavens in a single step. He has reached the strength of a god emperor. It's not just reaching the heavens in a single step. It's simply soaring to the heavens. That's right. From sacred son to elder, sacred master, he has become an ancestor. Nonsense. He has directly reached the strength of a god emperor. Sacred son Wang Mang's strength is probably not weaker than a peak god emperor expert. Now that our All-Devils Holy Land has 4 god emperor experts, we can probably sit back and relax in the entire Eastern Sky realm. That's right, now in the entire Eastern Sky realm, our All-Devils Holy Land is definitely the leader of the 4 Holy Lands, right? At the same time, while everyone was discussing, at this moment, in the Divine Devil Palace, Wang Mang was preparing to sort out his gains. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could improve further. Therefore, Wang Mang happily muttered in his heart, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, disciple of a quasi-saint, ancestor of all devils, type ancient demonic python, limit 800 meters, realm, 5th heaven saint emperor, peerless genius, body, HP 25,000, length 710 meters, width 35 meters, weight 100 million tons. Top divine ability, ancient demon tyrannical body, complete. Devouring god technique, complete. 3 lives supreme Buddha, complete. Wrath of gods and demons, complete. Space, 1 bottle of forgotten love water, 1 fallen saint pill, 1 6-flavor emperor pill, 0 fallen god cannon. Equipment, top world multicolored stone X1, divine martial sword, immortal emperor mask, saint emperor mask. Talent, 100, immortal king grade treasure chest X2, immortal king grade blind box X2. Energy, 22 billion/40 billion. Chapter 763. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang was in an even better mood. For treasure chests, if he worked hard, he might really be able to advance further. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was instantly in a good mood and prepared to digest his gains this time. Thinking of this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, open the Celestial King treasure chest." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Congratulations, host. successfully opened the Celestial King treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 100 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 200 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 300 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 400 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 1 billion energy values. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained a primordial Unity Golden Immortals treasure. Black jar. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained a Celestial Immortal Beauty's original underwear. Ding! Congratulations for negligence. Successfully obtained a one-time beginner unlucky card. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was even more speechless. This Celestial King treasure chest was really AF * King fake. It actually gave him 2 billion energy values. Other than that, there was actually nothing good. It could be said that this Celestial King treasure chest had once again disappointed Wang Mang greatly. After adjusting his state of mind for a while, Wang Mang once again silently said in his heart, "System, open the Celestial King blind box." Yes, if he continued to open the Celestial King treasure chest, Wang Mang was afraid that he would die of depression. It was better to open the Celestial King blind box to give himself some confidence. The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully activated the Immortal King grade blind box. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 1 billion energy points. After hearing about the first prize, Wang Mang was overjoyed. Look, this was the Celestial King grade blind box. This was simply beating up a Celestial King grade treasure chest. The first prize was 1 billion energy values. The following prizes would definitely not disappoint him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang also began to look forward to the next prize. 1 minute later, the system's voice sounded for the second time, frowny-faced. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 1 talent point. After hearing the system's announcement, Wang Mang suddenly felt helpless. Although he did like the talent value, but there were too few of them. To him, it was not of much use at all, unless there was a large number of talents. This was very useful to Wang Mang. After all, Wang Mang also wanted to become a stronger prodigy. Above the peerless prodigy, there were still the peerless prodigy. In addition, Wang Mang knew that once his combat strength increased to the peak of the God Emperor realm, he had to raise his realm to the peak of the God Emperor realm. Or, rather, he had to raise his realm to the extreme. In short, before he broke through to rank 6, it would be even better if he could raise it to the Supreme Realm. Just as Wang Mang was planning his future path, the system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny-faced. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 2 talent points. All right, it was a little more than the last time. In the end, Wang Mang still accepted it happily. He believed that this Celestial King grade blind box would definitely not cross him, because he had opened too many Celestial King grade blind boxes. In fact, he already had his own judgment. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 4th time, frowny-faced. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 2 talent points. 2 points again. System, would it kill you to give me more? After hearing the system's announcement again, Wang Mang was also very helpless. He was indeed not against the talent points, but it was only so little. To Wang Mang, it was a pity to throw it away. Just as Wang Mang was feeling very helpless, The system's voice sounded for the 5th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 5 talent points. F***CK. There's finally more innate talent points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was in a better mood. Not long after, another minute passed by. The system's voice sounded for the 6th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1 billion energy points. Good. Very good. Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. He knew that the Celestial King Grade blind box would not disappoint him. After opening the Celestial King Grade blind box twice, he obtained 2 billion energy points. From this, it could be seen that the Celestial King Grade blind box was as powerful as ever. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the 7th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1 billion energy points. After listening to the system's announcement, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. This was because the blind box had opened 7 times, and there was almost no trash. The accumulated energy points were 3 billion. Talent points, 10. This also allowed Wang Mang's energy points to reach 27 billion. If the remaining 2 treasure chests could obtain another 13 billion energy points, Wang Mang might really be able to reach a higher level and evolve again. With this thought, Wang Mang, who was in a good mood, once again said in his heart, "System, open the Celestial King Grade treasure chest again." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Celestial King Grade treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 500 million energy points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 300 million energy points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 200 million energy points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a red boy's undergarment. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a howling celestial dog's exclusive dog food. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a spider spirit's original undergarment. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a East Sea Dragon King's 3rd princess's original undergarment. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1 billion energy points. What the F***CK? That's it. And 2 billion energy points? After listening to the system's announcement, Wang Mang was speechless. Other than the 2 billion energy points, there was a lot of trash that came out. This Celestial King Grade treasure chest was really disappointing, as always. After sighing helplessly, Wang Mang adjusted his mood and once again said in his heart, "System, open the last Celestial King Grade blind box." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Celestial King Grade blind box. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1 billion energy points. After hearing the system's announcement, Wang Mang was in a happy and relaxed mood, not feeling the slightest bit of pressure. This was a completely different mood from opening the Celestial King Grade treasure chest. When opening the Celestial King Grade treasure chest, Wang Mang was also quite afraid that it would be too much of a scam. However, when opening the Celestial King Grade blind box, Wang Mang was more or less confident. Just as Wang Mang was in a good mood. Another minute passed. The next moment, the system's voice sounded for the 2nd time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1